Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
A few kilometers from Malfoy Manor, tucked into the Wiltshire countryside, stood another dark, brooding estate, the Knott family manor, built 3 centuries earlier. Old Knott had just been discharged from St. Mungo's, not because he was healed, but because he had to deliver goods to the Dark Lord that evening. He came home unsteady on his feet. His eldest daughter, Gloria, met him at the door and took his windbreaker without a word. Old Knott's eyes swept the sitting room with cold displeasure. "Where's Theodore? Why didn't he come to greet his father?" he barked. "Dad, he's reading in his room," Gloria stammered, hands trembling. Old Knott's temper snapped. He slapped her so hard she hit the floor. "Have you learned to lie now?" he spat. Gloria clutched her lip, blood at the corner of her mouth. "He really is reading, Father, HMPH." Old Knott stalked toward Theodore's bedroom. Gloria scrambled up and tried to intercept him. "Please, haven't you eaten?" I made a proper dinner." He shoved her aside, hard enough to send her sprawling. "Eat, eat, eat. All you ever care about is your next meal, worthless children." She curved herself into a ball on the floor, silent with pain. From the backyard, Theodore appeared carrying a white rabbit. Gloria's eyes widened. She made a frantic gesture to hide him. Theodore moved to the sofa like someone passing through a familiar scene. He seemed barely to notice the violence. It had the look of routine to him. He fed the rabbit a few nuts and kept his face neutral. Old Knott's rage turned on his son. He rolled up his sleeves, ready to strike. Gloria, still on the floor, reached out and clung to his leg, pleading, "Please don't. He'll be better, he'll." He kicked her off and shoved her into a table with a crashing sound. "You useless thing. I'll beat you to death," he snarled at Theodore. Theodore watched him advance. Something flickered across his face, neither joy nor fear. He drew a white jade wand from his sleeve, pointed it at his father, and spoke, flat and cold, heart-piercing and bone-cutting. A clean, white light struck Old Knott. His scream was guttural and sudden. His hands clawed at his chest as if something inside him had been torn. He collapsed and rolled on the floor in agony. Theodore did not press the attack. He knelt by Gloria, checked her bruises, and without ceremony tipped a vial of healing potion into her mouth. She coughed but sobbed relief as color returned to her face. As he rose, something glinted at Old Knott's side. A ring, loosened in the scuffle, pitched across the floor. Theodore recognized it immediately. It was the sort of alchemical ring he'd seen in the chief's hand, an item associated with rare transmutational work. He picked it up and turned it over. Inside, tucked into the band, were small pouches and scraps of precious alchemical materials. His expression hardened. Old Knott scrambled to his knees, suddenly frantic. "Theodore, give that back, that ring. It's for the Dark Lord, do you hear me? Don't touch it." His voice trembled between command and plea. "Have you been in contact with Voldemort?" Theodore asked simply. "You insolent, how dare you don't speak his name?" Old Knott snapped, but his denial was thin. Theodore already had his answer. He slid the ring into his pocket, leveled the wand, and said, all petrified. Old Knott stiffened, turned to stone, then slumped without sound. Theodore did not look back. "Go back to Hogwarts," he told Gloria, and left the house. The servants watched him go with horror in their faces, but Theodore walked past them without a word. Outside, snow hissed in the winter wind. He summoned a public night and left the estate, moving with a quiet, determined purpose to find the chief. A few kilometers from Hogsmeade, in the trees that bordered the village, Shaw waited for 2 hours in the freezing wind. He wore the disillusionment charm and the face of Tom Riddle. He had been patient until the delivery man, Old Knott, was late. Shaw clenched his teeth. He'd come to meet the courier here rather than confront him in the Knott home and risk an audience with a brood of hysterical purebloods. When Old Knott finally stumbled into the clearing, he looked 50 shades worse than Shaw remembered, pale, unsteady, as if St. Mungo's had only patched him together. He dropped to his knees the moment he recognized who towered over him. "Master, your most loyal servant," he croaked, bowing until his forehead nearly touched the snow. "Silence," Shor snapped. "Where are the things?" Old Knot fumbled and drew a dozen small, nondescript bags from his cloak, traceless extension charm. Shor saw as they hovered and floated when he gestured. The man's hands shook as he set them on the snow. The cold sweat on his brow froze into a glittering smear. Shor counted. Half the expected supply was gone. He looked up, voice low and dangerous. "Why only half?" Old Knot's answer was a patchwork of guilt and excuses. "Master, I couldn't secure all the materials in time. Give me a few days, I promise I'll double what I've brought, please." Shor spat a short word and flicked the tip of his wand. "Crucia." Old Knot convulsed, voice shredded by the curse. He rolled in the snow, begging, tears and snot mingling with the flakes. He never once blamed his son. He blamed only luck, rivals, debts. He even produced the small fortune he'd raised at Gringotts, bribing other families to scrape together this half-load. When Shor cut off the cruciatus, Old Knot lay panting, barely conscious. Shor considered him a moment, then issued an offer, if it could be called that. "You'll be given a chance to redeem yourself," Shor said. "Go to Azkaban by yourself. Bring Bella out. Do that and you will be Barty's second." Old Knot's eyes widened. He made a sound that might have been a laugh, only it wasn't joy. It was fear, and an ugly, immediate understanding of what he'd agreed to. Old Knot lay half buried in the mud and snow, trembling so violently that he could barely breathe. When Shor gave him the order to infiltrate Azkaban alone, he felt the sky collapse on him. He had been there once before. In his youth, after torturing and murdering a Muggle, the Ministry sentenced him to 5 years in Azkaban. Even with his family's influence, he still spent half a year there. 6 months that had carved itself into his soul. The Dementors didn't just drain happiness, they devoured it. They left behind only cold, gray despair. It was a hollow existence, so bleak that death felt like mercy. That half-year had broken something inside him. It was what twisted him, what drove him to the Death Eaters, to the only kind of power that promised he'd never feel helpless again. And now the Dark Lord was sending him back. Alone. Old Knot's mind reeled. Facing the Dementors again. He'd rather take 2 more rounds of the Cruciatus curse. Anything but that. He broke down, clutching at Shor's legs and sobbing, "Master, please, I was wrong. Forgive me. Please, I can't." Shor stepped back, letting him fall face first into the mud. There wasn't a shred of pity in him. This man had tortured others into madness, spilled innocent blood without remorse. Whatever suffering he faced now, he had earned every drop of it. And Shor's command wasn't without reason. If not succeeded, Bella would be freed, and the Horcrux hidden in Gringotts could be secured. If he failed, Azkaban would claim him, and Theodore could inherit the family estate without contest. "You have 10 days," Shor said coldly. "Do whatever you need to prepare." He flicked his wand, knocking the old man flat with a surge of force. Then, without another word, he vanished. Shor apparated back to his private chamber, a warded room that allowed travel in and out, and removed his disguise. After settling Zing and coaxing the little one to sleep, he stepped into the main hall. Kletch came scurrying in, ears twitching nervously. "Master, there's a boy outside the square. He's been standing there a long time. Shall I chase him off?" "Hm." Shor crossed to the window, pushed it open, and saw the figure under the street lamp. A boy blanketed in snow, frost clinging to his lashes and hair. "Theodore?" He exhaled in disbelief. The boy was practically a statue. Even a first year could manage a basic warming charm. Shor grabbed his cloak and went outside. His grandmother called after him not to run off into the cold. He only nodded and kept walking. Under the lamp, he raised his wand. Scourgify, warming charm, fire and water resistance. The spells lifted the frost from Theodore's body, restoring his color. The boy's dull eyes flickered to life. He opened his hand and revealed a ring glowing faintly with magic. "Chief," he said quietly, "this was meant for Voldemort. I took it. Be careful, he's moving again." Shor blinked, then almost laughed. This family was hopelessly broken. The son hated his father but still couldn't kill him. The father despised his son but refused to sacrifice him. Their dysfunction was almost poetic. He took the ring and clapped Theodore's shoulder. "I understand. You'll stay here for now. When term starts, we'll go back to Hogwarts together." Theodore nodded and something warm flickered behind his cold expression. "Okay." Back home, Shaw explained the situation to his grandmother, who looked delighted at his thoughtfulness. Cretch prepared a guest room while Shaw brewed tea in the parlor. Theodore sat stiffly, hands wrapped around his cup. "Chief," he began, "if Voldemort is plotting again, should we arrest my father? Maybe he knows more." Shaw almost choked on his tea. After a pause, he decided Theodore deserved a little honesty. "Theodore," he said mildly, "Voldemort and I are in a cooperative arrangement. The materials your father gathered were for my work, specifically the creation of the playing cards." Theodore froze. He stood so abruptly the tea splashed across his robes. "That's impossible. You killed him, I saw." Shaw waved his wand, drying him off. "Don't be so shocked. In this world, nothing's impossible if the profit is high enough." Theodore's sense of morality was flexible and his loyalty firm. After a moment, he nodded, admiration replacing confusion. "I see. I almost ruined your plans earlier. I'm sorry, Chief." Shaw chuckled. "No harm done. In fact, you deserve a reward. Starting tomorrow, I'll personally teach you the killing curse." "Thank you, Chief." Theodore's eyes gleamed. Shaw smiled faintly but kept his plans private. He didn't tell Theodore about the task he'd given his father. The next few days passed quietly. Shaw split his time between refining his alchemy and training Theodore. The boy had a natural talent for dark magic. His progress with the killing and cruciatus curses was remarkable. By the end of the holidays, Theodore's killing curse was just shy of level 4. His apparition, though rough, was improving. If not for his limited magical reserves, he could already surpass most veteran Death Eaters. The morning before term began, Shaw and Theodore packed up for King's Cross. With Ziying perched on his shoulder, Shaw apparated them to a quiet corner of the station. A quick confusion charm disguised Ziying as a parrot in Muggle eyes. Shaw looked sharp in a black suit with violet trim, dark hair and eyes giving him a regal air. Theodore, dressed in a silver and green hunting coat, looked every bit the composed air of a noble house. They drew stares as they walked, some admiring, some curious, but neither paid them any mind. Near platform 9, the two paused. Shaw slipped through the barrier onto platform 9 3/4. The scene was familiar: laughter, chatter, trunks, and owls. But as he stepped through, a hush spread. The noise fell away like ripples in still water. Parents turned, students froze, and a murmur rose, half awe, half disbelief. There, under the vaulted ceiling, stood a dark-haired boy about 16, composed, polite, and impossibly self-assured. The parents who recognized him whispered first. The boy who defeated Voldemort himself, Shor Black, the new savior of Hogwarts. Shaw quietly led Theodore to the train through the passage that the crowd automatically made way for. Some parents even bowed slightly to him to express his contribution to the magic world. Shaw smiled at Lucius, who looked surprised as he passed by him. Behind Lucius, Draco, with his chin slightly raised, slowly walked out, looked at Theodore with a flash of envy, and then hurriedly bowed to Shaw respectfully. "Hello, Chief." "Yeah." Shaw looked at Draco's spirit and nodded with satisfaction. He asked him to stand behind him first and then said to Lucius, "Remember the position of school director." Lucius opened his mouth to ask something, but in the end he only said, "I know." Shaw didn't mean to say more and took Theodore and Draco to the train. Oh, Goyle and Crabbe were hanging not far behind Draco. Lucius looked at Shaw's disappearing figure, and the noisy sound in his ears resumed again. With an inexplicable look on his face, he thought that it was time for the pure-blood families to take their positions again. Shaw met several other subordinates in the prefect's compartment and exchanged pleasantries without mentioning them. The others were still the same, but Draco had indeed grown up a lot. Even though there was still a hint of contempt in his eyes, he still talked to Hermione in a friendly manner and gave her a sincere Christmas gift. Shaw was quite satisfied, and he did not expect everyone to be able to do it all at once. There was no conversation along the way, and when it got dark, the express train quickly returned to Hogwarts. There was a start-of-term dinner tonight that was not considered a dinner party, and it was not mandatory for everyone to attend. However, those who had nothing to do would go to the hall to eat, and the dishes were richer than usual. Everyone was amazed at how beautiful Shor's pet purple bird was, but no one dared to go up and touch it. Some young ladies were eager to try, but after returning home during the holidays, they were taught by their parents and knew a little bit of the limits. Although the British Ministry of Magic did not publicly admit it, Shor's status still rose invisibly. Shor did not care about other things but just looked around and sighed. For such a small dinner, the ghosts of other colleges were all there, but the ghost of Ravenclaw was still not there, and he still had to decipher the crown. Shor had a hunch that there must be some secret hidden in the crown, but this Ms. Grey was really elusive. Shor mobilized some people from the Eagle Academy in the first half of the semester but couldn't find her. Even if she was found, it would be too late when Shor rushed there. Those little wizards could not keep a proud and lonely ghost. He did find the Bloody Baron, and this ghost was quite polite to Shor, and he didn't say anything about other issues. But once it came to Ms. Grey, he looked like a dog licking his food. HMPH, I'll have to stay here for many more years. I don't believe I can't find you. Shor said something harsh. After searching around in vain, he found that Dumbledore was in a very haggard state in the teacher's seat. It's not surprising to think about it. The old bee is really too busy now. The Christmas surprise he gave needs to be dealt with, and de Grindelwald and the Witch Party need to watch over it. Recently, the International Wizarding Association is busy with the Soviet Ministry of Magic. Poor centenarian. Ahem, but it feels good. This old man doesn't have to stare at him all the time. Dumbledore felt something and looked up at Shor. Seeing the handsome and familiar purple bird in front of Shor's desk, he was stunned and didn't care. After blinking, he toasted Shor with a cup. Shor also raised his cup to toast, but he was thinking about Fox's matter in his heart, wondering if he could get an advance payment in advance. Little Tom was indeed not easy to deal with, and Shor almost couldn't help but cast a fiery curse on him. Time flies, it has to be rushed. Half a month of peaceful campus life passed in a flash. Except for Harry complaining that Snape was targeting him more, nothing major happened. That morning the owl delivered the express as usual. Of course, the spectacle of Shor burning the howling letter was no longer there, which made many people sigh. Alice looked at a copy of the Daily Prophet and suddenly exclaimed in surprise. "Old Knot, Chief, look at it." She quickly handed the newspaper to Shor, who was still drinking tea to relieve his greasiness. Shor took it and looked at it, frowning. Surprise! Cantankerous, the head of the Knot family, failed to break out of Azkaban and was arrested, sentenced to life imprisonment. Shor couldn't say he was disappointed or happy anyway. It was all within his expectations. He handed the newspaper back to Alice and said lightly, "I see." But the other little wizards who were reading the newspaper all looked at the Slytherin table, their eyes focused on Theodore in the corner. Although Theodore was puzzled, his expression did not change at all. He glanced at the snake next to him. The content of the newspaper. His pale face became even paler, and his eyes could not help but fluctuate, but he still remained indifferent. He took the napkin to wipe his mouth, stood up and walked out lightly, not caring about those strange looks at all. But another Knot had already burst into tears. It was Gloria. She tore up the newspaper of the nearby little wizard and cried and chased her brother. The hall was silent, but no one dared to gossip about Shor's confidants. Alice was worried. "Chief, should we comfort Theodore?" Shor wiped his hands with a napkin and shook his head. "No, this result may be the best for Theodore and Old Knot." Putting down the napkin, Shor took out a blank piece of letter paper, wrote down some instructions, sealed it in an envelope and handed it to Alice. "Mail this to Lucius, and then ask your grandfather to cooperate with Lucius to take over the Knot family's business. Keep an eye on other pure bloods, and don't let these bugs have any ideas." Alice was not surprised, and glanced at Draco, who was very approachable recently. This guy didn't gloat just now, but Alice at least knew that the chief and the Malfoy family were allies. There was no class in the morning for the first grade today, but there was a potion class in the afternoon. Shor said goodbye to everyone and returned to the dormitory alone. As soon as he entered the door, the purple shadow jumped onto his shoulder and kept pecking at his hair. This bird is now working part-time as Shor's hairstylist. Shor let it make a fuss and comforted it. Hogwarts does not allow cats, owls, toads, or very small pets. I can bring you in, but the professors have turned a blind eye. I can't just take you around every day. Ziying didn't listen and continued to mess up Shor's hair. It was so annoying that his ears were calloused. Shor was helpless and continued to speak casually. Don't worry, when I become the principal, I will definitely cancel this damn restriction and you can follow me anytime. Ziying didn't listen, just pecked. Shor didn't care about it. This little guy's temper came and went quickly. Anyway, he had messy hair. No matter how messy it was, he was handsome. Take out the alchemical materials and start making the communication version of playing cards again. Although the function is single and can only transmit simple information, it is even more reluctant to smash the precious materials to make cards for the younger brothers. But the style is still very delicate. Although the cards have no suits, only numbers from 1 to N and some symbolic figures, they are divided into the 4 college colors of red, blue, green, and yellow. Suit, however, represents the sequence and the throne's high level. However, the back pattern of these cards is still a purple-black throne floating on a pentagram flashing purple flow, very gorgeous. This is called appearance without function. He was busy until noon, and he also had lunch in the dormitory. Ziying had made enough trouble before, so he flew to the Forbidden Forest to play. Shor was not worried about its safety at all. Looking at the time, there was still an hour before the potions class. Shor put away the finished poker cards and materials and took out Tom's notebook again. It's been nearly a month since the communication, and this guy still hasn't responded. In the original book, it is unknown how long it took Ginny to get Tom to respond. Maybe Ginny is a little girl, easy to deceive. Shor has no tendency to dress up as a woman and he doesn't have much patience. Oh, why do I have to be forced to win people over with my virtue? After sighing, he wrote directly on his notebook. Hello, Tom or Voldemort. Shor stared at what he had written, waiting for Tom's response, but nothing happened for a long time. Shor was so angry that he laughed. Is this a case of not giving up until the Yellow River comes, and not turning back until the South Wall comes? When he was young, Voldemort was really cowardly. No wonder Dumbledore didn't do anything to him even though he noticed his ambition. Voldemort's nickname was indeed correct. Shor simply took out his wand, pointed it at the diary, and chanted a spell. Hellfire. A fist-sized fierce fire appeared at the tip of the wand, burning the air with a hissing sound, and the fiery red light illuminated the diary red, as if it would burn the diary at any time. Sure enough, the next moment the diary began to tremble violently, and the words Shor had written before quickly disappeared, and a new text appeared. Hello, Theodore Knott. Sure enough, if you can't wake up someone pretending to sleep, then just pour a basin of water on him. If you don't believe it, try it. Shor smiled, extinguished the fiend fire, put away his wand, and wrote again. Tom Riddle, are you finally willing to talk? Tom, I'm sorry, the magic world has some misunderstandings about magic items that can talk. I'm just protecting myself. I'm just a simple memory. You can classify me as a sorting hat. Shor shook his head and laughed, still pretending. He was too lazy to write, so he asked directly. Don't talk nonsense. You are a Horcrux with a real soul. Tell me, when did you find out that something was wrong? I shouldn't have revealed my true colors. This time Tom was silent for a long time before the diary began to speak. Tom, you are pretending to be the wrong person. I know the Knott family very well. Their ancestors liked to use human bones to grind jade and use human heads to make cups. They are a crazy family, and you pretend to be too cowardly. Shor was stunned. Well, he gave himself 0 points for this acting. He also recognized Tom's observation and continued to ask curiously. Are there any other reasons? Tom, I have read your mind with legilimency. You are too consistent in what you say and do. No one can really do this. You should be a master of brain occlusion. Other magical talents must be very good, not some mediocre and miserable student. Shor narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a fear. Just from these few words, we can see that the young version of Voldemort is really scheming and intelligent. Anything else? Tom, No, I know you are a super genius, and I also know that you are afraid of me, but I can help you. The combination of the two strong will only make us stronger. Shor knew that Tom was not telling the truth, but it was normal. He would be like this too. If he behaved too outstandingly and evilly in front of someone who did not understand the good and evil of his heart and controlled his life and death, he would only die faster. For example, when Shaw faced Grindelwald and Dumbledore, his words were completely different. Shaw pondered for a while and felt that Tom was too dangerous, so he showed his cards directly. What can you do to help me? To tell you the truth, you either let go of your mind and let me control you or die. The diary was silent for a moment, and it automatically closed its pages and cover with a very decisive attitude. Seeing this, Shaw's eyes turned cold, and he pointed his wand again, and fiery flame appeared. However, this time the diary really didn't react at all. After a long standoff, Shaw sighed, put away his wand, and put the diary away together. He also guessed Tom's psychological activities in his heart. First, people who are extremely arrogant would rather die than be slaves. Second, since Shaw spent so much effort to disguise himself, he must have irreplaceable value, so he would not be destroyed immediately, and there would be room for maneuver. Next, it's a matter of patience and wisdom. Shaw stood up and walked towards the potion classroom, while thinking about how to conquer a proud person in his heart. Not to mention, Shaw really didn't want to kill Tom directly. First, he cherishes talent, and second, the other party is really useful. He had a plan to keep the enemy in his care. What weakness does Tom have to break through his mental defense? Unconsciously, Shaw, who was in deep thought, had arrived at the potions classroom in advance. Even the powerful Black has a headache and frown one day. Maybe it's because of his low IQ. I suggest you drink a bottle of advanced intelligence potion. Shaw came back to his senses and turned his head to see Snape standing behind him. He didn't care about what the other party said. Maybe the old arrogant was concerned about him and indirectly asked if he had any difficulties, so he took the opportunity to say it. Professor, is there really an advanced intelligence potion? Please give me a dozen. Snape was not surprised by Shaw's shamelessness and continued to sarcastically say, if your knowledge of potions is always at this level of trolls, I will give you a P-fail at the end of the term. Shaw didn't care and talked to the deaf. Professor, you said that if you want to convince a proud and intelligent person, what should I do if I'm a smart person? Snape felt that he was being implied, and his chest was stuffy. He stared at Shaw and said in a tone without any unevenness, HMPH, Black, your strength is not your basis for doing whatever you want. You can't always put the armor charm in front of you to protect against sneak attacks, and you can't always not eat. I have recently developed a colorless and odorless poison, and I just need an experimental subject. Shor's eyes lit up and he couldn't help patting his forehead. Then he took out a stack of photos from his ring, grabbed Snape's hand and slapped it in his palm. Thank you for your advice, Professor. Do you have any more vicious ideas? Let's talk about it together. Snape's mouth twitched and his eyes almost couldn't keep their indifference. Psychopath. He cursed, took the photo and went back to the podium. Shaw smiled and did not ask any more questions. In the following class, he had no intention of listening to the class or brewing potions. Draco did it all by himself. Snape passed by him several times and looked at him with a look of mental retardation. Then he continued to embarrass Harry, who was brewing potions seriously. Harry Potter, was your hand bitten by the black dog? The juice of the night fruit is squeezed out with the back of the knife, not cut like a butcher. Gryffindor. 5 points deducted. Harry Potter looked confused. When did the professor mention this knowledge point? He looked around and saw that other students also used cutting. Why did he only mention himself? But Harry didn't say anything. He had become much more stable and he had learned countless bloody lessons. He knew that if he talked back at this time, he would only be deducted more points. Snape was very dissatisfied with Harry's performance. He was almost as shameless as Shaw. If he didn't resist, it would be meaningless to abuse him. He snorted coldly and turned around to harm other Gryffindor wizards. But before the get-out-of-class ended, he found an opportunity to deduct 10 points from Harry, and then he announced the end of the get-out-of-class with satisfaction. As soon as Snape left the classroom, Harry went to his life mentor Shaw with a depressed look on his face. Deputy Dean, Professor Snape is too much. It's not fair at all. Why is he targeting me? I didn't do anything wrong. The most important thing is that the college was deducted a lot of points because of me. Professor McGonagall attaches great importance to this year's College Cup. Draco hesitated for a moment and also spoke up for his good friend. Chief, can't you make the dean restrain himself? As the Black family's copy of the collection of books and various mathematical, physical, and chemical knowledge exclusive to Ravenclaw were transported by Krecher one after another, the learning point system began to get on track. The scores of the 4 colleges were very close. Even Hufflepuff, not for the College Cup, but just for the delicious food, also tried various ways to get extra points, not to mention how active they were in class. Only Slytherin defeated Voldemort again because Shaw exposed Quirrell's evil face. Dumbledore added 100 points, which made it slightly ahead. That's why Harry cares so much about the College Cup. Otherwise, he would be unhappy and complain at most. Shaw touched his chin, looking at the depressed Harry, and wanted to say that this was the original sin. Originally, he had an idea to make Harry become Harry, so that he might be able to dispel Snape's malice. But Snape never blinked at him, and he didn't dare to do anything rash as this might backfire. Although he seemed to have the old bat under his control every time, he also had compensation and made up for some of the other party's regrets. But now Harry had begged him several times. What should he do? Shaw really didn't have a good way for a while, so he could only give him some chicken soup and patted Harry's shoulder to encourage him. Harry, you can't just look at the surface of a person's goodness or badness. The last time Quirrell happened, it proved this point. Professor Snape seemed to be very mean to you, but it was actually for your own good. This is hating him for not fighting. As long as you are good enough and he can't find fault with you, won't there be no problem? You see, he doesn't embarrass me that much. Harry was stunned by what he said, feeling that something was wrong but also that it seemed to be right. While he was confused, Shaw had already greased his feet. Draco believed Shaw's words very much and patted his good friend hard, cheering him up loudly. Come on, Harry. Harry staggered after being slapped and said blankly, Okay. Since the 4 colleges have uniformly implemented the rules set by Shaw, the monthly duel event has also been cancelled. It has become a monthly duel for grudges. The 2 parties with conflicts are not allowed to fight privately. All of them must be reported, and they will duel at the end of the month to vent their anger. They can beat each other openly, and whoever is stronger is right. Shaw doesn't go to the 2 spell guidance classes a week often. With Alice and others, plus a group of outsiders with good strength, they are enough to guide those young wizards. Shaw only needs to give special treatment to a few confidants, so he has been busy with his own affairs recently. Shaw strolled in the corridor, thinking about various things in his head. Snape's words just woke him up, and Shaw summarized 3 points. Strong strength means lawlessness. There is no absolute and lasting defense. The enemy can be broken from the inside. Shaw carefully recalled Tom's experience in the first half of his life and analyzed his weaknesses. Tom, the product of aphrodisiac, was an orphan since childhood and had indifferent emotions, so he yearned for power and strength to fill the emotional emptiness. Tom's arrogance comes from his talent and intelligence. Tom's strengths are actually weaknesses. As long as he shows stronger talent, strength, and power than him, and makes the other party despair, then the other party will definitely collapse. After entering this world, Shaw saw many people and things. The distorted emotional values of the Knott family of 3. The ruthlessness under the love of the old bee, but Grindelwald has true feelings in his cold-bloodedness. Shaw gradually glimpsed the truth of the complexity of human nature. So Tom, who seems to be indifferent to emotions, must have an extreme desire for emotions in his heart. That person may be his dead mother or not, and the new person has never appeared. Then this guy went completely crazy after making the Horcrux, and there is no redemption. However, the diary is Voldemort's soul and memory torn out when he was young, which can be used. Shaw had a rough plan in mind, and it depended on how to implement it. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. This battle of psychedelic strength with Tom was both tiring and interesting. Shor turned around and went to Snape's office to see if this guy had any advanced psychedelic drugs, the kind that can arouse the deepest desires of people, and it must be able to act on the soul. Above the North Sea of the British Isles, there is an icy sea area that is always covered by dark clouds and surging waves. In a place that ordinary muggles cannot see, there is a black rocky island, and the nearby sea water is also black and scary. This is the prison of the British wizarding world, Azkaban. Azkaban is actually a conical dark brown tower with imperfect defenses, and there are only 5 or 6 Aurors guarding it. However, its most terrifying jailer is the notorious Dementor, with nearly 1,000 of them, surrounding Azkaban tightly, which also makes it a terrifying place. The reputation of being timid. Today, Azkaban welcomed a heavyweight prisoner, Cantankerous Knot, who was on the island for the 3rd time. Old Knot was shaking all over and limping. He was sent to the highest level of the heavy criminal area by the guarding Auror. The Auror found a dark single room and pushed Old Knot in. He locked the iron door and didn't want to stay for a second. He ran away quickly under the Patronus charm. The Dementors here are too dense. They are densely packed in a corridor. The atmosphere is extremely depressing. Staying for one more second is suffering. From time to time, a Dementor floated into a cell, and then there was a low humming sound containing incomparable despair. Old Knot was new, so naturally there were Dementors to greet him. This is a delicacy. Of course, Dementors also have their own rules, and they take turns, and they will not suck people to death at once. 4 or 5 Dementors squeezed into Old Knot's cell, surrounded him and sniffed him vigorously. As a result, they sniffed in vain. Old Knot, who was trembling just now looked calm, leaning against the corner and watching the performance of several Dementors. After the Dementors with low intelligence failed to eat, they left on their own in confusion. Old Knot saw that the person who closed the gate of the cell opposite was Sirius, who looked confused and decadent. He moved his mouth and wanted to say something, but there was something bulging in his throat, as if something was stuck, which made it inconvenient for him to speak, so he had to give up. He reached out and touched his injured thigh, and the severe pain in the bones made him almost scream. A trace of madness flashed in his eyes, but he quickly suppressed it. He thought of being awakened by a pure-blooded old man and pointing out the way when he was still preparing for the prison break. Old Knot, you have committed a serious crime. The Dark Lord asked you to break out of prison just to send you to death. If you still want to live, do as I say. You can intentionally fail to break out of prison and go to Azkaban to avoid the Dark Lord for a while to let him calm down. You can take the treasures of my family that can suppress emotions, and with your family's secret skills, you can escape successfully at any time. Believe me and wait for my news. When the time comes, rescue all the Death Eaters together. You will be the great hero of the Dark Lord, and the Knot family will be glorious again. Old Knot recalled the instructions, with a hint of enthusiasm at the corner of his mouth, and his excited heart suppressed the pain in his thigh. A familiar hoarse female voice suddenly came from the nearby cell. "Knot, why are you here too?" It seemed to be Bella, in Snape's cold office. When the old bat heard Shaw's various harsh demands, he looked at him like a pervert. This guy must have been kicked in the head by a troll today, so he said with a bad look, "What do you want this psychedelic drug for? You don't want to use it on a girl, do you?" "No, get out." Shaw felt like snow in July and almost spit out a mouthful of blood, but it was really hard to explain for a while. He quickly said very solemnly and earnestly, "Professor, don't. That drug is really important to me." Seeing Shaw so serious, Snape used his empty eyes to look at this student who was already stronger than him. Just now, Shaw used drugs on female students, but it was just a habitual poisonous tongue. With Shaw's condition, it seems that it is really unnecessary. Snape held his chin with one hand and was silent for a long time before asking seriously, "Is it about that person?" This time it was Shaw's turn to be silent, for this helpless poor man who disguised himself with indifference and harshness. Shaw had a complicated feeling about him, and he didn't want to deceive him with nonsense. Snape was an extremely smart man. Seeing Shaw's expression, his empty eyes shrank suddenly. But he didn't say any more nonsense, waved his black robe and turned to his medicine cabinet. He took out more than a dozen potions including truth serum, love potion, etc., and some herbal liquid from an encrypted secret compartment. He went back to the operating table and fiddled with it, mixing various precise blends. His movements were smooth and elegant, like a superb bartender. Soon, a bottle of breathtaking potion with a color like imperial green was quickly prepared. Snape quickly filled the potion, not daring to let the smell of this potion evaporate. Shor, who had been watching silently, just took a small sip. His eyes were confused for a moment, and a trace of desire flashed through his mind. Snape is worthy of being a potion master, such a powerful and domineering custom-made hallucinogen. He held the potion bottle and handed it to Shor carefully. "Take it, I don't ask you what you use it for, even if you use it to kill people or set fires, but don't be stupid." Shor took the potion and was about to promise and thank him. But Snape turned around and walked towards the bedroom with his black robe rolling, still spitting venom in his mouth. "You are a guy who only causes trouble for me. I don't want to see your annoying face again. Get out." Shor's gratitude was choked back. He couldn't help but laugh and muttered to himself that he was old and arrogant, and then walked out of the office excitedly. Shor quickly returned to the dormitory and took out several books on black magic. He carefully searched for various soul spells in them. The 3 unforgivables are unforgivable because they all act on the soul. One is annihilation, one is torture, and one is control, which are extremely evil. These 3 black magics are easy to get started with and have no counter curse, which is the important reason why they are unforgivable. The soul has always been a profound and taboo subject in the magic world. It is really hard to find similar books in ordinary places. Fortunately, the Black family is a family of scholars and has a long history of family learning. Shor already has the puppet technique that can control the soul. What he is looking for now is another kind of spell that can monitor the emotional fluctuations of the soul. It would be even better if there was a spell like the pensive that can directly view the memory from a god's perspective. After a long time, Shor put away several black magic books with some helplessness. It's not that there is no gain. He found some spells like the heart charm, the fear charm, the daydream charm, the fantasy charm, etc. But the effect did not satisfy Shor. Shor's plan was actually very simple and crude. First, he acted in front of Tom in various ways, aroused his despair, and tore a crack in his psychological defense. Then he fed him medicine to make him fall into the psychedelic state of desire. He then entered his deepest and precious memories, either observing or doing something. Anyway, it would be fine. Finally, when Tom's soul was at its most vulnerable, he took advantage of the opportunity and controlled it in one fell swoop. After thinking for a while whether there was any other way, Shor suddenly slapped his forehead. "It's really dark under the lamp. Use legilimency." He has the full level of brain occlusion, but this skill has become an instinct, so he ignored it. Generally, the master of brain occlusion is also a master of legilimency. Although not absolutely, the difference is not much. Shor quickly walked out and came to the library, where the location of the Zuhai database opened up an independent closed space. It was specially approved by Professor McGonagall after he knew Shor's points plan, and he also strongly supported the addition of some banned books that were not very dangerous. He did not have the relevant legilimency in his ring. The definition of this skill is also very vague, neither black nor white, and it is very difficult to learn, but it is a necessary skill for interrogating prisoners. So it was just made into a control magic like the disillusionment charm by the Ministry of Magic. Shor came to the side hall of the library and swiped a special poker card on the door of the Zuhai database. Click. The heavy stone door slowly opened. That's right, it was a card swipe. This castle is alive, and Professor McGonagall, as the vice president, personally contacted the identification magic set. After Shor entered the database, he found that there was already someone here. It was Percy. He was holding a profound spell book at the moment, reading with a correct posture, and didn't notice anyone coming in. Shor didn't disturb him and walked to an area to flip through it. After a while, he took out 2 books on legilimency. He didn't choose a place, and he started to read them seriously. 3 hours passed in a flash, and it was almost curfew. A person who abides by the rules like Percy would not stay out all night, so he naturally had to go back to the dormitory in advance. When he returned the book to the bookshelf, he naturally found Shor leaning against the bookshelf to read a book. After being stunned, he said excitedly, "Ah, Chief, you are here too." Shor raised his head, and a fascinating and aggressive look flashed in his eyes. Percy felt that his whole body was swept by a cold wind, as if he was seen through inside and out. The brain occlusion technique, which was not very proficient, was running even more frantically. Percy looked at Shor in horror. Shor blinked and stopped the unskilled soul reading. He smiled apologetically at Percy and raised the book in his hand. "Sorry, I was too absorbed in reading this book just now, and I am not proficient in this spell, so I used it subconsciously." Percy felt that the peeping disappeared, although his head was still a little swollen and painful. But without even looking at what book was in Shor's hand, he tried to force out a smile and said, "It's okay, I'm fine, the Chief's magic is getting more and more profound." Shor smiled and took out a bottle of soothing potion from his ring and handed it to Percy. "Drink it, it will make you feel better." Percy was not polite. After thanking him, he went forward to pick up the potion and drank it in one gulp. This potion is indeed Snape's product. Percy's brows soon relaxed, and he also had the mind to observe the name of the book in Shor's hand. His eyes shrank and then quickly calmed down. He muttered to himself that he should be more pious in the future. Shor put the book back on the bookshelf. He basically understood the principle of legilimency, plus he had a full-level brain occlusion. At this moment, legilimency was directly level 2, which was very fast, but the effect was also very rough, and Percy was the victim just now. Shor led the way out, followed closely by Percy, and the two chatted casually. "Percy, how is Gryffindor doing recently?" "Chief, everything is fine. I don't need to keep an eye on them all the time. It's just that those juniors are still unwilling to follow the crowd and insist on using the knight's etiquette." "It doesn't matter. In my opinion of Gryffindor, they are indeed the charging knights of the throne. They define themselves very clearly." "Yes, Chief is far-sighted and wise." Hearing Percy's slightly awkward flattering words, but his expression was not false at all, very pious and fanatical. Shor felt that if Percy could make further progress in his ability to guess people's minds, who knows, he might end up being a person like Zhao Gao under his command. It's not bad to think about it. He really can't lack a subordinate who flatters, yearns for power, and can't handle interpersonal relationships. Looking at Percy's slightly white and worn-out school uniform, Shor pondered for a moment and took out a bag containing 200 galleons from his ring. "Take it." Percy listened to the clattering sound of metal collision in the bag. His face flushed instantly, and he said very embarrassedly, "Chief, I don't lack money, I." Shor sighed, damn his pride, and then forced the bag into Percy's arms. "You are my subordinate, you need to be very decent. This is my reward for your hard work recently. If there is a surplus, you can give your brothers and sisters a precious Christmas gift." After Shor finished speaking, he left without waiting for Percy's reaction. Percy's eyes gradually changed from tangled to grateful. Holding the purse tightly, he bowed deeply to the place where Shor left. After Shor left the library, he did not go back to the dormitory directly. Instead, he cast the disillusionment charm, left the castle directly, and headed for the Forbidden Forest. To practice legilimency, you need a living being with thoughts. He couldn't use it on students, and this skill was too elementary, and the effect of invading memory was too rough. Then he could only go to the Forbidden Forest to find magical creatures with higher intelligence, such as the acromanthus and the centaurs. After a busy night, the deep forest was in chaos, and I won't go into details. When Shor slowly walked out of the Forbidden Forest, his black pupils were slightly red, directly covering up the purple that flashed from time to time. There was still a bit of violence in him. A magical creature with wisdom is also a beast, and the thoughts and desires of a beast are very primitive. Even for a civilized astrological race like the Centaurs, the theme is to kill, eat, and reproduce. Not to mention a brutal creature like the Acromanthus. When Shor drove hundreds of giant spiders and several lone centaurs crazy with his soul reading overnight, he was tortured by their primitive thoughts and desires. Fortunately, the harvest was not bad. With the full level of brain occlumency as a foundation, he actually had a strong control over memory. In addition to the test subjects that did not count consumption, soul reading reached level 5 very easily. It should be enough for use. When they returned to the dormitory, it was just dawn. Morning self-study had not started yet, and Draco and the others had just got up. But when the three saw Shor, they were all shocked. Goyle was so shocked that he dropped the small cake he had secretly eaten on the ground. Draco avoided Shor's terrifying eyes and asked in confusion, "Chief, what are you doing?" Shor first patiently calmed down the purple shadow that suddenly appeared on his shoulder. Then he waved to Draco and the others. "It's okay, you guys just do your own things. By the way, Draco, please ask for day off for me today." Draco hesitated but still asked worriedly, "Chief, are you really okay? Do you want to go to the school hospital?" Shor, who was walking towards the bed, turned back suddenly and stared at Draco with red eyes. He wanted to yell and reprimand him, but the brain block technique was activated immediately, making him much clearer. He sighed and said to Draco, who was frightened and staggered, "I'm fine. It's the sequelae of practicing spells. I'll be fine after 2 days of rest." Draco stood up in doubt and looked at Shor, who was already lying on the bed with his eyes closed. Draco gritted his teeth, took a quilt, tiptoed over and made a gesture of covering the quilt to Ziying. Ziying tilted his head, looked at Shor, then looked at the cashmere quilt in Draco's hand, and nodded in agreement. Draco breathed a sigh of relief, stepped forward and gently covered Shor with a blanket and poured a cup of hot water and placed it on the bedside table. He looked at Shor with a frown again with concern, and then went to the morning self-study with his 2 quail-like followers. After they left, Shor opened his eyes and chuckled. "This broken kid, it's not in vain to take care of him well, although he has never contributed to the fanaticism value. Forget it, it doesn't matter." Then he turned his head and said to Ziying, "Don't worry, I'll sleep a little longer, go play by yourself." As he said, he closed his eyes again, ready to use sleep to regulate the negative emotions lingering in his heart. Ziying hadn't eaten breakfast yet, and his stomach was a little hungry, but he didn't plan to go out to find food at this time. He tilted his head and thought for a while, and his purple-black eyes flashed with thinking. Then he flew to Goyle's bedside table and took out a snack box from it. Then it flew back to Shor again, pecking at food and silently guarding Shor. Shor slept for a whole day. When he woke up in a daze, he squinted his eyes and looked at the magic clock on the wall. It was 6 o'clock in the morning. Shor did not get up and dozed off to think about this experience. And this experience gave Shor a deeper understanding of memory and soul. No wonder the 3 unforgivable spells are listed as black magic. Excessive use will indeed affect the mind, which is a result of mutual influence. For example, under the same magic reserve. When using the killing curse, the stronger the killing intention, the greater the power. Although the soul of the person being killed is annihilated, there is hatred and curses that are fed back to the killer in some form. The killer, who is already mentally dark, is slowly superimposed by this feedback, and finally goes crazy or insane. The other 2 unforgivable curses also have a rough emotional causal relationship, and the reason why Shor can use the killing curse so smoothly without being backfired. First, thanks to the defense of the brain block technique, it can also construct a virtual strong killing intention. Second, his affinity for the element of thunder, the hatred and curses reflected by those who were killed, all vanished under the automatic counterattack of thunder. The reason for this practice the sequelae of soul reading would be so serious, or Shor was too eager to achieve success, and took the initiative to enter the memories of those magical creatures and directly contact them. No matter how strong the passive skills were, they could not withstand his abuse. If Shor used this method on another person, he would have gone crazy long ago. After all, he was a little reckless this time. Hungry, hungry, can't walk, can't walk. Shor still hasn't woken up. Oh, should I notify Madame Pomfrey to come and see? I am so relaxed when the big devil is asleep. What happened to the big devil? Will he not be able to wake up after sleeping? Suddenly, Shaw's mind murmured, but no one spoke in his ears, only the rustling sound of carefully putting on clothes. Shaw turned his head and saw that it was Draco and the others who got up. Ziying also looked over in confusion, with a very pitiful look in his eyes. Shaw then realized that his legilimency was always on. No wonder his head was a little dizzy. It was interesting again, a magical version of hearing your voice. Shaw suddenly understood why the old bee always liked to pry into other people's minds. Hungry, hungry, can't leave. If he doesn't wake up at noon, I must inform Madame Pomfrey. The big devil doesn't wake up, and the little devil is in a bad mood. It's really hard for me. Never mind, just think about eating more steamed buns for breakfast. Shaw heard the thoughts of his 3 roommates again, and the simple thoughts of Ziying, the foodie. After the 3 of them walked out quietly and closed the door carefully, Shaw opened his eyes. The red pupils were gone, and they had returned to the deep black color, and the purple light flashed from time to time. Nick! The purple shadow cried out in surprise, then flew over and pecked at his hair again. Bad, bad, bad. Shor listened to the purple shadow's complaints in his mind, smiled and touched the purple shadow's long neck lovingly. First cut off the legilimency, then comforted. Okay, I'm fine. If you're hungry, go to the Forbidden Forest to find food or ask Alice to get you food. The purple shadow flew around Shaw twice with concern, and then disappeared in a flash. Shaw took a long breath, took out 2 bottles of energy potion and drank them, and his swollen head gradually relaxed. After getting up, he changed his clothes and gave himself a fresh clean teeth and mouth. All his work was ready. He took out Tom's diary and the bottle of Imperial Green potion, as well as some odds and ends. He closed his eyes and pondered for a while, thinking about the words of psychological warfare. After opening his eyes, Shaw started to curse. Tom, you are a piece of shit. Faced with Shaw's sudden and uncivilized insult, Tom only had a question mark appear on the page after a long while. He didn't dare to respond at all. Now the situation between the two is like fighting a wolf with a stick, being cautious on both sides. Shaw's mouth hooked lightly. As long as there is a response, he didn't talk about leisurely and elegant things, and still said directly, Tom, I heard that you are a genius, and you are considered the best student in Hogwarts after Dumbledore in the past 100 years. Ha, does it mean that you are not as good as Dumbledore? Shor's heart-piercing words are very accurate. The notebook trembled immediately, black light flashed, and words quickly appeared on the words, and the pen strokes were sonorous. You are talking nonsense. I am more talented than Dumbledore, that ruthless and pedantic person. I will only be greater and more powerful than him. Sooner or later, I will let him know that he is wrong. If it comes to other things, Tom may still be able to remain calm. But when it comes to Dumbledore, the cabinet burner who forced him to bow his head, taught him that magic is both powerful and powerful, brought him into the magic world but was always suspected and guarded by the other party. Tom's reaction was very big and excited. When he was young, Tom also had complicated feelings about the old bee. Gratitude, hate, resentment. Tom hated his surname and his lowly father, and perhaps he once had the idea of the powerful and noble Dumbledore replacing the father's position in his heart. But his observation ability was very sharp. He had long seen the ruthlessness under Dumbledore's love and learned a lot from it. That is, everything is fake, only strength is real. Seeing Tom's movements, he was more excited than he expected. The other party's brain block seemed to have failed, and the overflowing resentment was constantly captured by Shaw's mind. Seeing this, Shaw immediately struck while the iron was hot and continued to play the role of the madman. Why are you so excited? In my eyes, your and Dumbledore's talents are rubbish. Tom, I have never seen such a shameless and arrogant person like you. Tom, don't think that you can control my life and death, so you can arbitrarily criticize my unprecedented talent. Tom, although Dumbledore is shameless, I am the only one who is qualified to question his talent. Well, if outsiders see the arrogant conversation between these two people, it is probably like watching two children arguing about the sun. Shor's eyes twitch. Why did the other party have a sense of déjà vu of, I am the only one who can beat my father, why don't you try? It seems that the entanglement between Tom and Dumbledore is much deeper than imagined. I am arrogant. What a joke. Tom, it's not that I look down on you, just your superficial little thoughts and talents compared with me can only be regarded as trolls. Tom, you ha 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 compared with your boastful talent, I am really nothing, huh? Humph, are you trying to irritate me? Sean narrowed his eyes. He didn't expect the other party to recover so quickly. Irritate you? How can an ant in the palm of your hand be qualified? Tom. Shaw imitated Draco, raised his head slightly and said in a proud tone, if we compare strength alone, you can't beat me. I'm only 12 years old and I've already touched the threshold of legend, and I just killed Voldemort after your main soul was resurrected a few days ago. Shaw said, took out the spell, and waved it with all his strength. Suddenly, purple light shone in the dormitory, and a long lightning halberd of 10 feet long slowly formed. Countless arcs of electricity jumped on the halberd. The halberd had an ancient shape, as if it could pierce the void. Countless lightning elements in the air formed small vortices and quickly merged into the halberd. This is the iconic state of touching the legend. Just this scene scared Tom, who could see the outside. The notebook trembled again and words appeared quickly. Tom, impossible, absolutely impossible. With my extraordinary magical talent, I only reached the level of a top auror at the age of 17, and only reached the threshold of legend at the age of 28. Which great wizard is pretending to be you? Shaw was stunned for a moment, waved his hand to remove the lightning halberd, and then said with a piercing tone, I've already said that I don't need to do that to an ant in my hand. Tom. Shaw smiled contemptuously. HMPH, let's not compare talents now, let's talk about your achievements in school. I heard that you were the nominal student union president, and you got a special contribution award by framing Hagrid, and you secretly set up a night order. Ha, what rubbish. And when I first entered Hogwarts, I defeated Slytherin with my strength and became the head. It took me less than half a year to unify the 4 major colleges. All young wizards have to follow my rules. You set up a night order and you have to organize it carefully in secret, but I also set up a magic throne, but I can run it openly. I have countless confidants, and I can choose from the outstanding student of the 4 major colleges. I begged and pleaded for position as a defense against the dark arts teacher, but I easily became the deputy headmaster of Gryffindor. This is a question of wisdom. You are so bad. Tom, nonsense again. How can you possibly conquer Gryffindor and Hufflepuff, and do you think Dumbledore is dead? Shaw smiled. This is the difference between vision and wisdom. You are too weak. Let's talk about connections. Grindelwald, my fans and pen pals, his witch party, are also mine. Now half of Europe is under my control, unlike you and your main body who are like village bullies and have been tossing around in the UK and have not been able to conquer a high school for more than 10 years. It's so short-sighted. Weak. Tom felt like he was being stepped on by Shor's extreme versales. His soul was a little bit dissipated and his notebook was suddenly filled with black air. But the proud Tom still didn't want to believe that he was inferior to others. Tom. Ha, you liar. I don't believe it unless you prove it to me. Shor shook his head and threw the carefully selected newspapers, school management materials, and some correspondence from Grindelwald on the table next to the diary. These are the evidence. Do you still need me to take you out for a walk? Tom, as proud as you are, do you also want to pretend to be asleep? A divine thought came from the diary, sweeping over the information, and then it retracted and became silent. But slowly the diary began to tremble, the pages jumped, and then flipped randomly, showing Tom's excitement at the moment. Shor naturally had a place to steal chickens, but what kind of martial ethics should he have for his enemies? Although Voldemort looked crazy due to his background, he yearned for some spirits similar to knights and nobles, and he really had martial ethics, such as fighting Harry single-handedly every time. So at this moment, Tom did not mean to ask Shor to prove further, thinking that Shor's strength and real control over his life and death. There was really no need to lie to him. So Tom began to doubt himself, and his faith was still collapsing. Shor saw that the cover of the notebook was cracking, and knew that the time had come, so he quickly put on a mask. Then he opened the customized psychedelic potion and poured the green liquid on the open pages of the diary. And Shor, at the same time, launched legilimency with all his strength, and successfully entered Tom's memory with his mental defense open. There was some vibration in the green space, and the sound of dripping rain could be heard. Shor suddenly appeared here, and in front of him was a black-haired, pale but handsome little boy, who was hiding in the corner and secretly looking at the gate. This boy with red lips and white teeth was Tom Riddle when he was a child. Shor followed Tom's gaze and saw a kind female doctor holding a cute little girl at the gate of the orphanage, saying something to a couple in luxurious clothes. After a while, the well-behaved little girl was taken away by the couple. Little Tom, who was hiding, had a trace of envy in his cold eyes, but he said disdainfully, "The bad guy is really good at pretending to be good." Shor nodded, and he agreed with Tom's point of view. The conditions in the British orphanage at this time were not very good. How many innocent children could get along well in it? The scene changed and came to a cave by the sea. Tom was talking excitedly to several boys. "I can command snakes. If you follow me in the future, we will be friends and we will never have to worry about food and clothing." Several slightly sloppy boys listened to the hissing sound coming from the darkness with horror and turned their heads to look at Tom like a monster. "Monster, he is a monster. Ah, run. Woo, don't eat me." Several children cried, screamed, ran away, and stumbled. Tom's pale face was very ugly and his little fists creaked. A small snake climbed up his shoulder along his trouser legs. Tom took a deep breath and spoke to the little snake in parcel tongue. "It seems that I am not suitable for making friends. Only you are willing to accompany me." The scene changed again. A wizard in a moon-white robe and thick hair and beard was Dumbledore, who came to inform Tom to enroll. At this time, he pointed to the burning toys in the closet and preached to Tom. "Stealing is wrong. Hogwarts does not allow stealing. Otherwise, you will lose your qualification to become a wizard. Apologize." Tom looked at the flames, and the respect and desire for Dumbledore in his eyes quickly disappeared. He took a deep breath, adjusted his expression, turned around and said sincerely, "Professor, I know I was wrong." Shor watched from the side and couldn't help but feel a little sorry. Dumbledore missed a great opportunity to redeem Tom at this time, even if he had been a little more patient. Unfortunately, Dumbledore at this moment was not the headmaster, who was very friendly to the little wizard, and he was busy dealing with Grindelwald, who was causing unrest all over the world, and he was very anxious and irritable. Time and fate. Shor thought about it and felt that Tom's soul was not excited enough at the moment, and the soul-controlling skill of the puppet technique could not be activated. The scene changed again. The environment became the Hogwarts that Shor was very familiar with. Tom was holding a simple gift box and was about to knock on the door of the Transfiguration office when he suddenly heard a voice from inside. "No, Horace, I won't be your witness, and I don't approve of you taking Tom as your godson. That child has a problem with his mind. He is also a descendant of the Gaunt family. You know the concept of that family." "Albus, I know everything, but I just like this little guy from the bottom of my heart." "Horace, as an old friend, I still have to advise you not to make mistakes and give Tom fewer notes in the restricted area." "Who is outside the door?" Tom outside the door had bloodshot eyes and distorted facial features. He didn't care about the gift box falling to the ground and staggered away. Shor's expression also tightened, and he felt a little empathy. He secretly criticized Dumbledore for being so defensive against Tom. This time he still didn't activate the puppet spell. Next, Tom completely turned evil. In the secret room, he got Salazar's legacy and laughed wildly. "Dumbledore, I will prove that I am better than you. One day, I will make you bow your head and admit that you are wrong." In the bathroom on the 3rd floor, Tom walked out from behind the basilisk and looked at the dead Myrtle coldly, with a strange look on his face. After hesitating for a while, he took out a notebook, pointed the wand at his forehead, and recited the extremely evil spell. Shor was a little moved. This time Tom killed people and split their souls to make Horcruxes, which was a huge change in Tom's character. He thought about it but still didn't make a move. He always felt that this was not the most vulnerable time for Tom. Shor saw a trace of guilt in Tom's eyes. On a rainy day, Great Hampton, Riddle Mansion. At this moment, screams rang out one after another, and countless servants fell one by one under Tom's killing curse. Finally, he slowly came to a luxurious study. Inside, a haggard man was huddled on the sofa by the fireplace, looking at the murderous Tom with turbid eyes. This man was old Tom Riddle. At this moment he was not afraid but laughed, and his laugh was so ferocious. "Ha ha, little bastard, you finally come to kill me." Little Tom's cold eyes became colder, and he asked indifferently, "Why did you abandon my mother?" After hearing this, old Tom's expression became more crazy, and he fell off the sofa while trembling, and then he pounded the floor desperately, tearing his heart. "Abandon? I wish I could kill that crazy woman. She is so ugly and so evil. My body is so broken now, and it's all because of the poison she fed me all the year round. This made me unable to enjoy my endless wealth and caused my dozen beautiful mistresses to leave me one after another. Your mother is just a nymphomaniac." Little Tom's teeth were bleeding, blood overflowed from the corners of his mouth, and his whole body was shaking. The only warmth in his eyes disappeared. Tom stretched out his magic wand and shouted at old Tom, "Apologize. Apologize to my dead mother, otherwise I will kill you." Old Tom looked at little Tom as if he was looking at a mentally retarded child. "Apologize. Don't dream, want to kill me. Go ahead, haha, I've wanted to die for a long time. I wish you would kill me. This will make you an orphan, and you will also be charged with patricide. This is my revenge on that vicious cousin. Ah, you deserve to die." Little Tom staggered back, roared in anger, and then pointed the tip of his wand at old Tom. "Avada Kedavra." After a dazzling green light, the bedroom door seemed to fall into endless silence. After an unknown amount of time, Tom, who was lying on the ground in a daze with empty eyes like a walking corpse, stood up and slowly walked out the door. The sky was dark and the rain was pouring. Tom half knelt on the muddy ground in the courtyard, letting the cold rain wash over him. Soon he was soaked, but his heart was even colder. Then Tom shed tears for the first and last time in his life and shouted to the sky, "Mother, I have avenged you, but why? Why don't I deserve love? Since everyone in the world has betrayed me, I will stand on the top of the world and make all of you kneel down and surrender. Since no one loves me, I will make you all hate me, resent me, fear me, fear me." Shor was standing aside, looking at Tom's helpless appearance at the moment, and was filled with emotion for a while. Everyone is not born to be evil. The environment of the original family is really important to a person's life, and good guidance after birth is also important. He exhaled. The previous memories were basically the nodes of Tom's life, which were locked in the deepest part of his soul. Under the influence of his Versailles and customized hallucinogens, Shaw had captured his soul one by one. This should be the deepest and softest memory of Tom's soul. The opportunity has come. So he made a complicated spell-guiding gesture with both hands, sighed, and pointed at Tom, who was almost collapsed. Soul shackles. Shaw has not been seen for half a month, and he has not even attended classes, but he has been approved by Snape. Recently, there are more legends about Shaw. The rumor was first leaked by Shaw's roommate Goyle. The original text is, "Shor slept for some reason all day and went out early and came back late after waking up and did not go to school. Oh, the cakes I hid are gone. Then after countless, I'll tell you a secret quietly, don't tell others." So the new N-Generation version is, Shor will sleepwalk when he sleeps and become an extremely evil and elusive ghost. In the middle of the night, he will drool, cut your blood vessels with a knife, and eat small cakes with blood. This time, even those caring young ladies are afraid of Shaw. On the way to the Transfiguration class, Draco heard the voices of the little wizards discussing this legend again, and he couldn't help turning his head and glaring at his followers. Goyle shrank his neck, wanting to argue that it was not like that, and that it was not his fault, but then he showed a frightened expression, fearing that Shor would punish him. Seeing his younger brother's useless appearance, Draco could not help but sigh and comforted him casually. "You, forget it, I will plead for you." Shor's whereabouts have indeed been uncertain recently. Although Purple Shadow was entrusted to Alice and Draco to take care of, and Purple Shadow was also told by Shor. But it still looked for Shor all over the campus, broke into the girls' dormitory, visited the bathroom, and even the professor's office could not stop it. The purple lightning kite came and went without a trace, and no one could see it clearly, which added the most mysterious part to Shor's horror legend. Draco's confidants knew where Shor was, but no one dared to disturb him, and the meal was also delivered by Cretch. Harry, who was walking with him, glanced at Ron, who was walking hurriedly towards the Transfiguration classroom. This roommate recently changed into a new robe and wand. I heard that Percy gave them to him. He also said that if Ron could pass all his subjects at the end of this semester, Percy would give him a set of wizard chess or a cheap new broom. Ron, who had been autistic and silent for a long time, suddenly burst into a passion for learning, although he still had nightmares. Harry was happy to see Ron's progress, but Seamus said that it was a 3-minute enthusiasm and wanted to make a bet. Harry shook his head and didn't think about it anymore. He turned around and saw Draco's tangled expression and his funny ahoge. He supported his eye sockets and considered whether to smooth down Draco's tangled ahoge like Shor did. In the end, he just reached out and patted Draco on the shoulder. "Draco, don't worry. The deputy dean should be doing something important. Maybe he will be more powerful when he appears again." Draco forced a smile at Harry. He was not worried, but his father had mailed several expedited letters to Shor in the past few days. But the owl could not find anyone, and Draco did not dare to open the letter. He could only write back to his father to explain, and then his father asked him to notify Shor as soon as possible, saying that there was something very urgent and only mentioned 2 key words: seat and cooperation. Draco had been struggling whether to disturb Shor, and he felt that his father was about to mail him a howler letter. Shor, who had not been seen for many days, was naturally staying in the room of requirement at this moment. In a professional alchemy room, there was a large workbench, and the wooden cabinets next to it were divided into categories to place various precious alchemy materials, which were already few in number, and there were many scattered scraps on the ground. On the workbench at this moment, there was a lifelike body of a young man. The young man was wearing a silver star-patterned robe, black hair and black pupils, handsome features, and even a halo flowing under his pale skin. Shor, who was wearing a purple work suit, was carving the most complex and final magic pattern circuit on the head of this body, very focused and careful. On a counter next to it, a soul wrapped in a notebook was floating, and in the transparent soul, shackles made of tiny purple lightning appeared from time to time. This soul was naturally Tom. At this moment, he was using his spiritual power to carefully look through some detailed information about Death Eaters and intelligence on various events in the British magic world in the past 10 years. Tom raised his head from time to time and looked at Shor, who was preparing a body for him. A trace of resentment flashed in his eyes, but then this resentment was crushed by the purple shackles. Tom's eyes became clear again, and he looked at Shor with respect, and the other person's figure gradually overlapped with a figure deep in his soul. The perceptive Tom knew that he was different, and he knew what the domineering soul magic did. This was a strong psychological suggestion engraved deep in his soul. So even if he wanted to destroy himself, he couldn't do it. Tom also knew that as time passed, the purple lightning shackles became one with him. Only then will he become a loyal and reliable younger brother of Shor. But even if Tom's black magic level is very high, there is nothing he can do. Fortunately, he still has an independent personality. Suddenly, the room darkened, and the air became dry, as if a lot of light and moisture were suddenly sucked away. Tom looked at the workbench and saw that the perfect body built for him was suddenly wrapped in a black light cocoon as dark as ink. The cocoon was violently absorbing the surrounding water elements, and even the light seemed to be absorbed. Because the light seemed to be compressed, the cocoon was black, but the edge of the cocoon was abnormally bright, and the light nearby was dark, so it looked like a black hole in comparison. Tom felt that his soul was throbbing violently and felt that the light cocoon was calling him. In order to make the puppet and Tom perfectly match, Shor also went to the orphanage where he had stayed, asked where his mother was buried, and finally took a piece of bone back. After all, Tom hated his father's blood, so he might as well use the blood of his mother. Tom can also be called Tom Gaunt in the future. Seeing Tom in a daze, Shor reminded him, "Okay, stop being dazed. It's time for you to be reborn. I can only give you this body to the point where you can adapt to the threshold of legend. Fortunately, this body is advanced." Tom looked at Shor with a complicated look and said nothing. The only choice he could make now was silence. Then his soul left the diary and followed the call to float towards the black light cocoon and sank into it. In an instant, the light cocoon became darker and absorbed water elements faster. Shor knew that this process would continue for a while. So he walked to the cabinet, picked up the notebook, and felt the remaining black magic breath and the unique structure of the Horcrux. Shor reached out and patted the notebook, smiling. "Use this to exchange Fox's use rights for a few days with old B. It's enough." He was so eager to make Tom into a puppet, and part of the reason was to find a teacher for Zing. As for sending Tom to gather the Death Eaters and protect himself, that was also very important. The light in the room gradually recovered. Shor put away the diary and turned around to see the puppet Tom sitting up suddenly on the workbench and pointed at Shor without hesitation. "Avada Kedavra." Then, a green light as thick as an arm condensed between his fingers, with a power of at least level 5. Tom's full-strength attack of the killing curse was full of murderous intent. But in an instant, the green light quickly shrank, as if the strong killing intent in it was disappearing quickly. When the spell left his fingers, only the green light as thick as the index finger shot towards Shor. Shor seemed to have expected it. While turning around, he calmly raised his palm forward. A small black diamond-shaped shield appeared in his palm, just blocking the killing curse that seemed to be a beginner's learning, and there was not even a ripple on the shield. Although this killing curse would not kill him, it might not even break through his magic layer of nearly 200 magic points. It could only make him bleed from the nose, but it would also make him look embarrassed and unpresentable. Shor put away the shield without scolding, but just looked at the tall, thin, and handsome Tom with a calm look. Tom looked depressed. The moment when his body and soul were completely integrated was his only chance to kill Shor. Unfortunately, everything was over. Then his face quickly regained its composure, and he stood up silently. The two stood facing each other quietly. Shor knew that Tom was still subconsciously dissatisfied, but it didn't matter. Over time, this little brother would only become more and more responsible, so he took out some things from the ring and handed them to him. "This is a communication poker and some gold galleons and a wand. Take it. I think you are more familiar with Hogwarts than I am. Then go to Hogsmeade and wait for my orders." Tom couldn't resist. He reached out to take the bag, smoothed his robe with silver star patterns, and then turned around and strode away. Since he couldn't resist, it's better to turn a blind eye. Shor thought about the follow-up plan in his mind and then walked out of the room of requirement. Just after leaving the house, he saw the petrified Draco standing at the door. The broken kid looked terrified and his skin was gray. Shor almost couldn't help laughing out loud. Poor kid. He then took out his wand and used several level 3 spells to remove Tom's petrification spell. After Draco recovered, he twisted his neck uncomfortably and asked hurriedly, "Chief, who was that boy just now? I have never seen him before and he attacked me right away. It's too much." Shor considered whether to cast a forgetfulness spell on Draco, thought about his half-baked forgetfulness spell, and finally just patted Draco on the shoulder. "Don't complain, that's my new secret subordinate. Remember to keep it secret, okay? You go back first, I have to go to the principal's office." After explaining it, Shaw walked towards the principal's office. Draco said, "Oh." Although he was indignant, he didn't say anything more. "My father said that as a confidant subordinate, you should ask less and observe more about the leader's affairs, and your mouth should be tight, but your eyes should be blind." After all, the man just came out of Shaw's private secret room. It's hard to say whether he accepted some secret mission and drank the polyjuice potion to pretend to be a senior student. It's probably Theodore. The two have been at odds with each other for a long time. He was really careless just now and was attacked by this guy. HMPH. Wait. Draco thought about it for a moment and immediately remembered the 8th floor. He took out several letters from his arms and chased after him in a panic. "Chief, wait for me. This is an expedited letter from my father." Shor paused, turned around and took the letters from Draco's hand, opened them one by one and quickly browsed through them. He looked serious and narrowed his eyes, then took out the communication main card and sent a command to Tom. "Chief, what's going on? Does my father have anything to ask you?" Shor's expression quickly returned to calm and shook his head. "It's okay, I'll take care of it. Let's go back to the dormitory together." Then, "Okay, you won't go to the principal's office." Draco wanted to get to the bottom of it. After all, it was about his father, but in the end he chose not to ask. Shor unexpectedly glanced at the kid and said lightly, "Well, another day." The two of them went all the way to Slytherin. Shaw's appearance naturally caused a sensation, but Shaw felt a little weird. After these little wizards made a lot of noise, although they all politely saluted him, their eyes were a little weird. When there was no one around, Shaw asked Draco, "What happened to those people? They all looked awkward." Draco's face flushed, and he didn't know where to start. After hesitating for a while under Shaw's fixed gaze, he still stuttered about the new legend. "The thing is, you slept for the whole day last time, Goyle, you idiot." So, cough cough. Shor was speechless. It was really outrageous that his mother opened the door to outrageousness. He was obviously a sunny and good boy. Why did he keep having such devilish rumors? Is this the image of him in the little wizard's mind? Otherwise, when rumors spread, they would not be distorted even if they were outrageous. It's like this. Thinking of this, and thinking of the faith value that had not increased for a long time, Shaw couldn't help but be alarmed, and turned to Draco and told him seriously, "Go inform Alice and ask her to check the spread of the rumor to see if anyone added fuel to the fire." Draco felt that this was a bit of an exaggeration, and seeing Shaw was so serious, he had to nod and agree. "I'll do it right away," he said as he was about to find someone, and before turning around he tried again. "Gall didn't mean to do this." Shor waved his hand. "I won't blame him, but you remember to teach them what confidentiality is. I don't want it to happen next time." Draco breathed a sigh of relief and nodded hurriedly. I know." After Draco left, Shaw was afraid of trouble, so he put on the disillusionment charm, touched his chin, and thought all the way back to the dormitory. The purple shadow, which was dozing off in its roost, immediately exploded when it saw Heir finally appear. This time, its resentment was extremely deep. The purple shadow pounced directly on Heir's head and kept pecking at him. In anger, it messed up Heir's hair and pulled out several tufts of black hair. Heir almost became bold early. He turned on the soul reading and heard the purple shadows mumbling, "Bad, bad, bad, bad." Heir had no choice but to reach out and grab the purple shadow in his arms and rub it in various ways, coaxing it like a child. Okay, don't be angry, tell me. What delicious food do you want to eat? What fun things do you want to play, and who do you dislike?" Heir coaxed the little guy for a long time and signed more than a dozen unequal treaties before he could make up for his absence from home for more than 10 days. Heir carried the purple shadow on his shoulders, took out the letter paper, and began to write a reply to Lucius. When Ziying was asked to deliver the letter in the end, it was naturally impossible. Shaw sighed to the sky. If he had known, he would not have donated the strong owl that Cretch bought to the school. Fortunately, he had many messengers. He stretched out his hand to call Cretch and asked him to go to Malfoy Manor in person. Then he lay on the bed and prepared to take a nap. He was busy for half a month and used several dozen energy potions. He was almost exhausted. Just when Shaw was sleeping, Lucius soon received the letter from Cretch. After reading the letter, he was stunned and muttered to himself subconsciously, "Is Shaw's card big, or is the Dark Lord's pattern small?" There was no way. In the letter, Shaw actually said that the Dark Lord would intervene in the matter of the school director and strive to take the school director seat as quickly as possible, and this explosive content made Lucius doubt his life. It seems that the relationship between the two Dark Lords is closer than I thought. Never mind, I'd better go and inform those clowns jumping around. I hope they don't get scared to death. Recently, due to the commotion caused by Voldemort's return, although he fled, he could come back at any time, and Dumbledore and the Ministry of Magic were in private confrontation, so the Order of the Phoenix had to restart in advance. And since the Black House is now Shaw's home, the temporary headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix can only be moved. I don't know if it's a coincidence or the old bees only grab one family. This time, the temporary headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix was set up in the home of Tonk's parents, who are still taking the Auror assessment this year. Tonk's mother was originally named Andromeda Black, the eldest sister of Narcissa and Bella. Andromeda was the first rebel of the previous generation of the Black family. She married the Muggle wizard Ted Tonks and was expelled by Black. Andromeda's house is outside London. It was set as a safe house in the original book and provided a retreat route for the real Harry in 7 Harry Potters. Now, this 3-story house, which is considered to be quite luxurious in the Muggle world, is protected by layers of protective spells, even the Fidelius charm. Today, the members of the Order of the Phoenix held a meeting as usual to report, summarize, and analyze the recent intelligence gains. In a small meeting room with good lighting which was temporarily arranged. Here sat Moody, Arthur Weasley and his wife Molly, Mundungus, the one who stole Slytherin's pendant in the original book, Kingsley, Tonks, and more than a dozen others. Of course, there were some new faces, such as Effia Dogo, Daedalus Digg, and Emmeline Vance. As the host of this meeting, Moody, who looked ugly, limped to the front and expressed dissatisfaction with the various photos and information analysis that covered a wall. Are those purebloods crazy? Why are they collecting high-level alchemical materials? The prices in Nocturne Alley have also been driven up a lot. But we have been following them for so long, and we haven't found any signs that these people have contact with the Dark Lord. It's just a waste of time. Arthur, you still haven't contacted Lupin. We need intelligence on werewolves. Arthur stood up, touched the few red hairs on his head, and said after coughing, "No, everyone knows Lupin's identity. He can't find a good job, so he can only make a living in the marginal Black area. It's hard to determine his whereabouts." Moody slammed the cane in his hand on the ground a few times, very dissatisfied. "Damn it, I can't find anyone when I need them." Kingsley, Amelia Burns, the director of the Law Enforcement Department, is still unwilling to join us. His brother is the founder of the Order of the Phoenix, and he died at the hands of the Dark Lord. The capable bald Kingsley shook his head. Before the last Wizard War, the Burns family was the most powerful family in the British wizarding world, but now it has dwindled. It is understandable that Amelia made such a choice. It is good enough that she can maintain a fair attitude towards us. Moody pointed at his alchemical eyeballs and alchemical prostheses and refuted loudly, declining, "These are all cowardly excuses. Look at me. Is there anyone worse than me? Humph, sooner or later she will know the consequences of condoning the rampant dark wizards." Others did not respond to Moody. Although they were all brave and dared to fight against the darkness, they were not as extreme as Moody or even crazy. Moody glanced around with his rolling eyes and found that no one was arguing with him. It was very boring. Suddenly, his crazy eyes locked on a certain place, and he immediately strode to the corner and lifted up the short and strong Mundungus. "Boy, what are you writing? Let me see. Are you copying the summarized intelligence? Tell me, what do you want to do?" Mundungus explained with sweat on his forehead. Don't get me wrong, I just copied it down because I have a bad memory." Moody pressed his eyes against Mundungus' face and said angrily, "I don't understand why Dumbledore trusts you, a sneaky bastard. I hope you don't do anything wrong. Mundungus was very afraid of this Mad-Eye who had captured half of the prisoners in Azkaban and explained in detail again carefully. How could it be? I really have a bad memory. This is what I plan to copy down and memorize at home. After all, I am the person who deals with dark wizards in those black areas. If I accidentally let out any news, it will be bad. Moody let go of Mundungus. HMPH, I'll keep an eye on you. Glancing at Mundungus fiercely, Moody returned to the front again and continued to preside over the meeting. Has anyone found out about Shor Black? His agent in the Muggle world has been traveling around the world recently. By the way, who is in charge? Behind Kingsley, a pink-haired, heart-shaped-faced woman chewed bubble gum and whispered with envy. Mr. Moody is so impressive, I wish he could train me personally as an auror. This woman is Tonks, the daughter of Andromeda, a Hufflepuff and a natural disguising magus. Well, she is Shaw's cousin. Kingsley's mouth twitched when he heard this. Nymphadora, I think you'd better not have this fantasy. It's good enough to train with me. I'm afraid you will cry if you follow Moody. Tonks' hair immediately turned from pink to black and she said dissatisfiedly, Don't call me Nymphadora. Although Nymphadora means a fairy in mythology, in the UK, this name is derogatory and very indecent, similar to the Miss in Chinese people now. So Tonks hates being called this name. Kingsley didn't argue with Tonks about this and asked in a low voice, Did your excellent cousin, the Savior, really not contact your family? It seems that he has re-established diplomatic relations with the Malfoy family. Tonks said with a nonchalant expression. The Malfoys are rich and powerful. It's normal. I don't want to have rich relatives. Kingsley naturally didn't want to ask this, but he didn't know how to phrase it, so he asked the trainee female auror to find out about Black's background. This meeting was just a simple routine meeting. The real important intelligence and tasks were all issued and forwarded by Dumbledore. Snape didn't even attend, so the meeting ended quickly. Everyone dispersed, and Mundungus walked at the end. When he walked along the corner, he also took a silver ornament from Tonks's house. When he came to the place outside where there was no anti-apparition, he found a corner and put on a black cloak, and then he appeared in Nocturne Alley with an apparition. He was familiar with the way, and after turning around in the intricate alleys, he appeared in front of a small dark door. Mundungus stepped forward and knocked on the door with his hand, and the frequency of the knocking was very regular. After a while, a person who was also covered tightly opened the door and looked around. Only when he found that there was nothing unusual did he let the wretched Mundungus in, and after closing the door he spoke directly. Have you brought all the information? Mundungus was stunned. Why did this person speak differently from the last time? His voice was a little older, but he was doing it for money, so it didn't matter. He took out a stack of hand-copied parchment from his arms and his wand. It's all here. Where's the money? The other party had no intention of robbing the thief and took out a purse. The transaction went smoothly. After Mundungus went out, he walked a long way and appeared in front of a shabby little door again. The Order of the Phoenix took action, so did the Death Eaters. The meeting room in the dark castle was once again filled with smoke. Lucius, what do you mean? Are you really in the same boat with the Black Kid now? Flint, what's so strange about you? Isn't the Malfoy family always like this? Selwyn, I advise you to give up your seat as a director, lest you end up with nothing. Goyle, do you know what you are saying? I helped you last time. Borgin and Burke touched his chin, looked at the quarreling people with cloudy eyes, and glanced at Lucius, who was as steady as a rock. He was a little confused about the recent actions of the head of the Malfoy family, who joined forces with Goyle, Clark, and the Knott family to buy high-end alchemical materials. Now he started running for Black again, to get back the position of director that belonged to Black. Borgin and Burke really wanted to follow the drumbeat of Lucius, but the other party did not intend to cooperate. After all, he was not a Death Eater. He quietly asked Yaxley, who had been sitting and observing beside him, "Do you have any gossip? I can exchange it with you." Yaxley's eyes flashed with a fierceness. Thinking that the other party was the owner of the largest store in Nocturne Alley, he should be well informed, so he nodded. "I do have a piece of news here, but I don't know if your news is worth it. Borgin and Burke smiled and said in a greasy voice, "I, Borgin and Burke, never lie to anyone. Shut up and get to the point." Ahem, okay. Due to the confidentiality agreement, I can only hint at it. Whether you can understand it is up to you. The alchemical materials collected by Lucius are related to the black color of Hogwarts. It's time to tell your news. Alex narrowed his eyes and he understood it instantly, cursing inwardly. Is this called being honest? The news I got is from the Order of the Phoenix. My werewolf informant said they are looking for someone named Lupin. I think we can start in advance. Borgin and Burke looked at Alex with dissatisfaction. That's it. When he was dissatisfied and ready to ask Alex for more information, Lucius, dressed in luxurious clothes and with his chin slightly raised, finally spoke. "Shut up, I'm not discussing with you, I'm ordering you." "Why? Why are you so arrogant?" "Ha, do you think you're still the favorite of the Dark Lord 10 years ago? What a joke." Lucius looked at the people who jumped the most with disdain and was about to announce a shocking news. "Dark Lord." But suddenly his arm was stabbed with pain, and Lucius listened to the news from the Dark Mark in silence. His face changed drastically, and he didn't care about scaring these rats. He hurriedly took out equipment from a bag, which was a set of cloaks and masks for Death Eaters. Others were also in a panic at this moment. Only Borgin and Burke, who was not a Death Eater, looked at these people in surprise. First he changed color and covered his hands, then lifted his arms to take a look, and finally began to take out equipment in fear. Everyone had prepared the iconic cloaks and masks of Death Eaters in advance. After everyone was equipped, they looked at each other in surprise. Borgin and Burke's face instantly darkened. What this meant was self-evident. Lucius didn't have time to be embarrassed with them, and he took Goyle and Crabbe out directly. They had to get out of the anti-apparition place as soon as possible and quickly go to the coordinates sent by the Dark Mark, because the Dark Lord had summoned. The others also hurried out, and no one had the heart to say anything more. Of course, there were people who were ecstatic, and naturally there were people who were worried, especially those who gave out a large number of Death Eaters' names after the war. They were almost scared to death, but they dared not respond to the call. The Dark Lord's Dark Mark was so overbearing, with positioning, messaging, and torture functions. In the original book, Karkaroff, the headmaster of the German Shepherd Strong School of Magic and a former Death Eater, fled to the horizon, but was still killed by positioning in the end. Riddle House, Great Hampton. Tom didn't know what he was thinking, but he chose the place he hated the most for the first time to summon the Death Eaters. At this moment, Tom did not disguise himself, still wearing the handsome silver star pattern robe. He stared at the sky in the courtyard where he first cried, wondering what he was thinking. Was it reminiscence, or a complete break from the past? And Shaw, who had slept enough, had just apparated in, wearing an anti-peep cloak and a disembodied spell, standing in the shadows in the corner, staring at Tom in a daze. Shaw was not worried about Tom's ability to do things, but was afraid that he would not be able to do things. Tom, who had recovered to his old Volt strength, could not control the situation. He came here just to be on the safe side. At this time, Shaw saw more than a dozen black smoke whistling in the sky towards Riddle House, not to mention how ostentatious and showy. Shaw held his forehead. These Death Eaters apparated properly, and they were still doing fancy things. They flew to the vicinity first, and then used the flying spell to come together, and they only needed to put a dark mark in the sky. They were not afraid of summoning the Aurors. Well, it is estimated that in the minds of these Death Eaters, since the Dark Lord has returned, what are they afraid of the Ministry of Magic? Shaw did not object. This was one of his purposes. Then, the smoke fell one by one outside the courtyard, and the air was full of the rustling sound of cloaks rubbing against each other. No one dared to speak unless Tom in the courtyard spoke. However, some people could not hold back. A Death Eater whose identity could not be identified knelt on the ground, crawled all the way into the courtyard, came to Tom and kissed the hem of his silver robe excitedly. He also called softly, "Master, Master." Seeing that the Dark Lord ignored him, this person had to quietly retreat to the side and wait on one knee. Someone took the lead, and the Dark Lord did not express his opinion. Others followed suit, all crawling like fat silkworms. They all crawled over and kissed the hem of Tom's clothes, and then retreated to the side one by one and knelt on one knee devoutly. It was quite spectacular when they formed a circle. As time passed, in addition to the dozen people who arrived first, more than a dozen people apparated one after another. These people were a little doubtful at the moment, and they all had the same thoughts as Lucius when he first met Shor disguised as Voldemort. The Dark Lord has become younger, and his expression is not crazy at all. His eyes are deep, and his temperament is not dark or crazy at all. But these Death Eaters are more and more scared. A crazy and powerful Dark Lord is really scary. A Dark Lord who can suppress his madness and is wise is simply too scary to describe. Lucius is indeed the most amazing person. He always feels that the Dark Lord this time is different from the last time he saw. Shor watched Tom's silent pretense and sighed that he had learned something. Some leaders are really born. Seeing that no one was coming, Tom lowered his head to the sky and glanced at the Death Eaters kneeling on the ground. He took a step forward with his hands behind his back and said in a voice that was neither sad nor happy, "Selwyn, come out." One of the Death Eaters almost fainted when he heard that he was the first to be called. He is Selwyn. 10 years ago, apart from Karkaroff, he provided the Ministry of Magic with the largest list of Death Eaters. So today, I am afraid I will die. Selwyn was so frightened that he could not move at all, and he was just shaking. 2 Death Eaters beside him, who were unknown to him, simply lifted one of his arms and lifted the limp Selwyn to Tom's face. As soon as the 2 men loosened their hands, Selwyn fell to the ground like mud. He was not a tough guy. Otherwise, he would not have been caught by the Ministry of Magic and started to reveal information without being interrogated. Tom took out a silver bone-handled wand and wiped it carefully with a white cloth, neither expressing his opinion nor taking any further action. But the sense of oppression became more and more dignified, like the calm before the storm, and the Death Eaters couldn't help but hold their breath. Selwyn's mind was slowly occupied by his own fear, and he felt like he was going to pee. He looked up desperately at the still calm Dark Lord, fearing that he would be killed by the killing curse the next moment. He simply made up his mind and began to admit his mistakes with tears and snot, knocking his head and making a loud noise on the mud. "Master, I was wrong, Master. I was really wrong. Please give me another chance." Tom took a step back slightly without leaving a trace, and a trace of disgust flashed in his calm eyes. Is this the virtue of Voldemort's subordinates? Then he waved his wand and did not release the Cruciatus curse or the killing curse as everyone thought, but simply flipped Selwyn to the side, letting this disgusting guy stay away from him. Then he said in a warm voice, "Don't be afraid, my friend, in this world. Any mistake can be redeemed. Tell me, Selwyn, what can you pay for your mistake?" All the Death Eaters were stunned, and then they all reacted. The Dark Lord is pragmatic. No more talking about loyalty and ideals. Is this good or bad? Everyone didn't know what to think for a while. Only Lucius was not surprised. Although the Dark Lord's momentum and temperament had changed from the last time he saw him. This calmness to the point of no longer using torture and the idea of only looking at benefits are consistent. But it's hard to work under such a Dark Lord. The Dark Lord gave Selwyn the way, but Selwyn hesitated. If a patriarch who has a little brain and wants to continue the family has no reason to pay out money, now is not the time when the Dark Lord first started to gain power, and he would take the initiative to curry favor with the pure blood, make all kinds of promises, and later split the stolen property 50-50, otherwise who would follow him. When Selwyn was weighing whether his life was more important or the continuation of the family was more important, Tom made a decision directly, waved his silver sleeves, and said in a clear voice, 100,000 gold galleons, a seat on the board of directors of Hogwarts, to be transferred to Lucius within 10 days. If this is not done, Selwyn's direct line and relatives will all die. Hiss. *N. A sound of people gasping for air rang out at the scene. The Dark Lord's punishment is to make the Selwyn family completely fall. It is really better to kill Selwyn directly. In the small closed society of the British magic world with only tens of thousands of people, if you want to earn 100,000 gold galleons, even if the pure bloods have power, money and channels, and even if every investment does not lose a penny, it will take at least 3 generations of people to work hard. All the Death Eaters at the scene, although they are all pure bloods, can only be counted on the fingers of one hand. This certainly does not include Selwyn. If his family's land is cleared, plus the premium of the school board seat representing social status, it is estimated that it will just be enough. The Dark Lord must have planned it long ago. Selwyn suddenly became unusually brave and quickly crawled to Tom to beg for death. "Master, I am a selfish villain. I am a shameful traitor. I am willing to use death to atone for my sins. Please kill me." Tom's facial features are actually quite strong, but there is always an indelible gloom in his eyes. He curled his lips slightly and smiled warmly at Selwyn, but gave the other party the feeling of a devil in the world. Death can't offset your sins. Living in poverty is the greatest punishment for you. Seeing Selwyn's eyes widened, and then he hurriedly took out his wand, trembling and wanted to shoot himself. Tom said slowly, "Don't rush to see Merlin. I heard that you have a son studying at Hogwarts." Selwyn's courage that had just accumulated was drained in an instant, and he fell to the ground and cried. Tom didn't care about him. This was just a chicken to scare the monkeys. He walked towards the Death Eaters who were kneeling on the ground and trembling. While pacing in the circle, he patted their drooping heads one by one like patting chicks, and said with some sigh, "I died once and lived again, which made me understand a truth. Loyalty can be measured. It is useless to rely on military deterrence and life and death threats. Infinitely high, then people can't afford the price of betrayal." When Tom took a photo of a Death Eater with platinum hair showing from under the mask, he said in an inexplicable tone, "Lucius." Lucius quickly knelt on his knees and said respectfully, "Master, I'm here." Looking at this guy who handed the notebook to Shaw in person, Tom wanted to give him a killing curse. But he was still rational, and Shaw's mission was not completed, so he could only hold it in. "There are 7 Death Eaters who occupy seats on the board of directors of Hogwarts. I ask you to secretly transfer the contract within 10 days. I don't think they will have any objections. Remember, this is very important." "Yes, master." Lucius took the order and glanced at a few people not far away. It was these school directors who had been jumping up and down to oppose Director Black before. Now he dared not breathe. Lucius thought of Shor Black, the mastermind of this matter, and quickly calculated in his mind. Tom continued his inspection. "Loyal friends, no one will not pay the price for making mistakes. Well, everyone should rely on self-consciousness. I don't think anyone will cheat." Ignoring the painful Death Eaters, Tom paced back to the original place and turned around and said, "Some people may think that I can continue to act recklessly after my return. Then you are wrong. 10 years ago we were so strong and so united, but we still failed. What does this mean? It means that we are still not strong enough. Now, for a better future for everyone, I announce 3 things. Please do them well. First, secretly infiltrate the Ministry of Magic, where everyone has a deep network of contacts. Within 2 years, I will take the position of Minister of Magic. Second, integrate all industrial resources, increase production capacity and export abroad, and expand influence through economy. The British magic world is still too small, and we should set our sights on the whole world. Third, recruit a large number of people, including werewolves, vampires, dark wizards, neutral wizards, and other magical creatures with wisdom. And before we are weak, who will mess around? Expose my plan. Humph. When Tom said this, his tough and gloomy temperament immediately became crazy, and he returned to the familiar Dark Lord, and then waved his wand directly. Avada Kedavra. The green light spread across the entire courtyard, and a huge green light column as thick as a thigh passed over the Death Eaters, scaring them and directly blasting the courtyard gate into dust. Boom! Tom put his wand on his back and looked at the trembling Death Eaters with a disdainful look that looked down on ants. The wind in the courtyard blew up the sleeves of his silver robe, and his strong demeanor was fully revealed. Only Shaw behind him noticed Tom's slightly trembling hands. The previous attack seemed to be powerful, but it did not break through the upper limit of level 6. But with the special effect of magic power loss, it is still very intimidating. In fact, this is enough to constitute a deterrent. After all, no Death Eater would be stupid enough to want to practice with Tom. Well, this is thanks to Old Volt. He raised his notoriety to a terrifying level that others dared not call him by name. And the only thing that Shaw feared in the British magic world was Dumbledore. He had no intention of confronting the other party. The best strategy is to keep the other party busy. Shaw is still in the stage of accumulating food and building high walls. He must develop at home and abroad, inside and outside the school, in the magic world and the Muggle world. The only thing that is difficult to win back now is the wizards on the side of justice protection. This has to be done slowly. Brainwashing their children is a good way. As for pushing Tom to the front, one is that he is too busy to do anything, and the other is that he has a shield, or, cruelly speaking, a scapegoat. What if he was killed by the old bee when he pretended to be the Dark Lord to hold a meeting with the Death Eaters that day? Shaw never dared to underestimate Dumbledore's sharpness and good ears. On a white hill with beautiful scenery and covered with snow, in the winter wind, Shor and Tom stood in the wind, and their outstanding temperaments were even more noble and extraordinary here. Coincidentally, Tom also had black hair and black eyes, and he originally had this hair color and eye color. Although the puppet bloodline is the blood and bones of Merope Gaunt, it should be brown hair and brown eyes. Shor, the creator, naturally had to restore Tom's appearance when he was young, otherwise it would arouse suspicion. These are all minor details. However, the two people on the hill at this moment really looked like two brothers. Tom was a head taller than Shor, very much like an older brother, but the actual status was the opposite. Shor stretched out his hand and gently scratched it in the wind and said lightly, "You did a good job just now." Tom didn't speak and suddenly became a mute again, and all his power just now was restrained. He stared at Shor's black hair, wondering what he was thinking. After a long while, he took out his wand and wrote in the air, "Your strategy is too impatient. It's just for the position of school director. There's no need to make such a big fuss." Shor looked at Tom strangely, knowing that the other party was not used to being a notebook but didn't know how to address him. He didn't care, looking at the handwriting in the air. He sighed secretly. He was still young, and there was really no need to be so anxious. But what about the three-ring task of conquering Hogwarts? Because half of the school director seats were in the hands of pure bloods headed by Dumbledore, this task was estimated to take several years. If you don't start now, just give up. But if you want to face Dumbledore, you have to be really safe, and every legendary point is the top priority. He didn't want to be as cowardly as old Voldemort, who took more than 10 years to break through the legendary realm before daring to expose his ambition completely. His eyes were not limited to the UK. As for being anxious now, it didn't matter. Anyway, he was sitting on the Dioyutai, and the fire couldn't burn him. Well, at most, the old bee invited me to have tea and be guided. Anyway, I have a lot of chips in my hand, and throwing one out from time to time will be enough for the old bee to be busy. Seeing that Shaw didn't care, Tom frowned slightly, exhaled, and wrote in the air again. "After I have a body, I can already sense the general direction of the main soul. Do I need to catch him? Leaving him outside is a hidden danger after all." Shor's eyes narrowed. Of course, he knew that Voldemort was still hiding in the Barnia forest, waiting for a loyal Death Eater to find him. For example, Peter Pettigrew, who was desperate in the original book. Can you catch Voldemort in his current state? It seems that Dumbledore can't do it either. A glimmer of complacency flashed in Tom's gloomy eyes, and he began to popularize the principles of Horcruxes to Shaw. Horcruxes are an anchor for people in the world of the living. When the main body dies, the soul goes to the hazy fantasy where life and death are difficult to determine. It will not follow the call to the kingdom of the dead, but will return to the world of the living again according to the anchor of the Horcrux. At this time, The main soul is in a special state of neither birth nor death, and it is indeed impossible to catch him by ordinary means. Short touched his chin and agreed with this view after a little thought. This method of immortality is simply simple and crude. Then what? Tom wrote in the air with his wand again. Others may not be able to touch Voldemort's residual soul or even trap him, but I can. After all, my soul and his are originally one and the same. Since the split soul can be a Horcrux, why can't the main soul be? Shor's eyes flashed with a fiery brilliance. He was moved by this bold but constructive possibility. He quickly calculated it in his mind and asked a little hurriedly, "Are you sure you can do it?" Tom did not agree immediately. He pondered for a while before writing. "It's probably 80%, but the state of the main soul is indeed a little special, and the soul power is stronger than mine, so I need to make more preparations. After all, there is no precedent." Shor also regained his calmness at this time. "You are in charge of this matter. You can use the resources of the Death Eaters at will. If you need my help, you can also ask." He paused when he said this. He still didn't want Tom to fight with Voldemort. There was no possibility of Voldemort's recovery. He trapped him just because he didn't want him to cause trouble, so he reminded him more. "Remember, your safety is more important than Voldemort." Tom's eyes flashed with an inexplicable throbbing. In the memory of a pureblood wizard, he had seen his crazy and cowardly mother. The image of a woman with dull brown hair, pale face, ordinary appearance, and listless. Gradually, it became like black hair and black pupils, with regular features and noble temperament. Tom quickly shook his head in a state of disrespect, and the reflection in his eyes immediately shattered, and his eyes were full of the god returned to a calm and gloomy look again. Then he stopped writing and apparated away directly. Shor smiled but didn't care much. From his performance just now, Tom was already very responsible, and he would be more responsible in the future. Shaw was looking forward to what the other party would call him in the future. Master, Chief, or something else. In the cold wind, Shaw calmly thought about the follow-up for a long time and then apparated away. With a flash of his figure, he appeared in the Shrieking Shack. This house, which was previously built for Lupin's transformation on the full night, was temporarily used by Shaw as a transit station. The dilapidated house was also cleaned up by the diligent Cretch. Shaw didn't stay for long and quickly returned to Hogwarts along the secret passage. Just entered the hall, it was dinner time, and the 4 tables were full of young wizards, but the atmosphere was not noisy. The young wizards sat upright and ate elegantly. Professor McGonagall, sitting in the teacher's seat, was full of joy, no longer as serious as before. It turns out that good habits can be developed with external intervention and supervision. When Shaw appeared, the few whispers and clashes of tableware in the hall disappeared. Shaw endured many strange glances, resisted the idea of legilimency, and pretended to come to the Slytherin table calmly. After sitting down at the head, the disappeared sounds reappeared. Several of his favorite delicacies soon appeared on the table, and the steaming aroma was very scorching. Shaw held the chopsticks and prepared to eat while asking Alice, who was already drinking papaya soup after dinner, as if nothing had happened. "How is the investigation going?" Alice put down the soup bowl, wiped her mouth with a napkin first, and said in a lower voice after tucking her blue hair, "The chief's estimate is correct. There are indeed some strange things about the rumors about you. So far, 3 suspicious people have been found. The 2 little Gryffindor wizards exaggerated together. One is Ron, the youngest son of the Weasley family, and the other is Cormac McLaggen, whose family is quite powerful in the Ministry of Magic." Alice paused, glanced at Draco, who was eating silently with his head down, and continued, "The other one is Pansy Parkinson." When Shaw heard the names of these 3 people, his chopsticks stopped. Ron and Pansy were not surprising to him. As for Cormac McLaggen, he seemed to have some impression. After careful recollection, this person seemed to have competed with Ron for the goalkeeper in the original book. He was also a member of the Slug Club, and his most glorious moment was a brief date with Hermione. Since Cormac was invited to join the Slug Club by the old snob Slughorn, his family background must be extraordinary. This Gryffindor is a person who likes to show off and likes to make decisions. It's understandable that he doesn't like me, but Shor thinks it's not that simple. After thinking for a while, he gave an order. Investigate the details of this Cormac McLagan in all aspects. Alice also knew that there was something fishy about the rumor, and nodded solemnly. Okay, Chief, I will continue to check other people. Shor said nothing more and continued to eat dinner. Draco looked up at Shaw and sighed slightly in his heart. After Shaw finished dinner, he refused to go with Draco, who was hesitant to speak, and went to the 8th floor alone. He had to ask a teacher for Zing. Shaw came to the 8th floor. Since he didn't get the password in advance this time, he could only start to report the sales list of the Duke B candy store and the names of Chinese teas. He was blindly guessing the password to the gargoyle. Cockroach pile, Da Hong Pao, longing before the rain, strange-flavored Dobby beans, dying with eyes wide open. He kept repeating it until his mouth was dry, but it was still wrong. However, just when he had given up and started to randomly report the name of a dish, the gargoyle suddenly began to rotate upwards under his astonished eyes. Shaw wondered when the old bee liked dishes. However, Snape appeared from the spiral staircase with a fluttering black robe. This made Shaw almost blurt out, "Excuse me, goodbye." Snape stood on the steps, looking down at Shaw with contempt. "Hey, Black, what brings you back to Hogwarts?" Short touched his nose and looked up at the old bat, feeling a little awkward. He simply stepped up the steps until he came to a step higher than Snape's position. Then he turned around and joked to Snape's back. "Dean, are you being ordered around by the principal again? I'll pay you double what he gives you." Snape's neck was a little stiff, his eyelids were twitching, and he resisted the urge to turn around and spit saliva on Shaw's face, and said with a hint of meaning, "If you can really kill the Dark Lord, this matter is not impossible to discuss." Short was stunned, looking up and down at Snape. It seems that the old bee has said a lot to the other party, but he doesn't know to what extent. Did Snape just say it to him on purpose? So Shaw also opened his mouth to test. "Dean, I have no choice but to kill the Dark Lord. How about this? I won't ask you for anything else. How about giving me an O in your potions class in the future? He, wait until you know that many corrosive potion materials will hurt your hands even if you wear dragon leather gloves when collecting them. Then come and discuss your grades with me." Snape walked down the stairs after saying this and left in a black robe. Shaw stood still. Snape's words were meaningful, implying that it was not safe to use white gloves. Did the old bee notice something? Or did the Death Eaters leak something? I shouldn't have revealed anything. Tom only summoned the Death Eaters today. Even if the news spread, it would not have reached Snape so quickly. But I thought that Snape was a super existence who could do multiple spy things. He also had a close relationship with Lucius and others, and was also a well-known existence in the dark wizard community. The source of the news was not limited to Dumbledore and the Order of the Phoenix. Snape, who has a negative emotional quotient and a very high IQ, can analyze a lot of things with just some doubts and clues. In the original book, Snape can only rely on Dumbledore to kill Voldemort, so he seems to know everything about the old bee, obey his orders, and be led by the nose in various ways. In fact, Snape has never been loyal to Dumbledore. In the current surface situation, with the existence of himself who can control Voldemort, Snape will definitely have some reservations about Dumbledore. For example, it can be seen from the reminder just now. For example, when he prepared a custom hallucinogen for himself last time, he didn't ask much. Shaw thought it was very interesting for a while, and after thinking for a while, it seemed that there was no harm to himself. Turn around and go up the stairs, and then look at the attitude of the old bee and you will know. Half an hour later, in the principal's office, Shaw looked at Dumbledore, the old man, speechlessly making traditional milk tea in a serious manner. "I just think this picture is so magical. Dumbledore did not use magic but boiled water, added tea, milk, and sugar himself. Then he added gelatin to increase the viscosity. Ding, Dumbledore's version of milk tea was successfully made." Dumbledore raised his hand and sent a cup of hot milk tea to Shaw, smiling and greeting him. "Try it and see how it tastes." Shaw's mouth twitched, and he did not take the cup immediately. He waved his hand and took out a box of pudding from the ring, then used magic to cut the pudding into round beads and put them into the milk tea, and then inserted a straw. Shor then picked up the quill, bit the straw, and took a sip. The beads mixed with milk tea went into his throat. It was really fragrant. This is the authentic milk tea. Milk tea without beads is soulless. Dumbledore looked at Shor's actions with interest, and then added some pudding to himself, and used transfiguration to change into a straw. So a strange scene of an old man and a child drinking milk tea in the office appeared. Dumbledore drank the milk tea and praised it after putting down the cup. Not bad. Sweet sugar and bitter tea, added with mild milk, are already mellow and delicious. I didn't expect to add this pearl-like cloth. After the pudding, the taste also changes. Shor continued to drink the milk tea slowly without responding. He knew what Dumbledore meant by the riddle man. The two people's initial views on sweetness and bitterness were not only an argument about whether life is sweet first and bitter later, or bitter and sweet after sweet. In fact, it is more similar to the concept of hawks and doves within the family. Dumbledore's change to the magic world is to advocate growing slowly in small happiness. It can be seen that when Shor governs the school, he follows the principle of rebirth after thunder and growth after pain, and is afraid that he will spread this concept to the outside world in the future. Dumbledore couldn't guide Shor with words and examples for a while, so he wanted to tell Shor a truth through the milk tea incident. Sweetness and bitterness, as long as mild milk and round pudding are added, can coexist. There is no need for one to die first. Shor didn't know how to start for a moment. He was not here to play tricks with Dumbledore today. He was asking for help, so it was not easy to give him some poisonous chicken soup. Dumbledore looked at the silent Shor steadily, wondering if some recent events were related to him, but he was so frank with him. No one spoke for a while, and the atmosphere was very subtle. Shor narrowed his eyes, and now he also deduced that what Snape mentioned just now should not be the news from Dumbledore. That's good. But let's get down to business first. After not being able to think of a good excuse, he just went straight to the point. Principal, I wonder if I can borrow Fawkes for a few days. Dumbledore was waiting for Shor's reaction to make further inferences, but he didn't expect to get a request that was irrelevant. He leaned back on the large and comfortable chair, crossed his fingers on his chest, and looked at Shor with his blue eyes. Oh, Phoenix will be close to honest and kind people and will give them courage. As for those who are not close, Fawkes will not pay attention even if I ask. Shor didn't want to play Tai Chi with the old bee. He vowed not to be a Riddler today, so he took out the chips directly. If I can find another Horcrux, Fawkes should be close to me. After all, I am so righteous and brave. Dumbledore's expression became serious, and he immediately sat up straight, saying without blushing, "Of course, a child who can fight against evil forces without hesitation, how can Fawkes not like him? What about time? Fawkes is about to shed his hair and reborn, and it will be inconvenient at that time." Shor was stunned and almost choked, muttering to himself that people are thick-skinned when they get old. He took out the notebook and pushed it directly in front of Dumbledore. "Right now, I'll take Fawkes away. Don't worry, I'll treat him well." Dumbledore was startled and immediately picked up the notebook to check. Shor ignored him and got up and walked to the bird stand, saying gently to the angry Fawkes, "Be good," the principal agreed. "Don't worry, I'll find you a good friend." Fawkes slowly tightened his fluffy feathers, tilted his head, and chirped a few times at Dumbledore, who was absorbed in reading the notebook. "Yin, chirp. Old man, how can you sell me out?" Dumbledore was still searching for the notebook, but he kept his promise and sold the pet thoroughly, raising one hand and saying goodbye. "Go, Fawkes. There is a real friend in Shor who can be your friend, and there are many delicious foods there. You will live a happy life." Austria, Nurmengard. Vita Rosier is reporting some important work to Grindelwald. The Polish Ministry of Magic accepted our secret political support, and of course signed many treaties. We are also trying to infiltrate the largest Russian Ministry of Magic, which was split from the Soviet Magic Department. However, there are many forces with the same intention, so we were hit hard by the Russian Ministry of Magic and lost a lot of manpower, but the final results are not bad. The United States Congress. Grindelwald did not comment on Vita's layout around the world, but just lowered his head to look at an ancient thread-bound book. The pages of the ancient book were yellow and old, and the content of the page he turned to was Fu of a Fang Palace. Grindelwald found that Shor admired Qin Shi Huang of China very much, although for a native British, this was very unreasonable and inexplicable, and the specific cause could not be investigated for the time being. But for Grindelwald, this was not important. If he wanted to teach the other party, he had to know the other party's preferences and ideas first, so as to find out the gaps and fill them. Although he has learned Chinese, it is still a bit difficult to read this classical Chinese, and the homophones are too torturous. Just after understanding an article on the Six Kingdoms, Shaw recommended another article Fu on the Fang Palace. Only Grindelwald has a superior IQ and first-class learning ability. If it were another foreign old man, he would probably go crazy. Vita was not surprised by Grindelwald's state. It was he who taught her to split her attention, but she suddenly mentioned, "The situation in the British magic world has been weird recently. I have a tip that Voldemort may really return. Are we really not going to intervene?" Grindelwald finally withdrew his eyes from the thread-bound Chinese ancient book after hearing this. When he raised his head, his attitude was still indifferent. No need, just use that sesame-sized chassis as a training for the little guy, just a down-and-out Voldemort. Vita thought about it and didn't care. After all, according to Voldemort's previous pattern and personality, he was just a bully. Besides, legends are not invincible. As long as there is a targeted layout and elite manpower, it is possible to kill them. Anyway, I will go to England in person in half a year, so I can keep an eye on it. Vita suddenly looked forward to it. Grindelwald also mentioned this at this time. "How are your preparations for going to England?" Vita said confidently, "I have sent people to supervise the wizards who may be hired as Hogwarts defense against the dark arts next semester and record their words and deeds. In July, whoever receives a professor's appointment letter, I will go in person to replace him and spend a month to learn all the habits of this person to ensure that there is no mistake." Well, it's a good idea. After Grindelwald nodded in approval, he stood up and continued with a serious expression. "But remember, you can teach that little guy how to control power and strength. Teach him how to improve his reputation and check and balance his subordinates. Teach him how to be a truly elegant and noble superior. You can also infuse him with more ambitions and even make up for his family affection. But you must not influence his political ideas, which are related to the future." Vita was stunned, and she couldn't see through the position of this Shaw in Grindelwald's heart. "I'm afraid it's not as simple as simply wanting to take Shaw as a godson." But she and Grindelwald have been together for many years and know the rules, so she nodded solemnly. "I know." After Vita went down, Grindelwald whispered in fluent Chinese. The Qin people had no time to mourn themselves, but later generations mourned them. If later generations mourned them but did not learn from them, they would also make later generations mourn later generations again. Grindelwald always felt that he was a Qin person in the past, and later generations were his current self. So what about the descendants of later generations? Although he has the ability to predict, predictions are not omnipotent. Predictions are not waiting for something to happen, nor are they set in stone. Predictions are only the most likely possibility among countless futures. Any prediction is itself an ambiguous possibility. Grindelwald regrouped because the new prophecy at least had the possibility of winning. Unlike the old prophecy, the future was full of despair and all efforts were in vain. Grindelwald actually felt sorry for Albus and didn't want to cause him trouble, make him run around, and gradually become haggard. But in order to complete the new prophecy, he had to do this. He also saw the possibility of the two of them being together for the rest of their lives in the prophecy, and the possibility of wizards and muggles coexisting. But everything is just a possibility. In order to make the possibility come true, he can only apologize to Albus first. Then Grindelwald, who had a serious expression just now, happily took out the communication coin and input magic into it. At Malfoy Manor in the UK, Lucius watched Dobby tremblingly carrying a plate of food into an exquisite little attic. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. The person living in the attic was none other than the Dark Lord, who had a good family background. Fortunately, although the Dark Lord is more difficult to guess now, his temper has improved a lot. If you really don't have any bad intentions, there is no need to be so nervous. But Lucius is not like that. His son is basically another Dark Lord's man. Before I can figure out the extent of the cooperation between the two Dark Lords, I feel like walking on a tightrope. My heartstrings have been tight, and I have been suffering from insomnia recently. I drink relaxants and euphoria for free. I have already gone to St. Mungo's to ask my still-living father Abu. My father only said that there was no problem with his current choice and said that when he recuperates, he will personally test the status of the Dark Lord, his old classmate. That's right, Abu the old Malfoy is a classmate of Tom, and the Malfoy family and Tom Riddle are also very close. After a while, Dobby staggered out. Seeing his useless appearance, Lucius kicked him. Useless thing, you are also an elf, you should learn more from Cretch. Dobby, who rolled on the ground, raised his head and trembled and stuttered. Dobby is already learning from Cretch. Master, the Dark Lord asked you to prepare various cursed books and collect them from various pure-blood families. Lucius' eyelids twitched. The Dark Lord never knew what politeness was. He was free to come and go in his own treasury and library, and now he was starting to think about collecting books from other families. But this is good. After all, it is better to suffer together than to suffer alone. He immediately turned around and walked towards the door with joy and went to collect the redemption money. In the attic, Tom, dressed in a silver robe, sat in front of the bright window with a proper manner, holding the Malfoy family collection in his hand and reading it carefully. There was also a large pile of ancient books beside him. He is indeed studying curses now. One is to be used when capturing the main soul, and the other is to complete another task taught by Shaw, to break the super curse on the Horcrux ring in the old Gaunt house. The main soul's understanding of the curse is naturally beyond the reach of young Tom. The curse on the Horcrux ring is that even Dumbledore will die if he is infected. In addition to the existence of the Resurrection Stone, for those who have deceased relatives and miss them very much, the Horcrux ring is now a hot potato. Tom looked at the book in his hand, but he didn't expect that the Malfoy family was very knowledgeable about curses. Tom suddenly remembered a secret circulating in the pure-blood circle. In 1968, Nobby Leach, the first Muggle-born minister of magic, was forced to resign due to a mysterious disease and died soon after. Abraxas Malfoy is said to have participated in the assassination, but there is no evidence to prove this. But Abu was suffering from the incurable dragon pox at that time and is still lying in St. Mungo's. And Tom saw a method in the book in his hand that the price of the curse is suffering from dragon pox. His old classmate was really cruel to himself in order to defend the glory of pure blood and fight against Muggle wizards. Tom has actually been thinking about whether to go to the hospital to see this more shrewd Malfoy. Suddenly, the communication poker in his arms flashed. Tom's originally calm expression became complicated. He hesitated for a while before taking out the poker to look at the encrypted content. In England in April, even though the weather was sunny and the cold winter had just passed, it was still a bit cold and damp, but it did not prevent the only event in Hogwarts from going on. On a dedicated Quidditch field not far from the castle, a dozen young wizards were roaring in the sky on the green field, and the surrounding stands were full of cheers. Come on, Slytherin. Come on, Gryffindor. The young wizards of both colleges on the stage and the players on the field have tried their best, because today is the championship and runner-up battle of this semester's Quidditch Cup. On the big scoreboard, the score shows red 140 vs green 160. Lee Jordan, the commentator of the Quidditch game, is explaining it hard. Oh, Marcus intercepted the chaser Angelina. He is worthy of his giant bloodline. Even if he didn't foul, his collision is unmatched. Haha, but Wood is worthy of being Gryffindor's dog-eyed goalkeeper. Marcus didn't score a goal. Now the score is still deadlocked at around 20 points. It can be said that if the red team scores a goal, the green team will score a goal. It seems that the final result will depend on the duel between the Seekers. But we have a genius Potter. Victory must belong to Gryffindor. Whoa! There was a booing on the stage, and Lee Jordan quickly tilted his head to avoid a 30-year-old smelly sock thrown by someone. He was about to denounce who was so unethical and actually used biological weapons. Ahem. Oh, Professor, sorry. Behind Lee Jordan, although Professor McGonagall thought so and felt that Gryffindor would win, she still had to interrupt Lee Jordan's increasingly biased hosting. On the field, Marcus didn't score the goal and glared at Wood, who was provoking him by poking his nose with his thumb in front of the goal. He secretly blamed the devil for not letting him do the dirty work, otherwise Slytherin would have won long ago. Suddenly, a lightning-like figure flew by his side. Marcus saw that it was Pot chasing a golden light. He hurriedly followed and shouted to Terence Higgs, the seeker of the snitch, who was still looking for the golden snitch in the distance. Idiot, this way. Higgs quickly rode on the chief sponsor's Nimbus 2000 broom to chase Harry. This was the second time the two had played against each other. Last time he lost to Harry, who was just starting to play, and everyone said it was because of the equipment. This time the equipment was equal. He was bound to win back and avenge the previous shame. At this moment, the other players also found that Harry had locked the golden snitch worth 150 points, which could lay the foundation for victory. Under the command of Captain Wood, Gryffindor sent out the tacitly coordinated Beater twins to support. On the Slytherin side, in addition to Marcus, there was also a senior student named Adrian Puce, who came to help his seeker. On the stands, Shaw sat in a sea of green, absent-mindedly watching the two sides in the sky above the field fiercely fighting for the golden snitch. He did not stand out today by wearing purple and black clothes, but followed the crowd and wore a school uniform with a green base and silver edges. In front of the seat, Draco almost jumped off the stands in excitement, loudly scolding the little lions for being mean, and then saying that Marcus was stupid and lost points again. He really looked like a typical fanatical fan who wanted to replace him. Next to Draco sat the nervous Hermione. Her golden hair was always well-groomed and no longer fluffy. She also wore a pair of more delicate glasses again, which made her look more bookish and capable. She had a good relationship with Harry, and she cheered for them. Seeing the fierce battle in the sky, her face turned pale, and she could only put her hands together to pray for everyone's safety. Next to Shaw, Theodore and Alice were sitting. Theodore didn't watch the game but lowered his head to read a book. Shaw dragged him here, saying that even if he didn't fit in, he still needed to participate in this kind of group activity. Alice was originally interested in Quidditch, but later she found out that Shaw didn't like it very much, so she didn't like it either. At this moment, she was closing her ears and blocking her ears and reporting to Shaw on her work. Cormac McLagan's family background is very complicated. Although it is not one of the original 28 Holy Families, it has also intermarried with these purebloods. According to the information sent by my grandfather, this family was supported by the president of the Pureblood Club. The president is now over 100 years old. He is of the same generation as Dumbledore and is infinitely close to a legendary existence. There are 3 or 4 similar old antiques. They are the real foundation of the Pureblood Club and will not be dispatched easily. The distorted rumors this time may be instigated by these people. Shor frowned slightly. If wizards don't say anything else, it is true that they live longer than ordinary people. Not to mention the 600-year-old Nick Flamel. If the legend doesn't want to die or doesn't commit suicide, he can live for 250 years, 10 years old. For a great wizard below the legendary level, it is not a problem to live to be 150 years old. Shaw is not afraid of these old antiques in the Pureblood Society, but he extrapolates the situation to the whole world. There are probably more similar old antiques. If it arouses public anger, the legendary strength may not be able to act recklessly. Seeing that the chief has not expressed his opinion, Theodore, who has been listening, said coldly, "Chief, why don't you catch Cormier, feed him some truth serum, and use oblivion after interrogating him clearly?" "Ahem, not that, not that." Shaw waved his hand to reject this simple and crude method. "Cormier is a pawn at first glance, and nothing can be said by interrogating him. Moreover, oblivion has too many sequelae, which will alert the enemy and the old bees. After all, even a master of the oblivion spell like Lockhart will have troubles if he uses the spell himself." Shaw thought that it was his opposition to the supremacy of pure blood that aroused the vigilance of these old antiques. Since it was difficult to attack directly, he began to prepare to make a move on his reputation. For Shaw, who had the task of collecting faith points, this was even more hateful than Voldemort, and he could directly mark him as a mortal enemy. So his eyes turned cold and he turned to Alice and ordered, "Ask Mr. Foley to find out the addresses of those old guys." "Okay." Alice knew that the chief wanted to be simpler and more brutal and go straight to the dragon. So he nodded and agreed, but added, "These people are hiding very secretly. It will take some time, and they should all stay in the safe house with the Fidelius charm. Even if they are found, they can only circle a rough range." Shaw is not alone, and he doesn't care, and said calmly, "It doesn't matter as long as there is a rough range. Shaw's idea is to find it first, and then isolate the news inside and outside the safe house. At the same time, cut off the internet, electricity, water, and all material supplies to those residences, and set up a large number of anti-apparition arrays nearby. Well, it's a familiar operation, the demolition office and the nail households. As long as these people dare to come out, he will lead people to kill them." At this time, Draco angrily broke through the closed ears and blocked listening shielding barrier and shouted, "We lost! We lost! Damn Higgs, he didn't snatch Harry. I have to beat him up later. It should be my turn. Harry really deserves it, hiccup, ah. Should I be happy or sad, ah?" Shaw and his companions looked at Draco, who was already in a state of confusion, speechlessly, and raised their eyes to look inside the field. Harry was holding the golden snitch high in the air and was being thrown up and down by his teammates. The little lions were cheering and applauding in the stands. Marcus and his companions were already red-eyed, and they looked like they wanted to rush over to fight the little lions, but fortunately Mrs. Montgomery stepped forward to stop them. Professor McGonagall was rarely reserved and walked down the stage, excitedly celebrating with the students of her own college. The little eagles and badgers who came to join in the fun applauded the winner very respectfully, and the atmosphere was very warm for a while. But when Shaw saw this scene, he always felt that something bad would happen. Sure enough, his intuition was right. Immediately, a cold voice that made people's scalps tighten came from behind. "Mr. Black, venomous snakes should do whatever they can, but you put shackles on the players of Slytherin and handed over the Quidditch Cup to others. As the head, do you need to give me, the Dean, a reasonable explanation?" Shor turned around with an embarrassed look and looked at the indifferent Snape. "Hey, Dean, listen to my explanation." "Explanation? What's the use of explaining now? Can you still make a dead tree come back to life? Don't interfere in other people's affairs if you are not in the position." Shor took the position of the head of the Snake House, and the Quidditch Cup, which belonged to the glory of the college, was indeed within his responsibility. Now that he lost, no matter what the reason, the Dean was looking for trouble with him, and he was justified. In the end, Shaw had no choice but to agree to Snape's request. "I will go to school by myself next semester, and I have to beat Gryffindor by a large score and beat Harry Potter." On the way back to the dormitory, Draco changed his decadence and excitedly recommended himself. "Chief, you are the captain of Quidditch. Please choose me as a team member next semester. My flying skills are not inferior to Harry. I really avoided a helicopter collision when I was a child." Good fellow, Draco is now more and more good at lying. Only Shaw knows what a helicopter is. If it weren't for Draco's confident look, someone else might have been fooled. But isn't it a daily routine to tease the brother? Shaw didn't refuse outright, pretending to ask, "If you join the team, what position do you want to play?" Draco raised his head and said confidently, Of course it's the Seeker. I want to compete with Harry on the court again. Shor sighed secretly. Will the love-hate drama of Heir never get out of date? This friendship is really strange. He didn't refuse outright, smiled with a bright face, patted Draco on the shoulder and gave the conditions. If you get all O's in the final exam, I'll consider it. Otherwise, you can only be a substitute at most. This is because you have been doing well recently. Huh? Draco's ahoj immediately turned into a question mark. After Shaw led his people away, he came to his senses and hurriedly counted his grades on his fingers. Potions, charms, transfiguration, and flying should maybe all get O's right. Herbal assault for a while should be okay, but dark defense has been self-study. Although I have finished reading the books, who knows if the person who sets the questions will have a brain injury. The worst is astronomy class. What's the point of counting stars? I'm not a centaur. It's over. I'm going to sit on the bench next year. I was bragging to Harry about playing against him on the court. This bragging is going to be exposed. Shor ignored Draco's joys and sorrows and told Alice before entering the dormitory. There's still 1 month until the exam. Double the self-study time. Hiss. *N. As soon as these words came out, the little snakes that had been following behind took a breath of cold air. Alice blinked her big eyes and mourned for the little wizards for 3 seconds. Theodore mentioned at this time, "Chief, there are already 9 students who can use the 4th level disarming spell. The 10th should appear before the summer vacation. Can you really show us the 6th level disarming spell?" Shaw, who had just satisfied a little bit of his bad taste, was stunned when he heard this thing that he almost forgot. Use legendary points to add disarming spells. He couldn't bear it. But how can he swallow back the promise he made? Waiting online. Shaw's current Kai cultivation skills have been trained to some extent. He was stunned for only a moment, and then he said lightly, "Given the bad situation outside, you should focus on the shield charm when teaching spells. How can you spend so much time on the disarming charm just for the sake of novelty? Not everyone is Harry. You can teach more petrification charms." Alice and Theodore were stunned at the same time, thinking about the true meaning of the chief. Was he wrong? Didn't he consider the safety of the little wizards? The chief was really kind. Shaw ignored their wild thoughts, reported the password, and flashed into the lounge. After returning to the lounge, he saw Fox hanging out here again, chasing Purple Shadow in the air, with a red and a purple figure flashing constantly. Fox's teacher mission had long been completed, and Purple Shadow also successfully activated the hidden Phoenix bloodline and successfully apparated. Shaw returned Fox to Dumbledore at that time. But Fox, worthy of being the pet of the old bee, is shameless and skinless. Not only is he exactly the same, but there is no difference at all. Come to him every day to eat, drink, and play with him. Goyle and Crabbe don't have enough snacks to steal. Shaw picked up 2 fresh phoenix feathers from the ground. Forget it, come if you want. Fox is also quite pitiful. It is really boring to accompany an old man every day. Seeing Shaw coming back, Purple Shadow appeared on his shoulder after a real teleportation, and then all kinds of intimacy. Fox looked at the scene of Shaw and Ziying being so close, and a hint of human jealousy flashed in his eyes. "Yin!" It chirped loudly and rushed towards Shaw. Shaw was not surprised and habitually waved his hand to cast a close-fitting armor spell on himself. Fox knocked him off balance and a large ball of sparks burst out, illuminating the house red before disappearing. Ziying tilted his head, still puzzled as to why this good friend was like this. Shaw reached out and touched its head, saying lovingly, "Fox is an old man, hundreds of years old. You should play with it less in the future. You are still young and have better choices." Ziying pecked Shaw's hair and cooed a few times. Shaw used telepathy to know what Ziying meant. "If you don't accompany me, I'm so bored, I won't listen, and I'll play with it." The longer they spent together, the more Shaw gradually understood Ziying's way of expression. Through Ziying's explanations, he learned that the little guy was actually sent by Grindelwald under the guise of Old Fly. The old fan was quite good at pretending, and he was embarrassed to give gifts. Shaw just said nonsense casually, and there was nothing wrong with Ziying having a playmate. Although he knew that this was actually sent by the old bee to monitor him, it didn't matter. Ziying was still very smart and would not reveal Shaw's whereabouts and things. Playing is playing, and making trouble is making trouble. Ziying never jokes about serious matters. Shaw sat down at the desk and started writing letters, some to Lucius and some to Grindelwald. He also contacted Tom with playing cards and asked him how the task he was given last time was done, and asked him to come to Hogwarts before the end of the semester to attend the throne meeting. The outside world is developing well now. He is not going to make trouble until he finds those pure-blooded antiques. Nothing to do this month, just walk the bird and listen to music. Time flies, a month has passed, and exam week is coming soon. All students are nervous. At first they complain about the extra time for evening self-study, but now they have no time to complain. However, Shaw has not done much preparation in the past month. Instead, he has been focusing on the discipline of the house. He does not ask for more house points but tries his best to ensure that no points are deducted. Gryffindor won the Quidditch Cup, and according to the rules, the house was awarded 100 points, which is basically the same as Slytherin. Fortunately, there is a Snake King in the Snake House who is so partial to the original. Snape has been deducting Gryffindor's points crazily this month, and Harry Potter almost collapsed because of the deductions. Snape and McGonagall have been at odds recently, and the two have argued more than once or twice. Professor McGonagall was angry and wanted to cheat for personal gain, but the elegant and fair cat couldn't do it. Shaw and Snape cooperated well with each other and directly pushed Slytherin to the top of the college score list, opening up a 100-point gap with the second-place Lion House. Shaw had nothing to be embarrassed about. As the saying goes, one should do his job, and he was well behaved. The bad things were all done by the old bat, so what did he have to do with it? Today was a clear and sunny day, and the one-week exam began. Countless little wizards walked into the exam room with heavy steps and resolutely. In addition to answering questions on the test paper, each subject also had practical tests. The potion class was about boiling the water of life and death. The transfiguration class was about turning mice into snuff bottles. The spell class was about making pears tap dance. The herb class was about squeezing pus out of the babo tuber. The astronomy class was about arranging the coordinates of the 9 planets. The dark magic defense class was about how to deal with Little Red Riding Hood. The flying class, well, just fly well. Cheating is everywhere. Cheating in the magic world is just more magical, but it can't escape the professor's experience. The quill pen is anti-cheating, and the test paper only absorbs specific prepared ink. There are also various anti-cheating spells in the examination room. Once you enter here, you can't even open your clothes. Of course, it's unclear whether there are individual fish that slip through the net. Shaw was not nervous at all after the test. It didn't matter whether he did well or not. Besides, except for his potions class, he should have all OS in other subjects. No, when I was taking the test with Professor McGonagall, the other party looked at me with a bit of unkindness. After the test, except for Slytherin, the little wizards in the other 3 colleges started to let themselves go directly, and various disciplinary committees couldn't control them. There are also some people with post-test anxiety, such as Hermione, who kept muttering which question she didn't answer perfectly. Listen to what this is. It's not a wrong answer, but an imperfect answer. Draco was also very anxious. He felt that his prediction would come true and he would sit on the bench next year. Shaw had no solution here. He was too ruthless. Draco was considering whether to ask his father for a solution, such as sponsorship. On the day of the final dinner, after a week of playing, the little wizards found that the usually smart and hardworking classmates were all dressed appropriately and elegantly today, and their expressions were very solemn. Those who were well-informed were very envious, knowing that they were actually students favored by Shaw, and they seemed to be going to attend a private party organized by Shaw today. The little wizards who knew nothing thought that these people were preparing for the dinner, but soon found that these outstanding students were all gone. In a huge abandoned classroom not far from the room of requirement. This place was arranged as a banquet scene, and at this moment, the outstanding students of Hogwarts arrived one after another. There were 4 large round tables in the classroom, filled with various delicacies, not limited to Chinese cuisine, but all over the world, many of which the little wizards had never heard of. These people sat according to their colleges, and everyone held their heads high and was very confident. As the peripheral forces expanded, Shor had to reclassify them in order not to attract the attention of the old bee. The members of the throne were divided into 3 levels. The primary members were a large group and a talent pool. These people only knew that this was a simple mutual aid society initiated by Shor. The society did not promote any ideas and had no other purpose. It was just to help everyone further improve their grades and provide poverty relief. The intermediate members were formal peripheral members, and they had vaguely known that Shor had a more private confidant organization. After these people became proficient in general self-defense spells, they could choose to learn black magic under supervision, including the 3 unforgivable spells and the illusion spell. The college tasks issued by Alice were basically completed by these people. The senior members were those who held the sequence poker. Today's banquet was nominally a celebration. Shor just showed his face and announced, "No rules today, let's start." Then he disappeared. Without the big devil, the atmosphere of the lunch was not very wrong, of course. There will be a high-level meeting after a while, and only the official outsiders can participate. The lunch was hosted by Montague, and everyone began to eat and drink elegantly, discussing their plans for the holiday. And Shor and his team were actually holding the last meeting of the throne this semester. The lights were bright in the Pentagram Hall. This meeting was not just for 2 or 3 big cats and small cats. In the luxurious chairs of the 4-pointed area of water, fire, wind, and earth, there were at least 2 people except Hufflepuff. In the Gryffindor position, there was Percy with the 10 of hearts and Neville with the 7 of hearts. Neville suddenly came to Shor one day to ask if he could save his demented parents. After getting a positive answer, he suddenly became a fanatic of Shor. This is a true filial son. In view of the other party's swordmaster potential and the magnificent courage he inspired, Shor gave him a 7 of hearts, a very magical sequence. In the Ravenclaw position, there was Hermione with the 10 of clubs and Penelope with the 6 of clubs. Penelope was naturally enthusiastic. She was also born a muggle, and her parents were lawyers. Considering that he would definitely write new laws for the wizarding world in the future, Shor also took her under his wing and asked her and Hermione to start drafting the code from now on. And the Slytherin area with the most people. There was Alice, the Earl of Spades, Draco, the 10 of Spades, and Theodore, the 9 of Spades, and the mysterious Duke of Spades who appeared for the first time today. The Duke of Spades was covered with a silver cloak and sat on the highest and most gorgeous seat in the middle of the Slytherin area. His momentum was like the abyss and the sea, giving people a mysterious feeling, almost competing with Shor, who was wearing a luxurious purple robe on the throne. This made all the other members of the throne look sideways, and they all guessed who the other party was in their hearts. He was so valued by the chief, and now was the early stage of the development of the throne, and he was given the Duke sequence. Then wouldn't the upper limit of the sequence be increased to the prince in the future? Among all the people, Alice's face was slightly ugly. No matter how selfless she was for her ideals, there was suddenly someone who was more respected by the chief. It would be strange if Alice was in a good mood, and Draco was full of questions, constantly looking left and right at Theodore and the mysterious Duke. This did he misunderstand last time? On the throne, Shor looked down and naturally sensed the secret hostility of his subordinates, but he was happy to see it happen. Although he had not studied the art of emperorship, he knew a little about the way of weighing the pros and cons. If his subordinates were united and harmonious, that would be a real tragedy. Well, the Spade Duke is naturally Tom. Hey, is it nonsense literature? Shor was not prepared to introduce Tom's identity to everyone. Having such a mysterious duke on his head could also raise the ambition of others. Shor was about to announce the start of the meeting. What he didn't expect was that Theodore, who had always cared little about fame and fortune, couldn't help it first. The cold and arrogant young man stood up and walked lightly to the center of the hall. He bowed to Shor first, then turned around and drew out the white jade wand and pointed it at Tom. The voice was cold. "I don't ask who you are or what you do, but since you are in the position of the Duke, you must have the ability to prove it. The chief doesn't need trash. I can't know your other talents, but you must at least be better than my wand." Theodore's move stunned Shaw, and the others were even more shocked. Tom, the person involved, was also stunned. Before, under the cloak, Tom's eyes were full of contempt. Shaw mentioned the throne on campus when he was still in the notebook state. It turned out to be a trick like playing house. He even made a special trip for himself, which was simply a child's play. However, seeing Theodore's extraordinary loyalty and resolute attitude, I have a slightly different view of the quality of the members of the throne. The cold and arrogant boy in front of me is at least a loyal warrior. If the strength is good, this throne that has been born for 1 year is indeed worth it. A trace of gloom flashed in Shaw's eyes, and he was a little annoyed by Theodore's self-assertion, but the gloom soon dissipated. Theodore, isn't he just such a lone minister who offends people? Very qualified. Shaw has already begun to plan to arrange a supervisory position for Theodore in the future. Tom stood up, and his silver cloak spread out, swaying slightly with the wind. A cold breath spread and covered Theodore. Theodore's thin figure trembled slightly, but he still stood straight, and his cold and serious eyes did not show any fear. Tom turned his head to look at Shaw on the throne, meaning that it doesn't matter if you don't care, I will help you to care. Shaw leaned against the soft back of the chair, crossed his hands casually, and said lightly, "That's enough." Tom nodded slightly, then drew out the bone-handled silver wand, slowly walked down the steps, and came to the opposite side of Theodore, who was wearing a silver-bottomed, green-patterned hunting suit. The others looked at the two people who were confronting each other. One was cold and domineering. The other was abstinent and arrogant. Alice silently cheered for Theodore in her heart, and the other party did what she was going to do. Draco had understood at this moment and realized that the cloaked man should be the one who attacked him last time. Well, he was entangled again. Should he cheer for Theodore, who didn't like each other, or cheer for the mysterious Duke who didn't follow the moral code of martial arts? People from other colleges watched with relish. After Tom and Theodore exchanged duels, Tom calmly hooked his wand, signaling his opponent to attack first. Theodore was not a man of martial ethics. He shook his wand without hesitation. He was ruthless and didn't talk much. He used a killing move as soon as he got his hands on it. Avada Kedavra, the green light of Kedavra, which was 3 fingers thick and powerful enough to reach the 4th level, immediately shot straight at Tom after leaving the wand. Tom was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect the opponent to be so ruthless. He waved his wand casually, and a black diamond-shaped death shield was quickly generated. The green light and the shield exploded into a ball, easily blocking the attack. Tom was polite enough and was ready to end this child's play. After all, he needed to stop at the right time. He clenched his left hand, and the light in the room dimmed instantly, and a thick black mist rose out of thin air. I don't know if Tom has a psychological shadow or subconscious behavior, but a large amount of water mist immediately turned into a series of black chains. The chain group rotated like a nebula, and it was majestic and trapped Theodore in the middle. Although Theodore was surprised that his opponent had a powerful method similar to the chief water prison, he remained calm and waved his wand quickly. Armor protection. Armor protection. He did not stay in place but rushed forward quickly and laid a shield in front. In this way, he didn't have to worry about the chains chasing from behind, and he could get close to his opponent. Close-range physical attack is the most effective way to defeat an opponent who can cast spells over a large area. Theodore's strategic thinking is correct, but the gap in strength between the two sides is too large. The chain chasing from behind did not touch him, but the blue shield used to block the spell in front was broken one after another. Like paper, they all turned into blue fragments. Watching the triangular chain cones piercing through the 3 layers of blue shields like the head of a poisonous snake, piercing towards him. Theodore's pupils shrank suddenly, and he rolled to the left on the spot, narrowly avoiding the strangulation of the chain cones. But Tom didn't give him time to react at all, and the chains from all directions still bound him relentlessly. Theodore's face turned fierce, and he didn't care about defense. He took out the sequence playing cards and released them at Tom. A killing spell that he had condensed for half a year and gathered a lot of magic power was released instantly. A green light column with a power of less than level 4, but a lot of magic power directly blew the water mist chain in front of him into pieces, and the green light then shot towards the opponent. Tom was surprised again. He also had the sequence playing cards, but he felt it was useless. After all, it seemed useless in the legendary battle, because when the legends fought, they would attract the elements in the world to fight for themselves. I didn't expect that in this small competition, I would see a different use of alchemy poker. If there are enough of them, they can be used. Tom didn't care about the green light. He didn't dodge or set up a shield, as if he was waiting for the green light to come. In terms of understanding and using the killing curse, Voldemort is probably the only one who is more proficient than him in this era. In addition, Theodore's curse has more magic power and has been consumed by the chains. So Tom has a magic power in his wand to isolate it, and then he uses the anti-curse technique to easily pick up the killing curse flying in front of him and fly it to the ground on the side, creating a big deep pit. His action is full of provocation and disdain. Theodore has been tied up by the nebula chain at this moment. Seeing his opponent like this, he can no longer keep his calm expression, and all kinds of resentment and regret flash across his face. Hanging in the air, he did not feel the humiliation of being put on display, but was ashamed that he was not strong enough, and his fist was bleeding again. However, he also recognized the strength of his opponent and said very straightforwardly, "I lost." Tom did not continue to humiliate Theodore. This kind of talent is ruthless to himself and others and loyal. Any leader would like it. After removing the spell, he turned to Shor, who was sitting high, and wrote in the air with his wand. "How about giving this person to me? Within 2 years, I am sure I can train him to the level of a top auror." If Shor had not been trying to maintain his demeanor, he would really want to roll his eyes at Tom, the pretender. What good is he thinking? He just said lightly, "Okay, everyone return to their seats and start the meeting." Tom was rejected, which was not surprising. He was happy to make Shor feel uncomfortable, and his gloomy eyes brightened a little. This was also the strongest resistance he could do so far. Tom then glanced at the dumbfounded little wizards, chuckled, and returned to the Duke's seat that he was not very satisfied with. This position was still a little low. In the field, Theodore slowly stood up but did not dare to look up at the platform. "Theodore, don't be discouraged. You are only in the 1st grade and you still have great potential." Hearing Shor's warm comfort, Theodore couldn't help but tighten his wand. Finally, he nodded and said he knew, then lowered his head and returned to his seat. But in his decadent and lifeless eyes, a touch of madness and determination emerged, and it became more and more intense. Alice glanced at Theodore, empathizing with him, and then looked at Tom, feeling a lot of pressure. Others were also under great pressure at the moment, and everyone was thinking about how to improve their strength. Hermione and Penelope looked at each other and nodded slightly. The 2 girls reached some agreement. Neville and Penelope, who attended the meeting for the first time, were even more enlightened. They just felt that they were so weak. Shor smiled knowingly. In the past, he was the only one who could show off his fighting power on the throne. But as the leader, how powerful he was within everyone's imagination. Even if he boasted that he could beat Dumbledore, his subordinates would probably just shout 666 after thinking about it. They would not compete with the omnipotent leader, but now there is a catfish like Tom, and it is conceivable that he will play a promoting role. Shor saw that everyone was not interested and had no desire to hold a meeting to discuss, so he simply assigned tasks directly. Looking at Alice, who looked uncomfortable, a calculation flashed in his eyes. "Alice, continue to track down the whereabouts of those antiques. You don't need to follow up after you find the specific location." Draco, during the holidays. In fact, there is not much content in this throne meeting. The subordinates are still young wizards, and at most they are just messing around on campus. For things in the outside world, Alice is at most a mouthpiece. But even if Shor has white gloves, he still needs to cultivate these real teams. In order to improve their ability to do things in obedience, he assigned them a variety of nonsense, small tasks. Shor is holding a meeting here in the abandoned classroom next to it. As an excellent first-year student, Harry naturally attended the lunch. Although there were delicacies on the table, he was indifferent. First, he found that except for Shor, Draco's small group of people, including Neville, were not there. Harry felt isolated, and it happened that he had to return to the home that made him extremely uncomfortable tomorrow. So he was not enjoying anything at the moment. He was not a peripheral person, so he did not receive the meeting notice. He ate a few bites and left the banquet in a daze. When he went down from the 8th floor, he accidentally saw a familiar figure heading towards the restricted area on the 4th floor. The red hair was so eye-catching. Harry's lost expression changed immediately. Now he was sulking and cared about the score very much. Harry took out his wand and went to the 4th floor. 1 hour later, in the secondary meeting room of the Room of Requirement, Zio Erlang stood on the high platform, looking at more than 30 energetic little wizards below the stage. Under their expectant eyes, he used a magic trick to conjure a stack of special poker cards out of thin air. He said while playing tricks in his hands casually, "I know everyone is envious of the gorgeous alchemical poker cards in Alice's hands, and since you can stand here, it means that you are all people I am optimistic about, so." Shor said, and waved the poker cards in his hand, which were fan-shaped and opened, down in a chic manner. 30 gorgeous poker cards, spinning with red and blue flame tails, flew accurately in front of each little wizard and stopped in front of them. The purple gold throne hanging high on the pentagram on the card surface shone brightly on their happy little faces. Everyone couldn't wait to get the poker cards in their hands and played with them. Among them, several little wizards who mastered the 4th-level disarming spell and were not members of the sequence had more sophisticated poker cards in their hands, which was regarded as the mysterious gift. Harry, the only one who mastered the 4th-level disarming spell, was not present. Shor asked Draco to deliver another gift. Tom, who was left behind, was slightly stunned when he watched Shor's pure technical skills in the corner. It seems that he has met his match in showing off. The subsequent meeting was still nothing major, but why did Shor still hold a final meeting? Wouldn't it be better to have someone convey and distribute poker cards, in order to enjoy the pleasure of being a leader, enjoy being the center of attention? It's naive to think so. The more serious the occasion and the more ceremonial the meeting, the more subordinates will subconsciously strengthen their reverence and obedience to the leader in the constant, "I say, you do." The cultivation of authority is the real meaning of the meeting. Shor talked for a long time, all of which were nonsense, focusing on the present and looking forward to the future. Finally, he concluded, "Okay, I wish you all a happy holiday." Meeting adjourned. Everyone immediately beat their chests with one hand and shouted loudly, "Yes, Chief." Now Shor's title of Chief is no longer limited to Slytherin. Shor kept his hands behind his back, ready to quietly wait for the little wizards to line up and leave. But suddenly, a young man raised his hand high at this time. Shor saw that the other party was eager to try, and this little witch looked very familiar. Although he had a bad premonition in his heart, he still said warmly, "Please go ahead." The little witch was a senior Ravenclaw girl, and she said with great anticipation, "Chief, I heard that you promised that when 10 people reach the 4th level of disarmament spell, you will show us the 6th level disarmament spell. Hey, I am the 10th one, so." Shor stared at the girl in a daze, thinking that this hurdle could not be overcome, right? But he was asked to waste a little legendary value just to show off once. He is not a fool. In the future, this flag should not be established casually. Alice, who had long realized it, knew that the chief should not know the 6th level disarmament spell, but the smart subordinates should hide for the venerable. She immediately stood up, frowned, and said coldly, "Catherine, how dare you? You are a Ravenclaw. Don't you know that the 6th level spell involves personal privacy and will inadvertently reveal the concept of casting and elemental tendencies? How can you let the chief perform it in public? Catherine ignored Alice and did not argue with her. She still looked at Shaw expectantly, her eyes full of curiosity. Seeing this, Alice's beautiful eyes became even more fierce, and she was ready to use force. Shor sighed secretly. Forget it. He still had the heart to admit his mistake, so he said, "Alice, don't say it, Catherine. I really don't know the 6th-level disarming spell." Shor said this, seeing the slight commotion of his subordinates. He said lightly without caring, "But you should have seen other 6th-level spells such as this." Then, the national collapse slid from the sleeve to the palm, and Shaw waved it melodiously. Immediately, thunderclouds covered the heads of the young wizards, and lightning snakes kept moving, and electric arcs sizzled. A purple halberd slowly condensed inside, automatically extracting magic power from the air. The pressure of the halberd made the young wizards below stand up, and their sense of crisis rose, and their faces turned pale with fear. Tom's eyes froze as he watched from the side. The feeling in the notebook last time was not too clear, but this time he really felt Shaw's extraordinary talent. Shaw's eyes narrowed. He did dare to admit his mistakes, but he would not be soft-hearted and let the authority he had cultivated with great difficulty be questioned. He looked at the young man with a fixed gaze. This is the 6th-level spell. In addition to being more powerful, it can automatically absorb the magic power in nature for its own use. Catherine, do you have any doubts? Catherine kept stumbling backwards, looking at the floating halberd with a panicked look, which was tilted and pointed at her with the tip of the halberd. She was almost scared to death, and after swallowing a few mouthfuls of saliva, she quickly answered tactfully, "No more doubts, Chief is awesome." After the farce, the shocked crowd lined up to leave the room of requirement. Shaw also walked down from the platform slowly with his hands behind his back, and Alice and the others followed him and walked out the door together. But when everyone came to the door, they saw a simple and honest girl with twin ponytails guarding here. It was Susan Burns. When Susan saw Shaw coming out, she immediately sneaked up and pulled Shaw to the side. Shaw smiled and let the cute little witch lead him aside. Susan looked around and whispered mysteriously, "Chief, I'll tell you a secret. My aunt is investigating you and wants me to monitor you." "Humph, I'm a loyal Hufflepuff. I won't be a spy." Shaw touched his nose, not knowing how to express his feeling of being shocked. After a long while under Susan's expectant eyes, he squeezed out a compliment. "Susan, well, you are awesome. You are indeed an upright Hufflepuff." Susan immediately smiled happily and then asked expectantly, "Chief, will there really be 1,000-year-old snake meat to eat next semester?" Shor was stunned for a moment, then patted the girl's head with a smile. "Don't worry, there will be." Susan said, "Yeah," then ran away, still muttering that she would tell her good sisters about this good news. Shaw looked at his forehead. He shook his head and turned back to walk towards Alice and the others, and suddenly saw the dull Neville, his eyes staring straight at the direction where Susan left. Then he remembered that Neville and Susan or Hannah would be a couple in the future, so he teased, "Neville, do you like Susan?" Neville's chubby little face immediately turned red, and he shook his head hurriedly to deny it. No, she just looks like my mother." Others looked at Neville, who had become stuttering again, with a smirk on their faces. The approachable Draco rolled his eyes and felt that the chief seemed to really like Neville, so he pretended to be very experienced, stepped forward to hug Neville, and whispered to him about his experience. Evening. The lights in the Hogwarts hall were brilliant, and the 4 long tables were full of young wizards. At the teacher's seat, all the professors who didn't come often were present. Today was the annual semester dinner, and the hall was decorated at this moment. A silver-green ocean, and the college flags with big snakes painted on the walls were hung all over the walls. This was the result of Alice's busy afternoon with others, because according to the college scoring hourglass, Slytherin will win the 8th consecutive college cup. Well, Snape has just taken office as the dean of the Snake College for 9 years. Shor, sitting in the first seat of Slytherin, was still a little uneasy. Even if it wasn't Harry who killed Quirrell this year, according to the way the old bees cultivated Harry's sense of honor as the savior. They would use the principal's authority to give Harry extra points at the end of term dinner. They added points regardless of whether they were reasonable or not, almost catching up with Snape's millions of excuses for deducting points from Harry. So don't reason with the rule maker. Hey, why isn't Harry here? Where did he go? Draco's worried and puzzled voice suddenly came to my ears. When Shor heard this, he also turned his head to look at Gryffindor. After a round of inspection, he found that Harry was not there, and it seemed that there was someone else who was not there. On the stage, Dumbledore was giving a cliché speech, and the content was similar to what Shor had said in the room of requirement before. Suddenly, Filch rushed to the podium from the side door and interrupted Dumbledore's speech. Amidst Filch's whispers, Dumbledore frowned and glanced towards Gryffindor, only to find that Harry was not there. He was so tired. What was going on? He couldn't take care of the team. He had to swallow the lame excuse he had just made up to give Gryffindor extra points. He announced directly, "The winning house of this year's House Cup is Slytherin." Without waiting for the little snakes to cheer, Dumbledore called the disappointed McGonagall and walked out together. Snape's cold eyes just smiled, and after seeing the two's actions, he stood up solemnly and followed them. Although everyone was surprised at what happened as rich food appeared on the long table, those who should eat and drink ate, those who should celebrate celebrated, and those who should have fun had fun. After all, today is a rare day of unbanning. Thank you, Chief. Shor touched his chin, wondering where Dumbledore was. Did Harry do something weird again? Harry had become more sensible after several times of training. Could it be that he was confused again at the end of the semester? Forget it. This was something that the old bee should worry about. What he should worry about was the psychological problems of his subordinates. Since Theodore was defeated by Tom, he became more taciturn, and he always felt that he had something on his mind, but no matter how he asked, he would not answer. I can't ask. Alice was also worried, and Percy went to the library's Zuhai database when he left the 8th floor and took a bunch of books to read during the holidays. Oh, is it too much of a blow? Tom is really a bitch. He was told to stop when he was done. Shaw sighed and lowered his head to eat dinner. As the lively dinner ended, the little wizards happily returned to the lounge. Shaw led a group of still decent little snakes to the dungeon. Just as he entered the common room, the communication poker in his arms trembled slightly. Shaw took it out and looked at the content, frowning. It was a letter from Tom, who had already gone home. He quickly calculated in his mind and turned to Alice and the others. "I'm going home first. I won't take the express with you tomorrow. Remember to bring my luggage back." Then Shaw called out without waiting for Alice and the others to ask, "Purple Shadow, cheap." Then a sonorous bird cry resounded throughout the lounge. Above Shaw's head, a brilliant purple electric light immediately appeared, shining the lounge in a brilliant purple. The proud Purple Shadow suddenly appeared with its wings spread and covered with purple arcs, swooping down and grabbing Shaw's shoulders, and then a surge of lightning enveloped the man and the bird. Zy-lat! The thunder ball exploded instantly, and as the lightning surged, no one was left. However, the residual thunder and lightning made Alice and the others suffer. There were not just one or two people with explosive hair and white smoke coming out of their mouths, and they all looked at the place where the chief disappeared with a look of surprise, not to mention how weird it was. Ahem, good, so handsome. Cool, the chief's bird is so cool. It can actually apparate in Hogwarts. What's the difference between this and the phoenix? There is still a difference. One will burn and the other will be electrified. Carter, I suspect you are driving, but I have no evidence. Shor naturally didn't know about the discussion and ugly behavior of the little wizard at this moment. Ziying was just learning apparate and was not proficient, so it was easy to hurt someone by mistake. He had been apparate with Fox before, and the old driver was much more experienced. Although there was also a roar of fire, it only gave people warmth. After the flash of lightning, Shor appeared not at the Black Mansion, but at Malfoy Manor. What caught his eye was Lucius with a surprised look on his face. Malfoy felt very familiar with Shaw's cool appearance. If the color was not wrong, he would have thought that Dumbledore had come to kill him. The key is that there is an unclear Dark Lord at home, and he felt guilty for no reason. Malfoy quickly shook off the random thoughts in his mind and bowed slightly. "Hello, Mr. Black." "Yeah." Shor nodded slightly. In fact, he wanted to twist his body to relieve the dizziness in his head. Ziying's apparition was too rough. The teleportation was not comfortable at all, and if it weren't for his high affinity with lightning, someone else would probably be electrocuted. Shor didn't wait for Lucius to say anything else and walked towards the manor. He really didn't want the other party to see his embarrassment. The master's personality must not collapse. Lucius was stunned, and seeing Shor's familiar look, he couldn't help but sigh. Then he followed Shor to the attic of the other courtyard. Bathed in the moonlit night, Shor strolled along the way, looking around casually. The Malfoy family is indeed a family that enjoys enjoyment. The last time I came here in winter, it was still snow-white and I couldn't see anything. Now that it's early summer, even in the night, you can see the colorful forest garden, each of which is unique. Well, no wonder it is always targeted by the Dark Lord as its headquarters. Without Lucius leading the way, with the guidance of the soul shackles, Shor came to the white attic and climbed up the stairs directly. The attic study is simple and clean, and various magic books collected are neatly placed on the circular bookcase. There is no dark element in the decoration of the house, but the style is elegant. The bright moonlight outside the window shines through the thin gauze curtain on Tom, who is reading at the desk, and the moonlight smudges his black hair and star pattern robe. It seems to have coated Tom with a layer of divine light. When Shor came in, he saw the other party like this. "My lords, 6 families have been selected for the seats of the Hogwarts Board of Directors. The remaining 6 are Longbottom, Burns, Shafik, Ollivander, and Fry, and the other is the Rowe family, who has immigrated to the United States. The first 4 families have close relations with Dumbledore, and there is no way to deal with them for the time being. The Fry family is a very low-key family. I thought he had a good relationship with Mr. Black, so I contacted old Fry several times, but the result was not smooth. As for the immigrated Rowe family, I have sent someone to discuss it." Shor was determined to get the seat of the board of directors. After listening to Lucius's report, he began to calculate in his mind. Ollivander was able to maintain a wand supply relationship with Hogwarts for hundreds of years, not only relying on superb wand-making skills. He is not the only superb wand maker. Being a board member is also a major factor in the eventual monopoly of the wand industry in the UK. Every year, other families have to donate money to Hogwarts, but Ollivander uses a discount on wands, which is very smart. It is estimated that if you want to get a seat on the board of directors from Ollivander, who is still suspected to be the old bee's eyes and ears, you have to spend a lot of money and effort. The Longbottom family, the Aura family, is really Dumbledore's direct line, and Neville's grandmother is also a very irritable old lady who is difficult to deal with. This is also one of the reasons why Shor accepted Neville under his command. After seeing whether the lottery can draw a method to cure soul disorder in the future, he can only start from this aspect. Burns and Shafik, the British Ministry of Magic Law Enforcement Department, has been controlled by these 2 families for many years. Their fair attitude is also recognized by others and is also difficult to bite. The Rawle family, who immigrated to the United States, is not very clear about the details, so this can only be left to Lucius. As for Old Fly, Shor frowned slightly. It seems that he has to visit this low-key and shrewd old man when he has time. After thinking it over in his mind, Shor did not express his opinion and waved his hand to signal Lucius to continue reporting other things. Lucius looked at the Dark Lord, and Tom nodded slightly, still not speaking. Lucius felt that the atmosphere in the room was always a little weird, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. 2 Dark Lords, so mysterious. He exhaled and continued to report on the integration of the Death Eater family industries. The industry statistics reported by each family involve all aspects of the British wizarding economy, accounting for about 45%, but it is too fragmented. There are dragon farms and plantations established at home and abroad, and other sources of materials. There are shops of all sizes distributed in wizard gathering places, and there are potion and alchemy workshops. Shor did not have time to listen to these, and waved his hand. No need to say. Then he took out a stack of drawings from the ring and handed it to Lucius. This is a sample drawing called Machine Tools and Assembly Lines, which has the general principles of production and operation. You can find alchemists and potionists to work together to make a magic version. Lucius took the information, opened it, and looked at it. He seemed to understand the drawings, but he looked at the operating principles. As smart as he is, he naturally sees the power of it, but Lucius still hesitated. Now everyone is intimidated by the master's power, so they reluctantly hand over the industry to me for unified management. If the production method is to be changed, it may cause dissatisfaction and backlash. Before Shaw said anything, Tom, who had been reading a book, suddenly spoke in a cold tone without a trace of warmth. Rebels die. Lucius couldn't help but shudder. Shaw smiled and said to comfort him, "Not really. When there are samples of alchemical machine tools, those people will know what capacity explosion means and naturally know how to choose. Alas, these are all left over from the Muggles hundreds of years ago. I don't know what you guys think." Lucius was speechless, singing the same tune. But after thinking about it, if the alchemical machine tools and assembly line operations can really increase production capacity several times, those profit-seeking guys will definitely have no objection. But Lucius wiped the cold sweat again and tried. "My lords, how will the profits be distributed in the future? After all, our families also need to support their families." Shor stopped Tom from threatening again. Although this guy was rational, he still believed in power above all else. He turned his head and spoke to Lucius warmly. "According to the industry valuation submitted by those families now, we will set up a joint chamber of commerce at that time. According to the initial investment, the shares will be calculated. The Dark Lord and I will account for 70%. Is there any problem?" Shor's proposal sounded very overbearing at first, but Lucius quickly calculated in his mind. If the production capacity is as expected, the pure bloods will still be very profitable. After breathing a sigh of relief, he nodded and said in an admiring tone, "Mr. Black is wise." Suddenly, he felt his body cold, as if he was stared at by a venomous snake. His scalp tightened and he quickly continued, "The master is mighty and domineering." After Lucius went down with a cold sweat on his forehead, Shaw then walked to the desk and flipped through the magic books on it casually. "Although the addresses of those antiques are in the care of the Fry family, you should also ask someone to check. We must get rid of these conservative guys as soon as possible." Tom still lowered his head and read the book seriously, and nodded imperceptibly. Shaw was really speechless when he saw this. It had been so long, but he could only continue to ask helplessly, "Is there any clue about the curse?" Tom finally withdrew his eyes from the book and looked up at Shaw, with no clues in his expression. This time he did not take out his wand to write in the air, but wrote in the air silently without a wand. Rows of fireworks letters appeared between the two of them. "Voldemort's curse is very deep, as can be seen from his curse on the Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts. I can't do anything with the ring for now. I suggest using someone to die with him. It's not safe to leave the ring in the old House of Gaunt." Shor saw Tom's operation and exclaimed that it was amazing. He actually invented a spell to facilitate typing and chatting. If this guy were replaced in 20 years, he would probably be poisoned by his mobile phone. But who can understand the reverse word? Shor was defeated by Tom's operation and could only move forward. But when he looked at the subtitles in the air, he struggled a little. It's not that he couldn't bear to find a scapegoat. There were a lot of people who deserved to die. But he was struggling whether to use the Horcrux ring as a means to harm Dumbledore. After all, there is no eternal friend, and he is destined to be a different person from Dumbledore in the future. Since there is a way to kill the opponent, why not use it? But then he thought that the old bee was not a bad person. If he really killed him, he would feel guilty for the rest of his life. Moreover, Grindelwald was such a good fan to him, very easy to talk to, and gave him high-end resources for free. Pets, spells, teachings, and more invisible care. Even if it was a piece of ice, it would be warmed up. Shor was not really a heartless person. He really couldn't bear to kill the love of his life, who was both a teacher and a friend. He also vowed to let the two of them reunite in the tower. Finally, Shor considered that even if the ring Horcrux was not used to harm the old bee, it would have other uses, so he ordered, "You continue to study it. The ring may be used as a trick to eliminate a powerful enemy. Don't rush to remove it. Just send someone to keep an eye on it." Tom's eyes flickered. He didn't care whether it was a Horcrux or not. The key point was that the ring itself meant a lot to him. It was a family heirloom of the Gaunt family, and he was really afraid of losing it. But he didn't know how to convince Shor. Shor felt Tom's deeply hidden emotions through the soul shackles and took out a pendant with a smile. This pendant box is the real one, which Shor had finally gotten back from Dumbledore. Shor handed the pendant box to Tom, who was already staring at it. "This is the Slytherin locket. You should be very familiar with it, and it is also your mother's relic, and now it has been returned to its original owner." Tom's body trembled slightly, and a complex look appeared in his gloomy eyes. He stretched out his pale hand to take the locket box and gently stroked it. Shor sighed at this, turned around and walked out of the room. Before leaving, he heard a thank you from behind. Shor paused, waved back, and continued to walk out. All the way to the outside of the manor, looked up at the bright moon in the sky, and suddenly felt a little lonely. Parting is the most painful thing in the world. The bright moon alone shines on the past and present. After making up a random sentimental remark, Shor called out, "Purple Shadow." After Purple Shadow arrived at Malfoy's house, she began to have fun. She teased the peacocks, ate delicious food, picked wild flowers that she didn't like, chased and pecked at Dobby, who was sneaking around, and was so free and easy. After hearing Shor's call, she gave up pecking and electrocuting the elf who was sneaking outside the attic just now, and appeared on Shor's shoulder in a flash. Shor reached out and touched Purple Shadow, smoothed its slightly messy tail feathers, and smiled. "It's late, let's go home. Don't move, I'll do it this time." Amid Purple Shadow's dissatisfied grumble, Shor apparated with it and left Malfoy Manor. Not long after Shor left, Tom didn't know what was wrong with him and took Lucius to Knockturn Alley to find trouble with Borgin and Burke. Because of the cunning Borgin and Burke, when Merope Gaunt was about to give birth to Tom, and it was also the most difficult time, she sold the precious Slytherin locket to Borgin and Burke. Purchase price, 10 galleons. At the black old house, after Shor came back, he went to the second floor to chat with his great-grandfather for a while, but he didn't find out what Dumbledore went to do in the evening. The great-grandfather only said that Dumbledore didn't come back at night. Seeing this, Shor did not continue to explore. He had a midnight snack, washed up, and went to sleep. Tomorrow, a wonderful 2-month vacation begins. Dumbledore, who Shor had just missed, dealt with the trouble caused by Harry and Ron and sent them to St. Mungo's. Then he asked Fawkes to send him to Nurmengard. The old bee pushed open the door of Grindelwald's office with a serious face and saw Gellert and Vita in the room looking at him. He didn't misunderstand anything, but his blue eyes narrowed. What was Vita reporting to Gellert just now? He only saw a few words about British wizards on the information that Vita quickly put away. Dumbledore's temples throbbed a few times. Grindelwald, sitting on the office chair, waved his hand and asked Vita to go down first. He spoke after Vita went down. "Albus, you didn't tell me you were coming. I haven't replaced the desserts yet. You can just make do with some." Dumbledore walked up to the desk and said seriously, "Gellert, you promised." Grindelwald touched his nose and coughed. "You misunderstood. I really didn't assign them any tasks. I swear to Merlin." Dumbledore didn't believe it at all and continued to look at Grindelwald. Grindelwald didn't have the majestic and solemn momentum he had just in front of Vita and said a little embarrassedly, Okay, don't look at me like that. The situation in Britain has been so strange recently. Am I not worried about you? So I learned more about it to see if I can help you." Dumbledore sighed. He wanted to hear the truth from Gellert in his next life. But this was not the purpose of his coming today. He didn't care about pursuing it now, so he just skipped over what happened just now and asked, Gellert, tell me what you saw in the prophecy. This is very important to me. Grindelwald is also a master of changing his face. He just looked guilty, but now he immediately changed to an unreasonable and rigid expression. Oh, Albus, I'm very sorry. The more people know about the prophecy, the less accurate it is. I'm sorry I can't tell you the details. I can only say that the result is much better than before. Dumbledore didn't give up and continued to attack from the side. It's Shaw, right? You know him, right? He is the new son of prophecy, the lever of fate, right? Although Grindelwald was shocked, he remained calm. Albus, you won't get the answer if you guess like this. How about this if you... Dumbledore turned around and left without waiting for Grindelwald to finish his if. They are all foxes who have been around for 100 years. He has already got the answer. The Ministry of Magic is located in the heart of London, in the downtown area, only a few kilometers away from Downing Street where the Prime Minister resides. However, for the sake of secrecy, the main building of the Ministry of Magic is hidden underground. The entrance for ordinary people to visit the Ministry of Magic is a red telephone booth, which is entered by dialing and descending in a similar way to an elevator. The entrance for ordinary employees of the Ministry of Magic is in a bathroom. Every morning, wizards line up and enter the cubicles one by one. Standing in the toilet, pull the flush cord with your hand, and the water splashes, and the wizard is teleported into the Ministry of Magic in a whirl. Of course, although there are a large number of anti-apparition prohibitions inside the Ministry of Magic, there are also fireplaces for transmission, which is a travel channel for distinguished guests and senior dignitaries. Piers Thickness, Deputy Director of the Department of Law Enforcement, is a tall and thin wizard with shawl hair. He took Yaxley, Death Eater, who has been working for several months, out of the dedicated fireplace with rising flames and into the hall. The lobby was decorated magnificently. In the center, there was a magic fountain that was full of irony but brotherly and respectful. Countless paper planes conveying information flew over the heads of the hurried employees. Above the lobby hung a huge and very showy magic portrait of Fudge Connolly. When Pierce and Yaxley passed by, the portrait of Fudge smiled at them. The two ignored it and continued to go to the elevator, ready to go to the law enforcement department. At this time, they saw Lucius Malfoy standing at the elevator door with his ceremonial stick and his head slightly raised. The employees passing by kept flattering him and saluted him, and Lucius just nodded slightly in response. The two stepped forward and Yaxley asked, "Why are you here?" Lucius glanced at Pierce. The other party looked like one of his own, but in fact he was just a puppet controlled by Yaxley using the Imperious Curse. "I got the news that Fudge wanted to issue an order to arrest Shor Black, accusing him of spreading panic rumors. Shor Black was still in Hogwarts before, so Fudge couldn't do anything for the time being. It's only been a few days since the holiday, but Fudge couldn't hold it back. I'm here to deal with it. You guys come with me and put pressure on him together." Shor Black, the new savior who defeated the Dark Lord, became a super genius who needed to be won over after the cooperation of Lucius and Tom. Suspicion flashed in Yaxley's sinister eyes. He had always suspected that there was something fishy about this matter, but he didn't say anything. After all, the Dark Lord personally agreed. "Let's go. Fudge is getting more and more naive. Without our support, how many people in the Ministry of Magic will listen to him? Burns and his self-righteous people are not obedient yes-men. Everything is stable now, and we should keep a peaceful state with the enemy. It's good for Fudge to be the minister. After all, he and Dumbledore are no longer the same kind of people." The two of them talked quietly and took the elevator to the Ministry of Magic office on the first floor underground. Before the three of them entered the door, they heard Fudge's angry rebuke. "Scrimgeour, this is the arrest warrant I issued in the name of the minister. What do you mean? Why haven't you executed it yet?" "Mr. Minister, the formal process still needs to be approved by the Law Enforcement Department. The Aurors cannot execute this illegal arrest warrant, and we have no evidence to prove that Shor Black has violated the law. His father is a Death Eater, and he must be a Death Eater too. We will know it after he is arrested and tried. He is also spreading panic rumors about the return of the Dark Lord in Hogwarts. I allow you to use the truth serum. Minister, please pay attention to your identity. Imaginary evidence cannot convict. You. Good, good. Burns is like this, and so are you. You all want me to step down, right? Scrimgeour, don't forget that I promoted you to the position of director of the Auror office. Thank you for your appreciation, but I must remain fair. If you have evidence, I will bring Black to justice even if I die. Get out. Get out. After a while, Scrimgeour, with a resolute face, walked out of the minister's office with a slight limp and looked at Lucius and the other two. They were not on the same page, so they didn't even nod to greet each other. Lucius raised his head slightly and snorted, then stepped away from the stubborn Auror director and pushed open the door of the minister's office. The messy office was visible, with documents scattered all over the floor and red wine spilled everywhere. The wealthy Fudge looked a little haggard, leaning limply on the office chair and panting, no longer as calm and graceful as when he was on stage in the past. "Are you here again? Oh, it's the distinguished Mr. Malfoy. Welcome." Fudge raised his head and wanted to curse, but when he saw Lucius in a luxurious robe, he quickly stood up to greet him. Lucius and Fudge were sweat-stained. He shook his hand, then withdrew it without leaving a trace and wiped his hand with a handkerchief in his sleeve. His face was very warm. "Is the minister worried about something? Do you need help from my old friend?" Fudge had never been so flattering to Lucius and other greedy purebloods before. He did it to check Dumbledore and make money for himself. But now he had to curry favor with these people in order to get political support. "Didn't you see that Pierce, the deputy director of the law enforcement department, followed his lead? Except for some neutrals with little power and some newcomers who knew nothing, the rest of the Ministry of Magic ignored him as the minister. Alas, the world is really going downhill. I work hard every day for the safety and prosperity of the magic world, but I am always disappointed. As the backbone of the magic world, the pure-blood family must support my work. I will definitely give the most preferential policies to the new Chamber of Commerce you founded." Lucius did not say anything about Fudge's shameless politician face and did not want to continue beating around the bush, so he came straight to the point. "Minister, the order you just issued seems a bit unreasonable. Let me tell you directly that the ancient Black is an indispensable part of the British pure blood." Fudge looked at Lucius in confusion. "You reconcile, and Black is now Dumbledore's man." Lucius looked unfathomable. "Minister, you have only been in the aristocratic circle for a short time, so you don't know how deep the water is here. You need to learn more about some unspoken rules, friends and enemies. What is this? Haha, many things, even if you see them with your own eyes, may not be true, they just make you think they are true. Do you understand?" Fudge's pupils shrank suddenly. "So Black is your man, then Dumbledore is not." "Minister, please stop your groundless conjectures. We didn't do anything, we just want to make money. This is 3000 gold galleons. It's about the preferential policies of the Chamber of Commerce. Sorry for the trouble." Lucius threw out a purse, which was a kind of implicit spending money to avoid disaster and political bribery. Looking at Fudge, who was still entangled, he waved his hand. "Piers, you must follow the minister's orders in the future." Piers walked up expressionlessly. "Of course, the minister is so wise. He will definitely lead the magic world on the right path, and I will definitely follow him step by step." Fudge looked at Lucius and Piers, and these words just now were an exchange of interests. He thought that it was better to be a bad guy than to be a puppet with no real power, and he could make some money, so he took a breath and said with a smile, "Of course, the Black family is a treasure of Britain, and the magic world will definitely be on the right path. Let's encourage each other." Fudge said with a smile and went to the cabinet to find a bottle of treasured red wine. In a hidden valley, it is located in a barren mountain with few people. At the mountain pass, two wizards wearing invisibility cloaks and squatting in the tree canopy were staring at a rocky beach in the valley. The August wind made people irritable, and one of the younger wizards complained, "Damn it, how long do we have to keep watching? Hey, are you impatient? This is a good job of 100 galleons a month, but you just let us keep watching. Where can we find such a salted fish job?" But this is too boring, right? Is there really a safe house protected by the Fidelius charm? Jack, do you understand the rules? Do you not want to take the mission in the future? Do you want to wander in Nocturne Alley again? Or do you want to put down your wand and go back to the Muggle world? Okay, I'm talking too much. Wait, do you see any movement there? Black's old house. In the underground spell training room. Shor stood straight, thinking with his eyes closed. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and waved forward with a replacement wand. God's Edge Thunder Shadow. A crescent-shaped, translucent purple light cut across the 10 puppets in parallel on the opposite side. Crack, crack, crack. The 5-meter-long spell split the puppets in two, and the upper body fell to the ground with a smooth and flat fracture. Shor looked a little dissatisfied and touched his chin to continue thinking. This spell, which he combined with God's Edge Shadowless and Thunder Blade, was only good enough for him at this stage, and it was also okay for group attacks. Thunder Corrosion replaced the curse effect that could not recover from injuries. The spell activation state that Shor envisioned was also silent, but this trick, God's Edge Thunder Hidden, took him a month of improvement and experimentation, and he read a lot of books and re-examined Grindelwald's understanding of the spell in the letter to him. But it always has a purple light, which makes it much less concealed. It seems I have to ask Snape for advice later. Shor was willing to learn humbly. He waved his wand and continued to practice other spells. Avada Kedavra. *N. Just as Shaw was practicing black magic on a group of mice, the main card of the communication in his arms trembled slightly. This main card has a graded feature, and those who can contact him are all confidants. Shaw stopped casting, took out the card and looked at it, and a trace of excitement flashed across his brows. Humph! Have the old foxes finally come out of the hole? But why did Lucius notify me? Shor gave himself a clean-up, quickly packed up and came to the secret room. After a disguise, he refused to follow the purple shadow, and a phantom appeared in front of the valley. Boom! The huge noise of spells colliding and gravel flying and exploding in the valley was heard. Shaw didn't expect Tom to be so anxious, so he rushed in quickly. A huge steaming mist enveloped the center of the valley, and the black mist rolled violently, and the condensed snake-shaped chains kept wandering and circling. Shaw saw this, and it was really difficult to cut into the battlefield for a while. 2 old scolding voices came from inside. Voldemort, are you crazy? Even if we are not on the same line, we are also for the glory of pure blood. What do you mean by ambushing us? Too despicable, actually arranged a large area of anti-apparition prohibition in advance. Humph, you either surrender or die. Ha, what a joke, we didn't surrender 10 years ago, and you just reborn not long ago. Your strength has shrunk seriously. Wait until you recover to your peak before you brag. Boom! A monstrous 3-headed dog of fierce fire poked its head out from the black mist, burning the mist with a hissing sound. After the 3 ferocious dog heads roared to the sky, they plunged into the mist again. The battle inside was quite fierce. Shaw held the magic wand and rushed in several times, but was stopped by the snake-shaped chain. Tom was obviously trying to handle it himself. Shaw almost cursed, talking about martial ethics. No wonder it was Lucius who notified him. But the battle lasted too long, there were too many variables, and the movement was too loud. If other people were attracted or one ran away, it would be a lot of trouble later. Shaw closed his eyes and sensed Tom's position in the mist through the soul shackles. Then he waved National Collapse, and the 5-pointed star lightning floating ring was generated behind him, slowly turning and dragging him to fly quickly above the mist. During this process, Shaw waved the magic wand with all his strength. Thunderclouds appeared above the mist, purple light surged, and various forked arcs jumped. 3 purple rainbow swords were suspended vertically and quickly condensed. The purple flow of the swords was flowing, quickly absorbing the lightning elements in the world. Shaw came to the 3 swords, and the magic wand in his hand turned into a lightning halberd. He sensed Tom's direction. Just at this moment, a warning sound came from the mist. Voldemort has helpers, old Shafik, strengthen the hurricane shield. Shor's eyes were sharp. With his heart moving, Three purple longswords stabbed straight to the place where the sound came from. While the sharp sword rainbow broke through the mist, the arcs lingering on the sword body also cleared the mist that blocked the view. Shor finally saw the battle situation inside. Tom was protected by the Black Death Shield and commanded thousands of snake-shaped chains to attack the enemy. The enemies were two old men who were too old to be true, and they were hunched over, one with silver hair and the other with brown hair. Although the two were old, their methods were not simple. The two attacked and defended, and their cooperation was seamless. They were surrounded by a circle of invisible transparent rotating shields, which kept ejecting the besieging snake chains, and their defense was very strong. It seems that one of the old men touched and comprehended the wind element. Besides a ferocious and bloodthirsty three-headed dog, there were also 5 3-meter-tall magma giants attacking Tom, which was obviously a high-level application of transfiguration. Shaw was shocked. The Pureblood Society's foundation was indeed extraordinary. The two old men were close to legendary in strength, and their elementary exploration of elements was perfect. No wonder Tom couldn't take it down for a while, and it looked like he was still struggling. At this time, 3 powerful purple rainbow swords also pierced the invisible wind shield. There was no explosion, only a creaking and harsh friction sound. Then the 3 rainbow swords were like drunk, and the dazzling sword tips began to deviate. In less than 3 seconds, the 3 thunder swords pierced the rocks beside them. Boom! 3 violent explosions sounded in succession, shaking up the dust in the sky. The silver-haired old man in the wind shield laughed. "Ha ha, it's that pure-blooded scum Black who's here. His strength is indeed good, but his control of power is too poor." The brown-haired old man didn't say anything, and concentrated on controlling the 3-headed dog of Fiendfire and the 5-headed magma giant to attack the Dark Lord. Shor's face looked a little ugly. It seems that Voldemort suffered from Quirrell's poor health when he fought Voldemort's residual soul last time. Now he is being laughed at. Although Shor is annoyed, he doesn't mind being laughed at. Only in real combat can one see his own shortcomings. Although he often asks Flitwick for advice, the other party's dual concept is only suitable for ordinary wizards. Grindelwald's letter to solve doubts is more of an analysis of the principles of magic. It can't be said that it is not helpful for direct combat, but the effect is not visible for the time being. Shor resisted the urge to rush into the battle circle and slash the 2 old men with a halberd. He doesn't know much about the wind element, so he'd better not act rashly, otherwise he will capsize in the ditch. Zio sighed that it was time to compete with his family again. With a wave of his hand, more than 10 gorgeous alchemical playing cards flew out of the ring and surrounded him. Above the mist, Shor's purple-black robe rustled. He held a lightning halberd at an angle and stood in the air with a 5-pointed star floating ring on his back. More than a dozen colorful poker cards with halos were like stars surrounding him, and like armored guards on both sides of him, and then they all began to flash. The silver-haired old man below, although he just spoke disparaging words, it was just trash talk used to influence the opponent's mentality during the match. People who live for 100 years are very smart. Those who can live for 100 years are cautious and afraid of death. He saw Shor suddenly use a new move, and immediately hit the older silver-white staff in his hand repeatedly. The surrounding hurricane shield immediately rotated faster, bringing flying sand and rocks around. Even a typhoon eye was formed in the sky, and conical wind blades visible to the naked eye slowly condensed out. The wind blades went up and rubbed against the lightning blade arcs densely covering the sky, and the clanging friction sound continued. Shaw's eyes condensed, and he no longer gave the other party time to prepare. More than 10 poker cards had already adjusted their attack directions and began to be activated one by one in order. 6 blue water pythons rushed out and roared, 2 by 2, connected head to tail, forming a 10-foot giant python, which rushed towards the wind shield with a raging water splash and lightning. Then 3 extremely solid purple rainbow swords like a trident followed the giant python and pierced the air. Finally, there were 5 cards with a faint green light, as if they could activate the death ray at any time. Shor had made up his mind not to play any technology, but to play a targeted attack with continuous firepower. Even if it was the sky, he would poke a hole in it. Fortunately, Tom was not really stupid and stubborn, and he knew to concentrate the snake-shaped chain at the other end. The giant python howled and arrived in an instant, hitting the wind shield that was like a giant millstone. All kinds of flying sand and rocks hit the python's body, and water splashed. But the giant python was desperate and brave to fight against the invisible shield without strategy. It looked like it was automatically immersed in the shield. Under the surging water, the 10-foot python quickly melted, and a large amount of water gradually accumulated on the ground, and soon the outside of the wind escape became a world of water. The speed of the wind escape was also slightly slowed down, but the 3 purple rainbow swords that followed were like tridents. At the moment when the water python disappeared, they also hit the wind escape that was delayed for a moment. This time it was not deflected, because the rainbow sword chose to self-destruct at the same time as it hit. Boom, boom, boom. In the deafening explosion, the dazzling purple electric light flashed violently and even penetrated the indissoluble water mist, dyeing the entire valley purple. At the mountain pass, there was only Lucius, and the stalkers had been sent away to take over at another stalking point. As the purple light came, Lucius couldn't help but shield his eyes with his hands and swallowed hard. The battle was too intense and terrifying. To be honest, Lucius and his Death Eaters had never really seen the Dark Lord fight with all his strength. When the Dark Lord kills, he usually starts with Avada and finishes the opponent in 1 or 2 rounds. He prefers to torture people and enjoy the powerless wails of the resistors. And there is no record of Dumbledore and the Dark Lord fighting each other. The foundation of these pureblood societies is not related to the rise and fall of purebloods. Even if 1 or 2 families perish, they will not come out easily and have to preserve their vitality. This time, Lucius finally understood why the Dark Lord did not forcibly recruit these people back then. It was indeed a bit difficult to deal with. But why did he make such a big fuss this time? He also directly joined forces with Shor. Are they going to completely cut off the retreat of the purebloods? Although those pureblood families fear the Dark Lord, they will not really obey when it comes to their fundamental interests. They rely on collective petition to let the ancestors come out of the mountains. Lucius naturally didn't know that it was actually these old antiques that touched Shor's dragon scales. They slandered people's innocence out of thin air and destroyed his majestic image. Boom, boom, boom. While Lucius was thinking wildly, he saw the water mist suddenly expand more. The large amount of accumulated water on the ground of the valley after the water pythons were broken began to quickly merge into the water mist, and more snake-shaped chains condensed out. The chain group was like a shot of cardiac stimulant, rushing up one after another, quickly strangling the 3-headed dog of the fiery flame and the magma giant. Shor in the sky had just activated the killing curse in the card and continued to beat the broken wind escape. He was admiring his results and preparing to move down to open the invincible. But he saw that Tom actually absorbed his water python for his own use. Can you still play like this? He was stunned. When Shor was about to go down and use the water to conduct electricity to launch a sneak attack, what should he do now? But he didn't have time to think about it. He picked up the lightning halberd and rushed towards the 2 old men who were already wide open. He wasted so much of his wealth, and he would kill the 2 old men. Most of the wizards in the magic world, neither of them is good at close combat, and Shor is not really good at it either, but he is afraid that the other party is even worse. When the soul-killing shield was broken, the silver-haired old man was blown up by Shor's unethical self-destruction spell, and his head was buzzing. At this moment, he was still panting with his blood boiling. When the old man saw Shor coming, he could only respond to the enemy in a suffocating manner, casting spells silently and quickly, and casting several armor spells. Shor was in high spirits, sweeping a long halberd and smashing it randomly. The blue shields were broken one by one, forcing the old man to stagger towards the brown-haired old man. Old Luo find a way quickly. The more depressed old Luo was also busy at this moment. All his summons were strangled by the snake-shaped chains that had greatly increased their strength, and the Dark Lord also forced him over. He was preparing to stop the chains on the offensive and defensive sides again. Shor and Tom, one in front and one behind, put a lot of pressure on the two old men. Shaw only understood why these old men didn't come out easily after he approached. The two old men looked haggard, hunched over, and the wrinkles on their faces were deep and dense. At this age, if they haven't reached the legendary level, their physical functions are really tearful. If they fight a few more times, their lives will really be lost. Shaw and Tom are not merciful people, and respecting the elderly and loving the young is not used in this kind of place. Shaw was so happy to slash the shield in midair that he didn't give the silver-haired old man a chance to organize a super defense. Tom controlled the black fog, and the sky was surrounded by chains, which had already sealed the battlefield in a small area. The triangular snake heads kept strangling the shapes that the brown-haired old man had just condensed. The silver-haired old man stood behind the brown-haired old man and said a few words quickly. These two are purebloods indeed. They are very sensible, and seeing that they really can't win, they simply throw away the very ancient magic staff in their hands. You win. But don't be complacent. The purebloods are not as simple as you think. Let us go if you know what's good for you, and sit down and discuss it. Zio was so angry that he laughed. Is it true that people become more naive as they grow older? Shaw sighed that these arrogant old men were really whimsical. He didn't mean to talk nonsense, so he prepared to hit each of them with a paralysis spell, and then interrogate them thoroughly. Tom was used to being arrogant and couldn't stand the arrogant tone of these prisoners, so his hands were faster. He directly tied the two people up with chains. The two old men kept rolling their eyes, and their bones, which were already osteoporotic, were creaking. The silver-haired old man opened his mouth with difficulty. Voldemort, you let me go. I lost, but according to the rules, I have the right to atone for my sins with money. Don't forget that there are more than just two old guys in the Pure Blood Society. The brown-haired old man was tougher. Although he felt humiliated, he just kept groaning, and anger was brewing in his eyes. Don't kill them first, just tie their hands and feet. I still have something to ask. Shaw waved his hand and ordered, I don't know what's wrong with Tom. I heard that he also likes to use anacondas. It's okay to use chains, but he always likes to tie people up. This can easily leave a psychological shadow on people. The last victim is still autistic at home. Name. Age. Shor asked several questions to the two old men lying on the ground gasping for breath. As a result, they didn't cooperate at all. The silver-haired old man who was talking nonsense before also started to keep silent. I don't know what he was thinking. As a result, he asked too many questions and was scolded by the other party as a pure-blood scum, not even as good as Weasley, and a disgrace to the ancient and noble name of Black. Shaw sighed slightly. It's hard to be a good person. So he turned to Tom and said, Leave it to you to interrogate. Torture out the other old guys and their details. Let their purpose of defaming my innocence. Well, they are too old, be gentle. After Shaw said that, he walked towards the valley with his hands behind his back. I was complaining in my heart. How can I do such a dirty job by myself? Tom's gloomy expression was stunned for a moment, and the corners of his mouth curled up, not knowing whether he was mocking Shaw's soft-heartedness or something else. Then he looked down at the two old men who were conservative, and the expression on his face became terrible. Shaw came to the mouth of the valley and saw the uneasy Lucius and teased. What are you worried about? Are you worried that we will lose or that the last support of the pure blood is gone? Lucius smiled awkwardly. Mr. Black and the Dark Lord have joined forces. Why should I worry? These old guys are ungrateful and deserve to be destroyed. Shaw did not reveal the other party's contradictory thoughts, just pointed out a sentence to let the other party understand his position. Shaw ambushed these pureblood antiques this time. First, these guys are indeed hindering him from collecting faith points, and these people are not just making trouble on campus. The reputation of his own savior in the outside world was quickly suppressed. In addition to Fudge's efforts to cover it up, these people also contributed a lot secretly. The second reason is that it is also to cut off the thoughts and retreat of these slippery Death Eaters, and to completely integrate and use them for their own purposes. Who told Shaw and Tom not to be prepared to release those loyal Death Eaters from Azkaban. Those guys are lawless and difficult to control. They may also be able to tell that Tom is not Voldemort and run one or two to save Voldemort, which will suddenly change. How is Draco recently? Shaw suddenly mentioned his son Draco, which made Lucius' face glow. Draco has been very motivated recently, always staying in the training room to practice spells. I thought he almost got all O in the final exam, so I was going to let your aunt take him to France for a trip, but was rejected. Shaw nodded. Although the little brat did not contribute to the fanaticism value, at least he knew how to be motivated. Draco's approachability at the end of the term did add a lot of talents to the periphery of the throne, so he opened his mouth and nodded to Lucius again. The future situation is changing rapidly. There is no harm in learning more skills, Mr. Malfoy should not stand still. Lucius's face tightened, thinking about what Shaw meant. Think of the two big bosses integrating industries, intending to export them and looking at the world. This ambition is not comparable to the Dark Lord 10 years ago. The ambition of 1 + 1 is indeed greater than 2. He nodded solemnly. I know, thank you, Mr. Black, for your advice. Shor chuckled. Chatting with smart people is easy. After the two chatted casually for a while, Tom slowly walked out and there was no one behind him. Shaw held his forehead, and he was indeed a big devil who killed people without blinking an eye. He did not ask the two old men about the specific situation, but directly asked what he was concerned about. What did you find out? Tom looked at Shaw with an inexplicable look. Still silent, he kept walking and took out a sheepskin as he passed by. The paper was just thrown away. The paper floated in front of Shaw, and Tom continued to walk out on his own, very calm. Shaw felt that he had been speechless a lot recently. Oh, forget it. Persuade yourself to be tolerant. After all, it is normal for capable subordinates to have bad tempers. Shaw comforted himself, reached out to take the parchment and read it carefully, frowning slowly. Lucius was embarrassed by the weird atmosphere again and wanted to cover his face. He looked around, hesitated for a while, and then chased after the Dark Lord. Shaw stood there thinking for a long time. The mountain wind was whistling, but he couldn't sort out his confused thoughts. Tom's cruel interrogation was effective. I won't write it in detail. It will teach children bad things. There are a lot of things recorded on the parchment. The silver-haired old man is from the Shafik family and graduated from Ravenclaw. No wonder he comprehended the element of wind. This person served as the director of the law enforcement department decades ago, and there are still people in his clan who hold important positions in it, and they belong to the neutral faction. The brown-haired old man is from the Rowell family, graduated from Hufflepuff, and his camp is unknown. The order for the Rowell family to emigrate overseas was planned by this old man 15 years ago, but unfortunately the seat of the school director is not in his hands. According to the two people's oral account, there are 3 people like them in the UK, and they live alone. Old Fly and Tom have only found 2 in total. Shaw also saw an unexpected piece of information. Lucius's father, Abu, was the president of the Pure Blood Society in the previous term, but he resigned due to illness and has been lying in St. Mungo's. Later, the British Pure Blood Society lost its president, and it was split because of Voldemort. These are actually not what Shaw is worried about. He now knows that the Pure Blood Society is not an organization unique to the UK. Many countries with some historical background have it, and there is also a semi-public loose alliance. This is what it means to pull out the carrot and bring out the mud. It is a powerful enemy that we will have to face in the future. Shaw even suspected that the failure of Grindelwald to break the Statute of Secrecy was not only due to Dumbledore, but also the pure blood associations of various countries. The only good news is that these people are not very united. They have all kinds of ideas, but their common goal is to pass on the pure blood heritage. Shaw breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to write a letter to Grindelwald. Then he turned around and walked out of the valley, issued an anti-apparition ban, and disappeared silently. Nurmengard, Austria. Grindelwald looked at Shor's letter in his hand, his eyes lost in thought. Shor has now come into contact with the oldest and most corrupt class power in the world. It's much earlier than he expected. Grindelwald is a very patient person. In order to overthrow the U.S. Congress, he could lurk for several years. So for Shor's training, he has always been very steady in communication. This time, Shor's letter seemed to only mention whether the pure blood association of various countries would hinder the First Wizarding War. Grindelwald guessed that Shor must have clashed with it. Those pure bloods are not kind-hearted people, which is very unfavorable to Shor's early growth. Grindelwald took the pen and paper and wrote a reply in the tone of an ordinary old man who didn't know much about those top forces, trying to persuade Shor not to dig deep into the pure blood association for the time being. The letter was halfway written. He thought of the last time Dumbledore questioned him, which was also a troublesome matter. Grindelwald's eyes were full of tenderness and cruelty. Alas, I can only continue to cause you some trouble. Hogwarts, the principal's office. Dumbledore, who was about to be troubled, was also writing and drawing on a piece of parchment. On his desk were intelligence collected from various channels. A dark meditation basin engraved with complex runes also floated to the side, and on the edge of the basin were several exquisite small bottles for storing memories. Dumbledore flipped through the intelligence from time to time, and buried his head in the meditation basin from time to time to look at his own or other people's memories. Gradually, on the large parchment in the center, the intelligence line analysis chart with the name Shor, as the starting point became clearer and clearer. Shor, strength assessment. A great wizard who has touched the threshold of legend, with a very high talent for thunder and water. According to the uncertain testimony of the Forbidden Forest centaurs, his talent for dark magic is suspected to be very high. Shor hobbies: 1. Food. 2. Drinking tea. 3. Eastern culture origin verification is in progress. Love. Shor love line. Alice, the first follower, the two have no dating and intimate records, so it is ruled out. Emotional line. Hermione, a fan of magic when she was a muggle, often met at school, suspected to be a follower, not too close, not intimate. Attitude is more like a friend, so it is ruled out. Emotional line. Conclusion. Shor is too young and is in a confused stage in terms of emotions. Friendship line. Theodore, both a teacher and a friend, a loyal subordinate suspected of seeking the Knot family's property. Harry, Neville, Percy. Attitude towards friendship. A born lonely superior, without real friendship, seemingly warm to friends but actually likes to teach and indoctrinate. Family. Shor, family line. Sirius never communicated, never ran for justice, the two had indifference. Family line. Narcissa and the Malfoy family with Draco as the bond. From indifference to re-establishing diplomatic relations mixed with 1, 2, 3 interference items. Preliminary judgment. Shor is using his family. Family line. Regulus. It is judged that Shor is a stranger to his father but will fulfill his obligations as a child, including revenge. Family line. Mother. Analysis. 1. Shor's thunder talent. 2. Philia's slightly dissatisfied attitude. 3. The source of purple pupils. 4. The purple kite is suspected to be a Nordic mythical bird. 5. The Nordic Magic Ministries reported on the investigation of the witch party. 6. Information about the pureblood legend Odin. 7. The current situation and personnel information of the pureblood descendants of Odin. 8. Based on other transliterations of Shor. Conclusions. 1. Shor's mother is the descendant of the Nordic legend Odin's son, the god of thunder. A pureblood woman named Fikin, who was born 30 years ago, is now missing. 2. Shor has no intention of pursuing his mother. Shor's family judgment: indifferent crossed out, plain, independent. Career. Shor, career line. Snake Academy, chief campus mutual aid community, suspected of having a more core small group. Career line. Muggle world card throne, keen to invest in new industries, and very successful recently. A large amount of funds from unknown sources have been involved in heavy industry, and the purpose is unknown. Career line, pureblood, undercover news. The Dark Lord has returned and intends to win over Shaw. The relationship between the two is not clear. Shor is committed to destroying the Horcrux. Conclusion. Sincere cooperation is less likely, and mutual exploitation is more likely. Career line, magician. 5 tours of Muggle campuses and theaters were arranged at the end of August. The purpose is unknown, just love to show off. Shor's career judgment. Ambitious and resourceful, his stance on right and wrong remains to be judged. Miscellaneous. Shor and Snape have an ambiguous relationship. Snape can no longer be trusted. Miscellaneous, Shor and Grindelwald's relationship. Various intelligence analysis and prophecy related, suspected of training an heir, need to be vigilant. Miscellaneous, campus rumors are weird. According to various channels, it is caused by pureblood background. Shor's stance is pro-Muggle. Evaluation of teachers and classmates in various subjects. Flitwick looks iron-blooded but has love in his heart. McGonagall, complex personality, curious. Snape, cunning and annoying. Student evaluation, powerful, handsome, gourmet, cruel, drinks blood, ghost, wants to love. When Dumbledore wrote the last few comments of students on Shor, he couldn't help but raise his frown. He also deleted the words like drinking blood and wanting to love. Finally, he kept thinking about how to give his overall evaluation. The new child of destiny. Dumbledore looked at the parchment again. He still couldn't figure out how to evaluate and deal with it. Kill. No. Imprison. No way either. Support. The other party's ideas don't match his own. Dumbledore thought of another savior, and his heart became even more troubled. At the end of the term, Harry and Ron actually fought in the half-abandoned trap, and Harry almost killed Ron by mistake. This is actually nothing. The key is that Dumbledore thoroughly saw Harry's character development, which did not meet his expectations at all. The script and friends prepared for him. This little guy didn't accept it. He had read Harry's overflowing thoughts. Knowing all this, it was inadvertently promoted by Shaw, the new savior. So after Dumbledore sent the 2 children to St. Mungo's, he went straight to Grindelwald. Wanted to know if there was really a change between the old and the new. After Dumbledore got the result, he spent a lot of time and resources to investigate and analyze Shaw carefully. Just like analyzing Tom Riddle back then, he finally gave him a conclusion that he could not be redeemed. Dumbledore was silent for a long time, grabbing a handful of cockroach chocolate and stuffing it into his mouth while thinking, but he didn't dare to draw a conclusion easily. He really didn't want to create a new Dark Lord with his own hands. After all, he was old. Suddenly, Fawkes appeared from the air with a letter in his mouth. Dumbledore took the letter, opened it, and read it. His brows slowly frowned. It wasn't long after the appeasement. Why is there trouble in the north again? August 10th. The 3-story Western-style house of the Fry family is located between green mountains and clear waters. The early morning light has just shone into the bright and clean Western-style house. Alice got up early and then began to clean the house inside and out and carefully put on a beautiful makeup. Old Fry watched his granddaughter busying around, just looking at her kindly. In his heart, he was thinking about Shaw's active visit in a while. At 10 o'clock, a well-dressed house elf teleported and reported gracefully. "Master, the distinguished guest is waiting at the door." Alice, who was wearing several sets of earrings, heard it and immediately speeded up her hands and put on a pair of purple gilded earrings. She stood up and prepared to go to the door, but immediately stopped and looked down to see if her elegant purple dress was appropriate. "You look the most beautiful today. Go quickly. Don't let the little guy wait outside," Flay urged cheerfully. Alice knew that her grandfather had misunderstood again, and she was too lazy to explain. She hurried to the door of the house. Then she saw Shaw in a black tuxedo, looking at the beautiful scenery around. Today, the small building of the Flay family did not open the hidden protective magic, so Shaw could see this exquisite small Western-style building. "Chief, you are here. Please come in." Shor glanced at Alice, who was dressed very beautifully and noble, and praised with a smile. "You are really beautiful today." Alice was very generous. Thank you. The two of them were also very familiar with each other, and there was no more courtesy. Under the guidance of Alice, they climbed the stairs to the small building. Shaw looked at the elegant and fresh home decoration of the Flay family. The overall style was simple but not simple. It can be said that he understood what low-key luxury and connotation meant. This place is not as magnificent as Malfoy's, nor as simple and noble as his own home. Instead, the real heritage is reflected in some small details. With Shaw's current eyes, he can also see that some seemingly ordinary decorations are carefully designed and have a certain age. All the way to the elegant living room, the energetic old Fly has stood up. His black dress is slim and decent, and his hair is combed meticulously. When he saw Shaw, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. Last time when I first met him in the principal's office, although this little guy was tough and calm, it can be seen that he was a little bit forced. But this time when I saw him again, this little guy was really calm and composed, and his demeanor was even better than before. Old Fly's mind turned quickly, and he smiled and stepped forward to greet him. Welcome, Mr. Black, to the Fly family. Shor was also looking at Old Fly, and he couldn't tell what he was thinking for a while. Hello, Mr. Foley. The two shook hands politely and sat down on the sofa. Alice happily served tea. I heard that the current atmosphere of Hogwarts is almost catching up with Beauxbatons. Not bad, the students are indeed more decent. That's good. Times are different now. Wizards always look sloppy and unsightly. Maybe everyone is too casual. Shor and Old Foley chatted about family matters and campus fun. It seemed that they didn't get straight to the point and didn't make any witty remarks. It seemed like it was really an ordinary visit and reception. But they both guessed a lot of information from each other's attitude towards some daily life in the magic world. The two chatted for an hour, and Alice, who was serving tea, got up and went to the kitchen to prepare lunch. Then the old and the young suddenly stopped talking. The atmosphere became a little mysterious and dull. Shaw calmed down for a while and sighed in his heart. He didn't have time to waste with a boring old man. He took a sip of tea and spoke directly. Mr. Foley, I don't know how to get the school director seat from you. Foley picked up the small teapot and refilled Shaw's teacup, then said calmly, Sure enough, Lucius is your man. Seeing that Shaw did not deny or confirm, Foley smiled and said, A school director seat is actually not profitable, but it is a symbol of social status. This seat has been passed down in the Foley family for hundreds of years. If there is no need, I have no reason to take action. Shaw narrowed his eyes. This situation was still within his expectations, and he answered the question irrelevantly. I heard from Alice that you are willing to help me get Grindelwald's Witch Party legacy, and you will surely support me with all your strength. Suppose if I can occupy a seat on the board of directors, influence the appointment of the principal, and even expel Dumbledore from Hogwarts, can Grindelwald look at me with a higher regard? Old Fry's expression did not change at all, and he nodded in appreciation. Not a bad idea. It is quite in line with as expected. Let's put it this way. If you can get a seat from the other 11 families, I will naturally not be a mean person. Shor did not expect this old man to be so difficult. He agreed with his mouth, but it was the same as if he had not said anything. Old Fly saw the dissatisfaction in Shaw's eyes. Don't be impatient. In fact, I am doing this for your own good. Shor was so angry that he raised his hand to signal. Please give me some advice, old sir. Old Fly shook the cup in his hand and the tea began to spill, splashing all over the table. You see, the action is too intense and too rough, and the final gain is probably not much. Then he slowly pushed the teacup that Alice had left undrunk to Shaw. The tea did not spill a bit. You see, be patient and careful, and others things will become yours quietly in the end. Shor stared at the two teacups of different appearances. Speechless, why do old guys like to use objects to illustrate things? The most superficial meaning of the metaphor used by Old Fly just now is easy to understand. It seems that the commotion he has made recently is very big. It seems safe and he has not been exposed, but it is definitely noticed by someone with ulterior motives. An Old Fly must know something. but Shor thinks that Old Fly's demonstration just now has a deeper meaning. All this tea belongs to Fly's family. You want it. Old Fly will agree to give it to you only if he is happy. Shor's heart flashed with annoyance, but his expression remained unchanged, and he smiled. Mr. Fly is very wise, and I admire him deeply. Fry smiled more kindly when he saw that Shor was so sensible and listened to his advice. You are only in the 2nd grade now. There is really no need to rush. The world is big and the water is deep. Before you become a giant, it is better to hide at the bottom of the pool. It is good for you to train new people on campus. I will help you plan the affairs of the pure blood and the witch party outside. Don't worry. The first half of the sentence, as the old saying goes, means a dragon in the abyss. The second half of the sentence means that Fry is Shor's benefactor. Shor knows that when dealing with these old guys with deep minds, before they can't tear their faces apart, they should be sincere to paralyze the other party. Let Mr. Fry worry. After that, Shor did not test him anymore, and he and Old Fly just chatted normally until Alice came to call them to eat. The food was the Chinese cooking skills that the Fly elves learned from the Hogwarts elves, and of course the copper spoon was instructed by Shor. The atmosphere of the lunch was harmonious, and the dishes were all what Shor liked. This made Old Fly tease his granddaughter Mushai from time to time, which made Alice very embarrassed. Shor did not say anything but just ate lunch elegantly. After lunch, Shor took Alice to say goodbye to Old Fly. The new semester is about to start, and they have to go to Diagon Alley to buy school supplies today, and they will pick up Draco and Theodore later. When Shor came out, he asked Alice a question before taking Alice to apparate. Does the Fly family have any subordinate forces? How did you find someone to do things and follow them before? Alice didn't think much about Shor's inquiry. She was loyal and devoted, and she believed that the Fry family belonged to Shor. Moreover, for their ideals, his grandfather dared to take advantage of a person like Grindelwald. Except for some employees in shops, workshops, and plantations, my family has no direct power. Before, my grandfather looked for people on the black market to find people to do things. The source of information about those hidden pure-blood old men should be the result of the connections that my grandfather has accumulated over the years. After hearing this, Shor's eyes flashed with thought, and he even involved the black market. Moreover, he and Tom have not found the last hidden house of the pure-blood antiques, which makes people suspect the old Fry who provided the information. Shor said, "I know," and left with Alice, who wanted to add a few words. In front of the window-sill of the Western-style building, Old Fry smiled after watching the two disappear, then returned to the study, thought about it, and took out a two-way mirror. Shor and Alice apparated to the dark manor of Theodore's house. The two informed the servants guarding the door, and soon Gloria walked out quickly and glared at Shor. "Chief, Shor Black, how dare you show up in my house?" Shor touched his nose, a little puzzled what happened to Sister Theodore. He did not ask questions or make further moves. Alice understood and stepped forward and said coldly, "Gloria, watch your identity and words. If it weren't for the chief, your Knot family would have been swallowed up." Gloria was originally a delicate and beautiful girl, but her eyes also carried the crazy temperament that the Knot family should have. At this moment, hearing Alice's words, her little face was a little distorted. "I know what I'm saying. I'd rather my family fall into poverty than have my brother targeted by the Dark Lord. Look at what this is." She then tore open her sleeves, revealing a dark mar, and a pitch-black snake wriggled and stuck out its tongue on her slender white wrist. "It's all because of you, Shor Black. Everyone knows about your relationship with my brother, but my brother refused to join the Death Eaters, and now he's become neither human nor ghost. And in order to appease the Dark Lord's anger, I had to join the Death Eaters on behalf of the Knot family. It's all your fault. Get out of here, get out, and don't hurt us anymore." Gloria pointed at Shor and spoke crazily, tears falling down, crazy and pitiful. Shor muttered in his heart, "What is Tom doing? Why don't he know? And what does the other party mean by saying that Theodore is neither human nor ghost?" Alice felt sympathetic and opened her mouth to say that we would help. At this time, A young man of 18 or 19 years old slowly walked out of the manor. The young man had brown hair, blue eyes, pale skin, and a cold and arrogant temperament, but the magic power in his body was so strong that the air around him was slightly distorted. It was obvious that he could not restrain the magic power. Although the young man was tall, he was too thin. He was wearing a green robe with silver patterns on it. His familiar face and illogical height shocked Heir and Alice, who were already good at cultivating their Kai. Theodore. *2. The two people's shocked tone was uncertain. Gloria walked over with distress and said in a reproachful tone, "What are you doing out here? You need to rest more and eat more after using the secret method." The young version of Theodore refused Gloria's support and walked towards Heir firmly, speaking in the other's puzzled eyes. "Chief." Heir came back to his senses from the circle. "What's wrong with you?" Before Theodore could explain, Gloria got angry again and pointed at Shaw and scolded him. "You still have the nerve to ask. Since the holiday, my brother has always been talking to the little animals that he is too weak and unworthy to follow you. And then, he secretly used the family secret method with a great cost to give his bones and blood age, which will make him live 30 years less. Woo, my poor brother." Shor's eyes were solemn and full of realization. The Christmas gift that Theodore gave him was a note on the research of human bones. Although it was very perverted, it also indirectly showed that the Knott family was very profound in the research of the human body, especially human bones. It's not surprising that the Knott family has a secret method of bone and blood that is similar to a permanent aging agent. It's just that the price is too high. He looked at the grown-up Theodore with complicated feelings. He was really a stubborn and unyielding boy. It was probably that unfair fight that made Theodore feel that the thing that limited his strength was that his young body's magic power grew too slowly. So, Gloria burst into tears. "I wanted to come up and drive Shaw away. Blake, why don't you get out of here quickly? My brother is like this because of you. If it weren't for you, how could my father?" Theodore took out his wand at this time, turned around and scolded his sister. "Shut up." Gloria was scolded by her brother, and she felt very uncomfortable, but she was also used to her brother's rebellion. Seeing her brother staggering, she hurriedly showed concern. "I won't say anything, don't get excited. Go home and rest first, okay?" Short had a complicated mood. What a bloody family ethics drama, and he seemed to be playing a villain. He couldn't help but sigh and then ordered, "Theodore, put down the wand, your sister, alas. It's not easy either." A trace of inexplicable flashed in Theodore's cold eyes, but he silently put away the white jade wand and prepared to stand behind Shaw. Shaw waved his hand. "Since your body still needs to rest, you don't have to go to Diagon Alley today. We will bring you a portion of the stuff." Theodore opened his mouth to show that he had no problem, but Shaw said directly, "This is an order." Theodore paused and finally could only say, "Yes, Chief." Shor wanted to pat Theodore's shoulder out of habit, but found that he was a little short. Before Theodore was about to bend down, he took his hand back and continued to instruct. "Although your body has entered youth and your magic power is growing rapidly, you still need to keep up with your nutrition. Remember to eat more good food. I will ask Kletch to send you a portion of China's famous 10-in-1 tonic soup every day." "Thank you, Chief. Well, we'll leave first and you should go back to recuperate." Shor said goodbye to the Knott siblings and left with Alice, who was eager to move. The two came to the outside of Malfoy Manor, and Alice immediately said what she wanted to say. "Chief, if I also use this secret method, it is not." Shor knew what Alice meant and refused without thinking. "No, you are different from Theodore. You are almost an adult, and your magic power is in a period of rapid growth. There is really no need to overdraw your vitality. Theodore will have to find a way to replenish his life in the future. You can find out which pure blood has the relevant secret method." Shor was relieved and tired. One or two of them were so worrying. Could it be that he was too impatient and made his subordinates so eager to improve their strength? No, it was all Tom's fault. "Chief, you are here." Before the two of them could say anything more, Draco's excited voice came from the direction of the manor. Shor looked over and saw a little boy in a platinum dress running out in a hurry. Narcissa called her son to slow down from behind, but Lucius was nowhere to be seen. Draco trotted over to Shaw and said anxiously without even saying hello, "Chief, do you have any news about Harry? I haven't received a reply from him during the entire holiday." Harry Potter grew up in his Aunt Petunia's house on Privet Drive, and overall his life was not good. He ate little and poorly, wore worn-out and oversized clothes, and lived in a small stairwell. However, those who knew the whole story seemed to have no right to blame the contradictory and jealous Petunia. After all, she was just an ordinary person who risked being retaliated by dark wizards and provided Harry with food, clothing, and schooling. In the end, she still took into account family affection. After all, there were many people who were more beastly than this. Petunia and Snape were a bit similar, twisted. During this year's vacation, Harry's place was much better, a normal bedroom, but his uncle restricted his access, and even his pet Hathaway couldn't fly out for a walk. There were no adult wizards near Harry, so he didn't dare to practice spells, and could only stay at home every day to review his textbooks. Today, his uncle's family was going to receive an important business guest, and repeatedly told Harry not to go downstairs to embarrass them. Harry didn't care, but he was a little sad. His birthday had passed for several days, but he didn't receive a letter or a gift from his friends. "Maybe even Draco has forgotten me." Harry muttered to himself and took a magic photo from the bedside table. It was a photo of his parents dancing under the cherry tree. This was a Christmas gift from Shaw. Harry stared at it for a long time. At this time, the enthusiastic voice of his uncle's family welcoming guests came from downstairs. Harry sighed. Even a person with a bad temper like his uncle has friends. After a while, the house elf that harassed him several times teleported again. Harry often dealt with people like Draco and Shaw, and had met Cretch once, so he knew this kind of elf that served wizards. But he didn't know that the elf in front of him was from Draco's family and was the culprit who blocked his internal and external information. Harry was very experienced and spoke before Dobby spoke. "Dobby, what are you doing here again? I won't listen to you. Hogwarts is my home. I will definitely go back." Dobby stared with his eyes wide open and still didn't give up. "Mr. Potter, Hogwarts is no longer safe. I can't say too much. Some of your friends have betrayed you." Dobby is a bad elf. He actually revealed the master's information. Dobby deserves death. Dobby began to punish himself as he spoke. He took the lamp and smashed it on his head without holding back. Harry looked helpless and stepped forward to stop Dobby from self-harming. He really didn't want to make too much noise and listen to his uncle's various weird words. Dobby jumped to the ground and looked at Harry with tears in his eyes. "Mr. Potter, I beg you. I really can't go to Hogwarts. It's really very dangerous. You are Dobby's benefactor. Dobby won't hurt you." Harry retorted in a suppressed voice. "You're talking nonsense. Hogwarts has Dumbledore and Shor. It's the safest place in the world. You keep your voice down." Due to the contract, Dobby couldn't directly say that he found a Dark Lord living in the Malfoy family, and Shor Black was related to the Dark Lord. He could only passively persuade Harry. Seeing Harry being cautious, Dobby rolled his eyes and threatened, "If you don't agree, I'll go downstairs." He opened the door and prepared to go out and make trouble. Harry was so anxious that he almost couldn't help but pick up his wand and give the elf a disarm shot. But when the bedroom door was opened, an older elf appeared at the door. It was Cretch. Dobby's mouth was wide open in shock, and he finally stuttered. "Cretch, why are you here?" Cretch didn't say anything nonsense and pointed his pointed finger at Dobby. Dobby was tied up with a spell and his mouth was sealed. Cretch then walked into the room, looked at Harry with contempt, and muttered in a low voice, "If it weren't for the noble young master's order, how could Cretch come to save a savior who was out of date and wet behind the ears? But what else could Cretch do? He could only come to this filthy muggle house to capture an elf who betrayed his master." Cretch stepped forward and picked up Dobby, who was full of fear, and slapped him twice. "You betrayer, shameless, dirty, actually violated the principles of elves. You will be burned alive." Harry was stunned. Cretch, of course he knew him, but what was going on now? Before he could ask, Cretch had teleported away with Dobby. And then the chubby Uncle Vernon with 4 chins rushed upstairs and saw that Harry's room was in a mess. He took a deep breath angry. He didn't scold Harry but forced a greasy smile. "Ha, Harry, I didn't expect you to have a friend in the Duke's family. Let's go and meet your friend." Harry was stunned. He was just thinking about Cretch and Dobby. Is this related to what Dobby said about Hogwarts being dangerous? But he was dumbfounded by his uncle's words. When did he have such a friend? Why didn't he know? But when he thought about Cretch who had just appeared, he immediately thought of Shaw. The other party is so powerful. Maybe he is really a Muggle Duke. Harry didn't have time to think about it. He followed Uncle Vernon downstairs and saw 2 young men in luxurious clothes sitting on the sofa with a dignified posture. Aunt Petunia greeted him in various ways, and Cousin Dudley shrank aside and trembled. And the 2 young men were Shaw and Draco. Harry said in surprise, "Why are you here?" Shor sat still. When Draco saw his good friend, he could no longer maintain his noble demeanor. He stood up and hugged Harry. "I haven't received your reply, and my parents don't allow me to come to see you. It was the chief who came to my house today that gave me the opportunity to come to you." Harry was confused again. But I wrote to you and I didn't receive your letter." "Why?" Shor stood up and coughed, interrupting the 2 people's love. "Let's talk about your business later. It's getting late. We should go to Diagon Alley." Harry and Draco could only shut up. Vernon said to Draco and Shaw in a flattering manner, "Little Duke, why don't you eat before leaving? And Mr. Black, what about the cooperation?" Shor waved his hand, raised his head slightly, and said in a cold tone, "Someone will come to you tomorrow to sign a contract. We won't have dinner. We have other things to do." The more Shaw said this, the more Vernon fell for it. Okay, you and the little Duke are busy, so don't delay." Then he said to Harry with a stern face, "Remember to be polite when you are with your friends. This is £500. When you go outside, you must." Shor didn't want to listen to these nonsense and walked out directly. Draco pulled Harry, who was shrinking his neck, out as well. As soon as he got outside, Harry couldn't help but ask curiously, "Draco, when did you become the little Duke?" In 1066, Armand Malfoy followed William, Duke of Normandy, to participate in the War of Invasion of England, which is known as the Norman Conquest. After helping William become the King of England, William I granted Malfoy the title of Duke and Land, and established Malfoy Manor. Before the establishment of the International Statute of Secrecy 300 years ago, the Malfoy family had always been exchanging what they had with the British royal family and the upper class of Muggles, and even intermarried and served as court wizards for the royal family. After the establishment of the Statute of Secrecy, although the Malfoy family also hid themselves, they did not really break off contact with the royal family, and the title of Duke has continued to this day. After Shaw heard Draco talk about Harry at noon, he understood what was going on. He knew the virtues of the Petunia family very well. In order to make Harry's life easier in the future, Shaw asked Narcissa to take out the Duke's badge, and the other party was embarrassed for a while. Then he contacted Albert, prepared a luxury car, and drove to Privet Drive. After using a confusion charm to get rid of Vernon's real client, he asked Cretch to catch Dobby and go directly to the door. After crushing Vernon's social status and financial resources, the scene just now appeared. In the luxury car, Harry listened to Draco's excited narration. "Ha ha, you don't know, your uncle just wanted to bow to me, but he was too fat. It was really funny." Harry laughed foolishly. After all, with this incident today, his life in his aunt's house will surely be much better in the future. He touched his trouser pocket, and there were still £500 in it for public expenses for entertaining people. But it was a pity that he couldn't use it. Harry suddenly thought of something. "Draco, I didn't expect your family to be dukes by the Muggle royal family. It's really amazing." "Burp, cough you." Draco's face flushed instantly with this sentence that Harry didn't know whether it was a compliment or a disparagement. God, I was talked to death by Harry. Then the car arrived at the door of the Leaky Cauldron. As soon as the 3 teenagers got off the car, an owl flew over, dropped a red official letter from the Ministry of Magic, and flew away. Harry bent down quickly to pick up the official letter, opened it and took a look. His face immediately became depressed. The Ministry of Magic said that I just used magic at my aunt's house, which caused the reaction of the wand trace, so I went to the Ministry of Magic, but that was the wand used by Cretch to catch Dobby. Dobby, that's not. Draco was very good at catching keywords. Just as he opened his mouth, Shaw immediately interrupted him. Draco, write a reply to your father in the bar later saying that you used the magic and let him deal with it. Draco received Shaw's eye signal and said "oh" to indicate that he knew. Harry wanted to ask if this was really okay. Shaw waved his hand. Let's go. This is not a big deal for the Malfoys. Draco, arrange for an adult wizard to live near Harry's house so he can use spell training. Harry was not interested for a moment, and suddenly felt that this underage wizard law was really unfriendly to young wizards from Muggle families. After experiencing it personally today, a feeling of injustice quietly arose. The three of them entered the dirty and messy leaky cauldron, where Alice was already waiting. Draco borrowed paper and pen from the bar owner Old Tom to write a reply to his father. Shor faced the scrutiny of other drinkers and passers-by calmly. After the four young wizards entered Diagon Alley, a drinker who saw Shaw last year immediately gave Old Tom a thumbs up. Old Tom, you can even predict the future. In less than a year, many of the Black family's properties have been taken back. Many people are really unlucky. Haha, the new savior who cannot give face. To say that this Shor Black is really amazing, I heard from my son that his strength is also very strong. Old Tom laughed and didn't explain anything. These civilian wizards don't know anything, they just follow the crowd. At the entrance of Diagon Alley, Alice tapped on the stone wall, and the famous scene in HP appeared again. An arch appeared in the deformation of the brick wall. Shor looked at the prosperous Diagon Alley, feeling a little emotional. A year has passed. He is different too. The four of them joined the crowd and prepared to buy school supplies. At this time they heard a chattering conversation from the front. George and Fred, straighten your crooked mouths and slanted eyes quickly. It's too embarrassing. If you don't listen, I'll pull your ears off. Mom, don't you think this is very unique and cool? Mom, isn't this good? Now you won't mistake me for George anymore. Are you two going to piss me off to death? Ron, stop right there. Don't run around with Ginny. Mom, Ginny and I want to see the flying broom. What are you looking at? Don't expect Percy to buy it for you. Those gold galleons are earned by him working part-time and studying. And you still have the nerve to say that the new wand he just bought was broken by you in a fight. Percy, don't buy a new wand for this bastard. Let him use the old wand obediently. It's better to buy Ginny a flowery dress and more new books for Lockhart. Okay, Mom, I get it. Ah, Mom, I'm your own son. Shor looked ahead and saw a group of red-haired kids, very lively. They were the Weasley family. Draco looked at the group of people in front with disdain. The Weasley family and the Malfoy family had never gotten along. Today, Lucius didn't have to deal with the diary and frame Weasley, and the Ministry of Magic didn't really issue a decree to investigate the dark magic items of pureblood families, so he didn't come to Diagon Alley. The funny scene of the two families fighting each other would naturally not happen. Draco snorted proudly and pulled Harry. Harry, let's go buy a broomstick. My dad gave me a lot of money and asked me to buy a Nimbus 2001 for each member of the team, so that I don't have to sit in the cold, cough, cough. Draco was halfway through his words when he saw Shaw's probing eyes. He quickly pulled Harry, who was a little confused after hearing the explosive news, into the Nimbus store. Shor ignored them and went to Madame Malkin's robe shop with Alice to order a few sets of clothes, and then went to Flourish and Blots. These things could have been done by the elves, but Shaw was bored at home every day and rarely wanted to go out for a walk and relax. When he arrived at the door of Flourish and Blots, he saw a sea of people. The wives and girls pushed and squeezed towards the bookstore. Shor saw a promotional poster hanging above the bookstore. The famous wizard Mr. Gilderoy Lockhart released his new book Magic Me at Flourish and Blots today. High in the newspaper, a middle-aged wizard in a red-based gilded wizard robe showed 8 dazzling white teeth, holding a wand and making a handsome pose. Not to mention how showy. This kind of wizard is indeed very attractive to witches. Housewives like Mrs. Molly will rush in without a care in the world, not to mention how tough. When Shor saw this, he remembered that this year's defense against the dark arts professor was this vain liar who was proficient in the forget spell and could not use other spells. He looked across the crowd and looked at the main hall of the bookstore. Lockhart sat upright and signed books for fans with an elegant posture, without showing his 8 bright white teeth at every turn. He also gently reminded fans to be careful from time to time. Shor was stunned. Shor was stunned because the contrast between the poster and the real person was too strong. Lockhart, who was sitting in the main hall of the bookstore signing autographs, was not so exaggerated in his clothes. Instead, he was dressed in a light blue outfit with a sense of elegance, and his every move was as elegant as a real noble. The Lockhart who occasionally winked at passers-by in the poster was Shor's stereotype of this person. Could it be that I was judging people through the cracks in the door again? Shor doubted himself. A rich lady like Alice was more immune to people like Lockhart, so she didn't pay much attention to him in the past. She frowned as she looked at the crowds of people. Why don't we wait until tomorrow to let the elves come to buy books? Shor pondered for a while, thinking about the troubles in the new semester, whether this Lockhart who gave him a different feeling would get in the way. Hearing Alice's suggestion, he shook his head. I have to test this guy. As he said this, he mobilized his magic power to form a barrier around him and walked into the bookstore. The crowd was automatically pushed aside, and those with bad tempers wanted to curse. But when they saw that it was Shor Black, they all shut up. Although Shor's reputation was not known to everyone, these female wizards who paid attention to gossip still learned about Shor's deeds and photos through various channels. In addition, the various outrageous word-of-mouth spread by the little wizards who went to Hogwarts. Shor's image was that of a little wizard with powerful means, strict rules, and bad temper. As for the legend, the adults could tell whether it was a rumor or not, and of course there were people who really believed it, such as the Luna family. Her families, the Quibbler, described in various ways how Shor turned into a vampire bat at night and went to hunt in various dormitories. Shor showed a polite and apologetic smile to the people on both sides and squeezed directly to the front. Looking at Lockhart, who was already looking at him, Lockhart smiled gently, and there was no sign of anything unusual. You are Shor, the little hero who defeated the Dark Lord. You haven't bought the books yet, right? So, this is my complete set of books for my collectors. It's just a small gift for me to thank you for your contribution to the magic world. Before Shor could speak to test him, his eyes froze in the next moment. Lockhart, who was sitting on a luxurious chair, just raised his hand slightly, and a pile of fine books on the bookshelf beside him automatically flew over and floated in front of him. Silent and wandless floating spell. Shor's face changed for a moment, and he recovered immediately. After thinking about it, he didn't refuse. He reached out and hugged a pile of books and said politely, "Thank you," Lockhart said with a spring breeze. "I hope you like it. It happens to be useful to you. By the way, after the new semester, I will go to Hogwarts to serve as the defense against the dark arts professor. I hope I can be liked by you naughty little wizards." This statement immediately caused a commotion, and those female fans looked at Lockhart with more admiration. I also made up my mind why today's idol is different. After all, to be a teacher, it is indeed necessary to be more stable and elegant, but such an idol is more perfect. I love it more. Shor felt the people behind him were ready to move, and all kinds of tentative words flashed through his mind. In the end, he shook his head and gave up. The occasion was not right, and he always felt that Lockhart's eyes looked at him, which was weird but not uncomfortable. He quickly bowed politely and then left. Alice saw Shor's absent-minded look after he came out and spoke with concern. "Chief, is there any problem with this new professor? Do you need me to check?" Shor looked puzzled and looked back at Lockhart. The other party seemed to be able to feel his gaze and looked up at Shor. The warm gaze quickly defeated Shor. He looked away and nodded to Alice. "Check. This Lockhart is not simple." Shor always felt that something bad would be waiting for him after the new semester started. Then the two of them strolled around the street casually. The noble temperament and super high appearance of a man and a woman really attracted the attention of passers-by. After buying a bunch of school supplies, they sat down under the parasol of the Fortisco ice cream shop and ordered 2 pudding ice creams from the boss, Philoline, ready to eat while waiting for the 2 companions who were having fun. Alice watched the boss make ice cream and whispered to Shaw, "Chief, don't be fooled by the fact that the owner of this shop is a simple and honest uncle. His ancestors were really glorious. They had the principal of Hogwarts and the minister of magic." Shor recalled it immediately after hearing this. Fortisco seemed to be the descendant of the 3 brothers who originally possessed the Deathly Hallows. This ice cream owner was later killed by Voldemort, who was looking for the Elder Wand. But it is estimated that this is no longer the case. He also knowing the whereabouts of the 3 Deathly Hallows, he didn't want to delve into the past of the Fortisco family. Alice saw that Shaw was not interested, so she didn't say much. After the boss brought the pudding ice cream, the 2 of them ate it with a spoon, looking at the noisy Diagon Alley. Shaw suddenly saw a familiar figure and walked towards Nocturne Alley. "Huh, Snape." Then he was relieved again. It was normal for Snape to visit Nocturne Alley. After all, many potion materials in the potion office are contraband, and the potions made by Snape are not all legitimate potions. It is really difficult to purchase and ship without going to Nocturne Alley, and this guy has a good reputation in the circle of dark wizards. Shaw smiled and wondered if he could reach some business cooperation with the other party. It was not until the sun was about to set that Draco and Harry, who were having fun, came to him. Neither of them was short of money, so they were carrying large and small bags, as well as some messy food. Harry wanted to say that Draco really bought 7 latest brooms for Slytherin, and wanted to ask Shaw if this was not good, but Draco covered his mouth. Alice stepped forward and put the 2 people's belongings into a traceless stretch pocket. The 4 of them returned to the door of the leaky cauldron and got on the luxury car that had been waiting. In order to make Harry's life better in the future, acting must be done in full. In the car, Harry suddenly asked the all-knowing Shaw in confusion, "Chief, I just met the enthusiastic Mrs. Weasley. She said that my family and her family are old friends and asked me to go to the house when I have time." Shaw was slightly stunned but did not hide it. "Your father, James Potter, does have a good relationship with the Weasley family. This is why Ron thought you were his natural friend at the beginning." Draco said disdainfully, "That poverty, Harry, there's really no need to care about it. It's a matter of generations. Don't you have a good friend like me now? By the way, Percy is the only good Weasley family. If you really want to make friends with his family, then just make friends with Percy." Harry hesitated, not knowing whether to nod or not. He still valued his father's friends. Shor saw this and sighed. "Harry, in fact, logically, my relationship with you is closer."
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.